Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. I think we're good. Breaking things, huh? What'd you break? Come here. Come here. Okay. Yeah. I didn't break anything, did I? See? Who's the bull in the china shop? In fact, I fixed something today. It wasn't me that broke it. It just naturally broke by itself. Okay. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Crimson Skies. And welcome. Welcome. It's like 5. Technically, it's good evening. But good afternoon, good evening, whatever day it is for you, whatever time of day it is for you that you decide to watch this. Hello. It is January 3rd, so it's my third day doing this New Year's resolution thing. I kind of wanted to do this a bit in the morning also, but we're just going to make it up by doing it effectively all night. So from now until basically midnight, I think we're going to do this. One thing that I was looking at, um, it's rather fascinating. So I don't really need my phone. So I got my second monitor put back up. Let me show you guys. I got the second monitor put back up. So I can see the chat there. Now, the only reason why I'm doing this is because I don't really plan on playing games. I'm developing one. So, I don't think I really need that. But today's project is I want to watch we're gonna watch and I'm gonna go along with them. Okay? So this one, Blueprint for Beginners. As you can see, I got quite a decent chunk into it, but I wasn't necessarily following along. I was just laying in bed watching it. So the goal is we're gonna watch it.
In the details, we can set the static mesh right here. So if we hit this little drop down, we should be able to find a door frame mesh. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a brand new project for this video. So you want to go ahead and launch Unreal Engine 5. Now I'm going to be using Unreal Engine 5.3. So now we're in the Unreal Project browser. So we're going to create a brand new project. I'm going to select the Games tab, and then I'm going to choose.
So let me get the project up, and then we'll continue the video. But my goal is to watch this video, follow along with it, and then what I want to do in my game is make it so that I walk up to one of my contacts, I press E, and when pressing E, it gives me a mission to like run over and go pick up an item. And then it's like mission complete. I did the mission, right? So that's the goal. That's the goal today is to kind of make it so I run up to one of my NPC contacts I have right now, press E, automatically it just tells me to go pick up that item. I go pick up the item, right? So we're gonna do it at levels. We're gonna do it at levels. How do I delete projects? Because if I wanted to delete this project, how would I delete this project? Or this project? Or this project? Or this project? How do I delete projects? Like, actually, genuinely, how to delete projects. Because both of these, I just kind of want to throw away. I don't know how to delete a project. Oh, I literally just... Blueprint Beginner. Cycle bin. And it was my project too, right? So we'll get rid of my project too. Remove. And then we will empty recycle bin. Yes. Now if we refresh. Okay, keep it clean, keep it clean, keep it clean. I don't have a lot of space. So we're gonna open a new one. Games, third person. I think it's the one that the video is recommending me.
It's the third person template. Now down here on the bottom for our project defaults, you can see we have Blueprint or C++. We're going to talk a little bit more about how Blueprint and C++ go hand in hand and how you can use either one or the other, or even both. Now we're going to leave this as Blueprint, and we're going to leave all the settings as the defaults, except
What the fuck is wrong with
make
it?
sure that we hit this little checkbox so we include starter content, because we're going to use some of the assets in the starter content. Then for our project name, I'm going to name this to Blueprint Beginner. Okay, and we'll just click create. Okay, so here we are in
Okay. Blueprint Beginner. Great. Let me boot it. I'll kind of catch up to him, and then we're going to go along with him. Now, what I want to learn to do, like I said, my project today is to make it so I run up to one of my little NPC guys. I hit F, which is going to be the interact key. After I interact with him, I want him to basically automatically give me a mission to go to an item. Just to basically get near the item, right? Just so I can effectively get near the item. Hoping that should be good enough. Okay.
in the engine. Now we have this new plugins available, so I'm going to click dismiss on that.
I don't have that.
Should be all good. So first things first, let's go ahead and explain what are blueprints. So blueprints are the visual scripting system of Unreal Engine, and it can be used to create anything. So for example, you can use blueprints to create full, complete games. Things like characters, cars, weapons, user interface, AI, all of that stuff can be created with Blueprint. Now, if you aren't going to be creating games inside of Unreal Engine, Blueprint still can be very useful to learn because you can create really anything with it. You can create things like tools, interactive experiences, and so much more. So let's go ahead and cover a basic blueprint. So this is the third person template, which is a simple games template. And this is a great template that explains the basics of Blueprint. So since this is a games template, we can actually click this little play button. So we can click that little green play icon. And now you can see we have this third person character in our scene. We can actually move our mouse around, and that will move the camera around our character. And we also can move our WASD keys to move our character around. You can see that makes our character run around. And if we press the spacebar on our keyboard, that will make our character jump. So this is a very simple character, and this
Make
is all
ABB
made
too?
entirely with Blueprint.
Well,
So
the goal
how
is to
does
make
that
an
all work?
AVB like.
So if we press escape, that will go ahead and escape out of the play mode. Let's
Like
go ahead
literally, my goal today, right? My goal today is to boot up my game, because right now I'm following him. So the game I have open right now is just a fresh third person thing. But in due time, after I follow this 2-hour video, I'm hoping to know enough about blueprints to be able to make it where I run up to an NPC, I press interact, and when I press interact, he gives me a mission to go just pick up an item, right? That's basically my project today. Maybe tomorrow I'll try to set missions separate. So when I walk up to a contact, I press F to like pledge to him. And then I press K to ready up, and then when the contact sees I ready up, it will then pull from a pool of missions, which is just gonna be the one mission, right? To have me go pick up the item. So that's kind of that's my goal. I want to start getting the mission system implemented, but I'm gonna do it step by step, right?
and check out.
Today
the
is just to see if I
character
can
Blueprint.
run up to a contact and
So if we
make
go to our
give me a
content
mission.
drawer, I'm actually going to dock this in layout. So click the little dock in layout. Let's go ahead and browse to that character blueprint that we were just playing in our scene. So if you go
But
to
right now we're
content,
following
we
him.
have this third person folder. So let's double click, open that up. And then in the blueprints, we have that third person character blueprint class. So in my previous beginner tutorial, I talked about the different types of assets. So we know that this is a blueprint because it says blueprint class here at the bottom. And also every asset inside of Unreal Engine is color coded. So blueprints are color coded by this dark blue. So this is our third person character blueprint. Let's go ahead and double click and open this up. And here we're going to see the blueprint window. So let's go ahead and take this window and dock it up here at the top so we can see it here in full screen. Now I'm going to go ahead and explain everything that we see here.
Oh, fuck. It opened it over here. I was like, where's my blueprint? Okay.
Because I know there's a lot going on. So let's just go ahead and break it down. So the first three things I'm going to focus on are these three tabs right here in the center. Okay, so first let's go over and start from left to right. So we'll go over to the viewport. So the viewport is very similar to the viewport that we have inside of our third person map here. So just like the normal viewport, we can actually use our right mouse button to look around, and we can use our WASD keys to move around the viewport. So it's very similar to the regular viewport that we have. You can see we have all of the basic viewport controls, things like our move tool, our rotate, scale, world space, local space, all of our snapping tools, and we can even change things like the camera speed. Okay, so very important because sometimes you want to maybe look really closely at the character and inspect it. You can adjust your camera speed. Now in the viewport itself, you notice you can actually left click on objects. So I can actually click on this character and select it. I can click on this camera as well. And you can see we also have that gizmo tool. So if I press W, that will bring up our movement tool. So I can actually move this character around in this viewport, okay? I can also press E, that will give us a rotation gizmo. I could even rotate our character around. And then we press R, that will give me my scale tools, and I could even scale the character, however I wanted to. I can make it super big, whatnot. So we get all the same basic controls. I can do Control Z to undo all those actions.
Control Z. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Huh?
So very similar. Now to the right of it, we have the construction script. So in here, this is essentially a blueprint graph. Now inside of here, to actually move around, you will use your scroll wheel. So you'll scroll in and out to zoom in and out. And then you use your right mouse button to pan around. Okay, so scroll in and out and right mouse button to pan around.
Okay.
Now inside of the construction script, this is where you'll store blueprint logic that happens before the game starts. We'll talk more in depth about that later on. Then to the right of it, we have this event graph. Now here in the event graph, similar to our construction script, we can zoom in and out using our mouse wheel, and we can also pan around. So same thing.
Yo, his looks different than mine. Look at this. Look at this. So his ads input mapping, right, has a red and a green. Camera input looks the same. Movement input looks the same. But his ad input mapping looks way different than what I got. Let me show you. So I think what mine is. So you see how I've just got one big block? His has a red and a green that morphs into that. And then I think after that, oh no. It has an explanation here. I think that's what this is. Enhance input local player subsystem. And it goes up there, then it goes that way. Mine has enhanced input local player subsystem, but it doesn't have whatever this is. So let me... Ooh. I don't know. That's interesting. That's interesting. Mine is a bit different. Mine is a bit different. But we'll see if what he talks about is actually going to affect anything.
Where you'll store all of the blueprint logic that will run either when the game starts or when the game is currently running. And you'll notice that there are already a couple of different things on here. Now, if you look really closely at these different things, these are simply all of the different blueprints that allow our character to move, things like the input events, jump, movement, etc. So for example, we have camera input. So this is our input for moving our mouse around. So basically all that does is get the input from our mouse. So when I move my mouse, it will move our camera. Then down below it, we have things like movement input. So when I press WASD on my keyboard, it will move our character around. Then below that, you can actually see our jump input. So when I press the spacebar on our keyboard, it will call this jump event. And then once I let go of the keyboard, it will stop jumping. So these are some very simple inputs, and this is everything that we saw in our third-person map. So when I hit play here, the movement of our camera around our character, the WASD, the spacebar, all of that is all of this logic right here, okay, inside of this event graph. Okay, so that is the event graph. So let's go ahead and continue talking about the user interface. Now I want to actually go ahead and head back over to the viewport.
Okay.
Now in the viewport itself, we're going to start talking about all the different panels that are on the sides of the viewport, okay? So let's talk about first this components window. So you can see this window is called the components. Now what you might already have noticed is when I select on any of these different things, so if I select on this little camera right here, or onto the character, you're going to notice that we have these different components being selected. So I select this camera, you can see it's highlighting the follow camera because that's what we have selected.
Okay.
If I select the character, you can see it's selecting the mesh or the character mesh. And this is very similar to the outliner window, where if I select a cube, you can see it has the cube selected.
Highlights the specific object.
So just like in the blueprint editor, I can select this character, and you can see that is comprised of this mesh. So this is the character mesh. We have things like this capsule. So basically what the capsule does is sort of like the collision for the character. We have this arrow. This kind of just shows us which direction is forward for our character. Then we have this camera boom, which has this camera attached to it. And what the camera allows us to do is obviously see our character, and the camera boom sort of allows us to rotate the camera around the character, okay? So really all this character blueprint is made of are these different types of components put together.
Okay.
Things like the capsule, the character mesh, and the camera. Now, also when you select different objects in the viewport or in the components, you're going to notice this window to our right called the details panel. So similar to the details panel down here in our main window, it does the same exact thing. So for example, if I select the character mesh in here, it's going to show various details about that character mesh.
Okay.
So we have things like the transform, the location, rotation, and scale. So if I were to change things like the location of our character, if I were to move it back, you can see that it updates the location right here. Okay.
I see that.
So as I move the character, if I scale it, if I press R, I can scale it.
Control Z,
You can
right?
see we're updating the scale. I could reset this back to the default, like so, if I wanted to.
Of course, it's coming from there. Yeah.
Then below that, we have things like our mesh. So this is the actual character mesh. So you can see.
Oh, hey, welcome, Martin. How you doing? Welcome. So, just so you know, today's goal by the end of today, I'm hoping, okay, is that I can make it. Let me show you my map real quick. Let me pull up my map. I don't know, file. Okay, I might have to close this one, but so I'll just tell you. I have like a map I made. What I want to be able to do by the end of today is make it where I can run up to one of the NPCs I dropped, right? Because the idea is to make contacts, you know, in APB like, right? But the goal today is to make it where I run up to the contact, I press F, which is, you know, obviously the interact key, and then when I press F, it will automatically give me a mission to go pick up an item. That's it. That's all I want to be able to do, and it'll be like, you know, mission complete, congrats, whatever. That's my goal. That's my goal today, is to make it where I walk up to a contact, press F, I get quest or mission to pick up an item like 5 feet away. Because tomorrow, what I want to be able to do is to take that base concept and then basically make it where instead of automatically being given a mission, I pledge to the contact and then I press K to ready up, and when the contact sees I ready up, it'll then pull a mission from a mission pool. Now, there's a reason why I'm doing this in particular, because I want to make it where there's a mission maker that people can do, where they can like make missions. Because it's like one of my end game objects is to make it where people can kind of customize their own missions. No. Let me show you my map. I mean, it's going to be a little bit bigger than Fight Club. I want you to be able to drive around and stuff like that. But it's like an experimental map. So, because obviously I know nothing, so I have to learn how to do everything, right? So, but I made a decent size map. Let me close this. God, I don't want to. I guess he hasn't worked on anything yet. He's still expanding the UI. So let me close this. Let me open Unreal. I'll show you my map I made. Now, I'm probably gonna like destroy most of it. I don't think I'm gonna keep a lot of it. But it's big enough to let me experiment and learn like basic systems, right? Because what I want to do by the end of the week, or at least the end of the month, is I want to have a mission system set up, right? Where I can pledge to a contact, I ready up, the contact then pulls a mission from a mission pool, and I'll have like procedural, well, not necessarily procedural, I'll have like windows. Oh, you know it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's literally just that map. I'm just gonna use it so that I can learn how to do stuff, right? And then maybe 8 months from now, a year from now, who knows? When I feel more confident doing it, if I do it, if I stick with the project, of course, I'm pretty good at dropping things when I get frustrated with stuff. But my goal is to make it where I can do missions. By the end of this month, I want to have it where I have a mission pool. I have my contacts that I can pledge to. I want to have that set up. So that's kind of my objective, is to be able to walk up to this contact and then press F, and then he's going to tell me to go pick up this floating item over here. So I go pick it up, and it'll be like mission over, right? Like, congrats, you did it. So that's the goal. That's the goal I want to be able to do today, is to get that basic mission system, and then for like maybe the rest of the week, I start, adjusting it. Pick up Apple? Oh god. I fucked that program up really bad. I'm way over here and I'm still picking up the Apple. Okay. But that's my goal. That's my goal today. But I need to watch this. I need to kind of, I want to learn how to do this. And slow and steady wins the race, man. Slow and steady wins the race. Little by little. I don't even have guns yet, but if I can make it where you can go collect, like go do missions, I think that'd be kind of an interesting stage. And then I can maybe work on the animations a little and make it where he actually looks like he's breaking into a window, but or breaking into a door. Elix is making Midtown since 2018 and is still pretty much nowhere, so no. Hey, I got no competition, huh? But that's, I mean, obviously my goal is to make an APB like, right? Make an APB like. So I'm just making sure I'm kind of set up in where I was in the video. So we're here, we're back at the viewport. Okay, I'm looking at that thing. Let me bring up the video. And we're just gonna, I'm gonna watch this video. And I'm gonna see if he can teach me enough to be able to set up a mission.
We have this mannequin 3D model. We also have things like materials. So the materials for our character. And then other various details, okay? Now you're gonna notice when we select different objects in our components or in our viewport, you're gonna see different details depending on the component you have selected.
Okay.
So if I have this camera selected,
oh yeah,
you can see it has a name,
so
follow camera.
But as I've been mentioning these last few days, right? I don't expect these streams to be really entertaining. I think these about the Phoenix Project. I don't know, but I think these streams, the goal for these streams is more or less to I guess document the progress, right? Or if I were to abandon it, it'll be like a a reminder of my old map, the one I was working on like 6 months ago, because I tried to do this before and abandoned it.
Rotation, and all that stuff. Okay, so that is the details panel. Now let's head back over to the event graph.
But that's my goal
Let's
today.
start talking about this.
But that's my goal today. I want to be able to walk up to the contact, press F, and the contact just gives me a mission. So I guess it's like making an actor that's like an object to interact with, and then making the actor for the NPC, which will just automatically drop me a mission if I press F. I mean, because I'm kind of learning, because I'm doing a lot of other things on the side. I got all sorts of like programming things on my phone now.
Button, so this will go
to
ahead
help teach me C++.
Any changes that we've made. So if I were to scale things or move stuff around, it will save those changes. We have this little browse icon. So if I click on this, it's going to browse and find the blueprint that we're just in.
Okay.
In our content browser. Okay, so it's a quick way to navigate to it. So you just click the browse icon and we'll pull it up. Now to the right of this, we have this compile button. Now what the compile button
I'm good to
does
go.
is whenever we make any changes, whether that be to the blueprint logic or to things in the viewport, again, if I were to scale things or move stuff around, it's going to ask us to compile the blueprint just to check and see if we have any errors, okay? So right now, it wants us to compile because it has that yellow question mark. So when I hit the compile, it's going to look through everything, check and see if there's any errors. If there are errors, it will tell us. But if there aren't, if everything's good to go, it will show us that green checkbox, okay? Now to the right of this, this is for things like version control. So
hey,
for
we
example,
just diff around here, huh? We
on
different.
GitHub, this button would show certain revisions of that. Then to the right of that, we have this find magnifying glass.
Okay.
So if you go to your event graph, if we click on that find, you're going to see it pulls up this find results. Now, for example, if I were trying to find this jump function right here,
you just type jump,
right? I could type in jump, press enter, and that will go ahead and find it here on the graph, okay? So that is the find button. And then to the right of it, we have hide unrelated, so that will hide unrelated nodes. We have class settings, so if you click on this, this will bring up various settings in our blueprint class.
Good luck. You gotta go to sleep at 3 a.m. Okay, man. Hey, well, thanks for stopping by, Martin. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Blueprint video. And then we also have class defaults. Now, the class defaults are essentially sort of like an all details panel.
Okay, I see that.
Basically, it sort of shows us all the details on all the different components in our components list, okay? So you can see it has things like our character mesh, the materials, and a lot of other different details. Okay?
Yeah, I see.
Now to the right of that, we have simulation, so we can simulate everything that's going on. And then we have these play button options. So similar to what we have here in the viewport. If I were to actually click this little play,
I'll check my masterpiece progression later. Hey, all right, man. As I spend 2.5 hours. Oh, actually, it's like almost 3 hours long. I'm literally gonna be watching this for like 3 hours, bro. I don't recommend watching this.
Open a window of our game, play. It's just a quick way to go ahead and play your game without having to go back to the window and clicking play here. Okay.
Okay.
It will pop open a new window.
Oh, it pops open a new window. Oh, that's cool. Shit, it does.
Come in handy
what the fuck?
later on in an advanced tutorial. But that is basically the top ribbon. Okay, and so last two things really to cover are this My Blueprints window and then this bottom part right here. Okay, because we went over the viewport, construction script, the event graph, we gone over components, details, this top ribbon. Let's go ahead and move on to this blueprint tab.
Okay.
So in this My Blueprint tab, you're going to see we have this event graph. This event graph is this event graph window that we have open.
Yes.
So if I double click this, it will expand out and show us all of the input events that we can see here on our graph. So you can see this input action jump is right here, our enhance input action jump. Okay. So I double click it, it will show it on our graph. So it's kind of just showing us all the different ones that we have on our graph. Now, if for whatever reason you accidentally close this event graph, so for example, if I click the X
Oh
right
no.
here,
Oh no.
you can always navigate back to it by double clicking this event graph, and that will go ahead and re-add it right here.
Okay.
Now you can see we don't have our construction script.
Yeah, where did that go?
So
That
to
disappeared.
get to that, if you go down here under the functions, you can see we have our construction script. So we can double click that and that will bring out our construction script. So if for whatever reason you are accidentally closing some of these windows, you can get back to them here. You could also additionally go to the window tab right here, and that will list all of the windows that you need. So for example, if I were to accidentally close this viewport,
What are all these fucking windows?
Viewport, okay? And that will get it back. Now, our blueprints tab, we have the graphs here, so you can even have multiple event graphs. So for example, if I have a lot of logic, I can actually add an additional graph, and that's why we have that little plus icon right there. Now, functions, we have the construction script. We're not going to really cover functions in this video, so I'm going to go ahead and skip over that. Same thing with macros. And then down below, we have variables. So variables are essentially a way that you can store data in your game. I will be covering all the different variable types in this video, but essentially this is where we're going to be adding them. Now again, event dispatchers, that will be something for an advanced tutorial, but basically this is our blueprint tab, okay? Now down below it, we have compiler results. So you can see whenever we actually compile this third-person character, when we click this compile button, again, what it's doing is it's checking to see if there's any errors in our blueprint. If there are errors, it will tell us right here, okay? So this will come in handy later on. Now let's go ahead and create our very first blueprint. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to go to our event graph. So in our event graph, again, the controls are the middle mouse button to scroll in and out. So use our mouse scroll wheel, and then the right mouse button to move around. So we're going to go ahead and add our first blueprint node inside of this graph. And really all that blueprint is are a series of nodes and wires.
I see
so this
that.
input jump, so when I press space on the keyboard, is hooked up to this jump function. And all this is two different nodes connected by a wire, okay? And really that's all that blueprint is a series of nodes connected by a series of different wires. So let's go ahead and create our very first blueprint node. So we're going to go ahead and add our very own node. So we want to right click, and whenever you right click on the event graph, you're going to see that we have this little drop down menu, okay? And you're going to see it says here all actions for this blueprint. And you can see there's a ton of different categories, okay? You have things like actor, add event, animation, audio, all sorts of different stuff, okay? So there's a lot of different things you can do in blueprints. Now what we want to do is we want to search for the event begin play. Okay, so you want to type in here event begin play, and you can see we have this add event begin play. So let's go ahead and click on it. Now what this is going to do is it's going to take us all the way up here at the very top of our blueprint graph.
It didn't do that for me.
Show us this event begin play.
It just gave me a whole. It just gave me the thing. Look. It made one for me, but that's because mine isn't set up the way his is set up. His add input mapping has like a red and a green. My input mapping is just like a big red, and then it connects to cast a player controller, and then it moves on. So I don't know how much different. It seems like they simplified.
Is a node that gets called whenever play begins for this actor. So for example, when I hit this play button, when our actor is spawned in the level, that's when this event begin play is fired off, okay? So this node gets called whenever we hit this play button. So we're gonna go ahead and actually take this node, and you can select it by using the left mouse button. So if you select anything, it will be highlighted in this yellow color. So currently we have this event begin play selected, and we can disconnect certain wires by right clicking and doing break this link. Okay,
I don't need to do that.
This event begin play, and we're going to take this and move this up here.
Okay.
So this event gets called when we play the game. Now what we want to do is we want to print to our screen hello world. Just a very simple blueprint logic. So off of this event begin play, we can drag off of this pin. And when you drag off this pin, you're going to notice that it creates this wire. Okay. Now if I let go of it, you can see that it pops open our little menu. Okay, the same menu that I can.
So we're looking for like
access
a
if I
print,
right-click.
right? Is it print stream
Okay, so I'm gonna drag off
in
this
Blueprint?
and
Let me see what he
drop it.
says.
And then in here we can actually search for different types of nodes. Now the node that we want to search for to print something to our screen is called a print string.
Print string, not print
So it's
stream.
under
Okay.
the development category, and it's called print string.
Got
Let's
it.
go ahead and select that. And now you can see that it added this print string node. You can see that basically it prints this string, and the current string says hello. Now the execution flow goes from left to right. So basically this white line represents the execution. So from the left, the event begin play. This is the first node that gets fired off. And then this white line with this pin is the execution. So it flows to the right where it fires off the next node called the print string. Okay. So if I actually click into there, I can actually type in this little text box. So I could type a little message in here. I could do a space, hello world. Okay. And then click enter. I will go ahead and save that.
Okay.
So now we have this event begin play node that gets fired off when I click this play button. And you can see it's connected by this wire to our print string, which basically should print hello world to our screen. Now, to actually go ahead and test this out, we need to first compile our blueprint.
Okay.
'Cause
Compile.
we just added these two different nodes and we plugged them together. So
Dave.
what you're going to notice up here is on the compile button, it shows this yellow question mark icon. So we need to go ahead and compile and save our blueprint. That way we can go ahead and play test this out. So let's go ahead and click this compile button.
Already had it, baby.
What that does is it again runs through our code. So we made these two different changes by hooking these two nodes together. Then we want to hit the save button. Now we can go ahead and play test this out. So if I hit play, you're going to see in the top left we have this hello world message printed to our screen. Okay, so let me do this again because it disappears very quickly. So if I hit play, you can see hello world is
Oh
printed
yeah, I
to
see
our
it.
screen. Okay, so that is a very simple blueprint setup. We just have this node event begin play, which is fired off when the game is played. And then we have this print string, which prints to our screen this text, hello world. Now we can even go ahead and change this text. So if I were to do hello world and delete this, instead do this is a test of our string, of our print string. We can go ahead and set it like that. Then also, if we hit this little drop down, this will give us a couple of different options on our print string. We can change things like the text color and the duration. What we want to change is the duration. We just want to make this last a little bit longer. So I'm going to click in.
This is a test. Okay, how about... Okay. How about now? Is it better now? Okay. I apologize. I don't know. I don't know what caused that. I don't know what caused that. All right. Hey, thanks for letting me know, though, man. All right. So where were we? Oh yeah. I was talking about because mine's different, and it might just be because they updated it and they simplified it. But it's just one big red, and then it goes into it, and it looks like I'm missing another connector here. But we'll see. I don't think it's going to change anything in this tutorial, though. It just feels like he just has a more, like, less refined version of what
That's because we
I have.
unhooked this event begin play from our add input mapping,
Mhm.
which is actually what allows us to control our character. So we don't really need to worry about that right now because we're just testing things out. But just a little side note, okay?
Yeah.
So now let's go ahead and talk about variables.
I'm from the future,
Let's
though.
go ahead and explain what are variables.
That's not a problem.
How we're going to be using variables in our blueprint. So first of all, variables are ways that we can store data.
You seriously can't hear me now? Don't be fucking with me. Okay.
Inside of Blueprint. There are many different types of variables inside of Unreal Engine, and we will go over all of the main variables that you will likely be using. And so to create our very first variable, let's go ahead and click this little plus icon.
Okay.
So under the variables tab right here, we can click this little plus icon. And what that does is it adds a new variable in our
Boolean.
variables tab. Okay, so what you can see here is it added this new var. That's the name of the variable. And then it added the variable type, which is
a
called
Boolean.
Okay, and it's color coded by this red color. Okay, so all of the variables are going to be color coded. And as time goes on,
And if I remember right, Booleans are true or false.
with all the different colors and variable types. Now for this Boolean, we're going to go ahead and just select this text right here and rename this to is dead ? And press enter.
Dead ?
And this is our Boolean variable. So what a Boolean variable is once you have this variable selected in the details panel, you're going to notice we have some details about this variable. So you can see things like the name. So if you wanted to change the name, you can come in here and delete this, rename it. And then down below here, we can see the variable type, which is a Boolean. If you actually click this drop down, there are more different variable types that we'll get into in a second.
God damn.
But then here at the very bottom, you can see we have this default value. Please compile the blueprint. In order to set the value of this variable, it's asking us to compile the blueprint first.
Got it.
Let's go ahead and do that. So we want to go up here to the compile button, hit the compile, and now you can see we have this default value is dead.
Is dead, true or false? Yeah. Hey, I'm learning.
So basically what a Boolean is a true or false statement. So right now if I hover over this checkbox, you can see it's false. It's set to false. If I click on it, it will add a little checkbox, and now you can see it's set to true. Okay? So all a Boolean is a true or false statement. So is dead, is our character dead? ? False. Now if I hit this checkbox, our is dead Boolean is set to true. Okay, so that's all that a Boolean is, a true or false statement. Or this little checkbox where you can set it to true or false. Okay. Now to actually use this variable, what you can do is you can actually drag it onto your graph. Okay. So for example, if I were to take
literally
this
drag and drop. Get is dead or set is dead.
I can actually select it and drag it, and then you can see I can actually drop it onto our event graph or our blueprint graph. And we have these two different options. So first we have get is dead, then we have set is dead. So basically we can get the is dead variable. Let's go ahead and do that first. So if I click on that, you can now see that we have this is dead variable. It's color coded in red to represent our Boolean, and the default value is currently set to true. Okay. So let's go ahead and take our event begin play and our print string. And as you can see, if I left click and hold it down, you can see I can select multiple different nodes. Let's go ahead and select all 3 of these nodes and just move it up a little bit further and just recenter our blueprint graph right here. So let's go ahead and actually unhook our print string. So we can either right click this and you break this link, or you can use the hotkey by pressing Alt on your keyboard. So hold down the Alt key and left click. That will go ahead and break that link.
Alt left? Is that what he said? Alt left? Alt.
Over. So we're going to use this is
left.
dead boolean,
Okay.
which is a true
Alt
or
left.
false
That sounds easier.
So off of this is dead, you can see that it also creates a wire. So I can drag off this pin and drop it, and you can see we have that menu again. Okay. So what we want to add is called a branch. So type in branch and select it right here. So this is the branch right here.
Okay.
And this is going to add this branch, which has a couple of different pins, and it's hooked up to this is dead boolean. Okay, and it's hooked up to this condition. So basically what the branch does is it checks this boolean. You can see that it's hooked up, and that is the condition. So depending on this boolean, if it's set to true or false, if it's set to true, this true will get called. If it's set to false, this false will get called. So what we want to do is hook up this true to our print string, and then in this string here we can go ahead and select this and delete this and type in character is dead. Okay, so if this is dead is set to true, we're going to call this print string that will print to our screen that the character is dead.
Okay.
Okay, then we're going to go ahead and move this up and copy this node. So copy our print string, so you can select it, Control C, Control V.
Oh, it's just classic copying, huh?
Node, or you can right click and add another print string. Either way will work. And then we want to hook this up for the false. Now we want to go ahead and change this text in here.
Character is alive?
To character is not dead.
Not dead.
Okay.
Okay.
So if this boolean is set to false, like this, if this is unchecked, then it will check this boolean. If it's set to false, it will call this print string character is not dead. Okay. So depending on this value, whether it's set to true or false, either one will get called, the character is dead, or the character is not dead.
Okay.
Now all we have to do to see this in action is hook this up to our event begin play. So hook up the pin like so, and then hit our compile and save. So now if I hit play, what this is going to do is it's going to check this variable, this boolean variable, and it's going to check and see the default value, whether it's set to true or false.
So right now it's on
based
false.
Based on if it's set to true, it will print the character is dead.
Let's pause it. Let's see. So right now it's set to false. I'll hit play. Character is not dead. Oh, yeah. It's working. So if we set it to true, and I hit play, character is dead. Oh, man, I'm pretty good at this, huh? Hey. Okay. All right. Let's see what he does.
If it is set to false, it will print the character is not dead. Okay. So currently it's set to false. So if I hover over it, you can say false. It's not checked. So if I hit play, it should print character is not dead. Okay. Now if I close out of this and select this variable or is dead variable, and in the default value I hit that little checkbox, set that to true. Now what we should see is the character is dead. So I hit this little compile. You always want to compile and hit save. And then if I hit the play button, you're going to see that it's printing off the character is dead. Okay. So really all a boolean is a true or false statement. And then hooked up to a branch node, all the branch node does is it checks against that boolean variable to see if it's true or false. And whether or not it's true or false, it will execute the node that's hooked up to the true or the node that's hooked up to the false, depending on what we set this variable to. Okay, so that is the Boolean variable. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the other different variable types. So let's go ahead and add our second variable. So under the variables tab, let's click this little plus icon, and you can see that it added again new variable, and it's of this Boolean type.
Okay? We're going to do something different on it soon.
We want to go ahead and click on this drop down, and we can either change the variable type by hitting this little drop down menu right here, or we can select the variable, and over here on the details panel we can also hit this little drop down and change the variable type. Okay. So we're going to go down the list, and we're actually going to skip over the byte. We're only going to cover over the common variable types. So first we covered
integer,
Boolean.
then.
The next thing we're going to cover is integer. So let's go ahead and select the integer variable type. And let's go ahead and rename this variable name. So we can go ahead and select the variable name and rename this to my integer. Okay. So compile, save. So really all an integer is a numerical value. So in the default value, it's showing my integer, and you can see we have this as 0, okay? So if I click in here, I can actually set this to any number. So I can set this to 1, 25, 9,999. I could set it even further, 10,000. Basically, I can set this to any whole number. So that means I can set it to any number as long as it's a whole number. So I could do 45, 90, 54. What an integer is not, is it's not a decimal. So I can't do 54.55.
Right, that's a
It
float.
won't let us type in 0.01. It won't let us type in any decimal number. So really all an integer is a whole number. Okay? So you could use integers for keeping track of things like levels. So my character could be level 1, level 44. You could use this to store any numerical value. Okay? So just like our Boolean, any variable can be fetched here on the graph. So I could take my integer, drag it here on the graph. And you see we have those two options. We have the get
And set.
So let's go ahead and get my integer. And now you can see we can get that value of my integer. And what we're going to do is, let's go ahead and actually delete all of this up here.
Okay.
So to delete stuff on your event graph, you left click and select. I'm just going to select this Boolean and click delete. Or you can click on it and click delete. But I'm going to delete everything other than one of these print strings and the my integer variable. So we can actually print.
Oh, fuck. He kept one of the print
value
strings?
of
Ah, fuck. Control Z, Control Z. Okay. Okay. Hey, I'm learning. Okay, I learned how to do the hotkey, how to undo my mistakes.
Integer if we hook it up to this print string. So one thing you may notice by now is that we have different color codes for different variables. And you see this is an integer and this is a string. So you can see they're represented by these two different colors.
Yes.
Now how do we actually convert an integer, a number, into a string, which is this text? So if you actually drag off this pin, you can see it creates sort of this green wire. If I drop it on this, you can see it says convert integer to string.
So hold on, let me see if I can solve it. Let me see if I can solve it before he tells me. Don't tell me it's something simple like convert. Editor, game, Google. Yes. It's not seriously something stupid like convert. To Boolean, to byte, to float. So if it's for a string, vector to string. Okay. So this, before we move on, this is how I solved it. Okay, so here's my integer. I found like a converter to string, and I put in a string. Okay, let's see what he does, and see how far off I was with the actual solution. Shall we? What are you doing, Yami? Stop it! I keep telling you to stop watching people that upset you, but then you just ignore me and watch people that upset you. Okay. All right. Let's see what he does.
Drop it on there. You can see it automatically takes this green integer value and converts it.
Yo, how did he do it so quick? Wait, how did he do it so quick?
It says convert integer to string. So if I drop it on there, you can see it automatically takes this green integer value and converts.
No. Oh my god, it does it automatically. No, I manually did it. I feel so dumb.
Converts it to this pink string value. So now we should be able to print this, the value of our integer, to our screen. So let's go ahead and hook this up to our event begin play node. Okay. So now what it should do is it should print the value of my integer, which is set to 44. So if I hit compile,
What is mine
save,
set to? 0?
hit play, you can see it prints 44.
Okay, let me see what happens if I do mine. So let's compile, save, play. Oh yeah, 44. Look at that. Coding's so hard, huh? Oh my goodness. All these devs. Jokes, all of them. I'll have APP made by tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. So that's basically an integer. It's just a whole number value. So let's go ahead and delete that. Compile, save that. Let's create another variable, and let's just keep going down the list. So let's add a new variable, and this one will be called my float. Now we're going to change this from an integer to a float. So we have the isDead boolean, my integer variable, and the my float variable. So with this selected, we can go over to the details, and you're going to see that it says please compile the blueprint to set the default value. So let's go ahead and compile real quick. And now we can see the my float variable.
And this is the one with decimals.
So in here you can see 0.0. So basically what a float is a decimal value number. So what that means is I can type in 1.5, 1.99, 0.01, 99.99, and basically it can be any decimal value. It can even be a whole number like 1. And what the float is useful for is for things like health or percentages, okay, where you might need that decimal point, okay, because unlike the integer can only do whole numbers, it can't be decimal points, whereas the float variable can allow us to do things like type in 1.5, okay. Compile, save that. Same thing with all the other variables. We can actually drag it and get it on our graph. Click the get my float, and we can even print it to our screen by just dragging and dropping it on the on string. You can see that it automatically converts it to a string. We hit the compile and save button and hit play, and it will print off the value of our float, which is.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Okay, well, we're following along. I haven't fucked this up yet.
1.5, okay? So that is the float variable used for any, decimal points,
Deleted
decimal numbers. Let's go ahead and continue down the list, add a new variable, and this one will be called my string. Okay?
My string.
We're going to change this from a float to a string variable. So let's go ahead and compile this. And now in the default value, you can see we have this text entry box. So the string is essentially the same thing that we have here, where we can type in any sort of text. Hello world. We can use exclamation mark.
Sorry, I hit the mic.
Random numbers. You can pretty much type in anything you want into the string. Okay? So it's a series of letters, numbers, characters, whatnot. So if I hit compile save, we can again get this onto our graph by dragging and dropping it and clicking get. And you can see it's the same color as a string because it's the same variable type. So I can just drag it onto there and it doesn't need to convert anything. Okay? So now if I hit compile and save, it's going to print off the default value of my string, which is hello world exclamation.
Let me see what mine does. Hello world. Mine's just hello world. I didn't put in the infinite numbers you decided to put in.
Mark, a bunch of random numbers, and a bunch of random letters. So if I hit play, you can see that it printed out our string. Okay. Now one thing to note is you can actually hit play from here, or you can actually go back into the third person map and click play right here. So either way, you can test out your blueprint by hitting play through here or play on the third person map. Okay, so that is basically the string variable. It's just a string of random letters, numbers, or characters. Okay, let's go ahead and delete that and add our next variable, which is going to be called my vector. Okay, and hit this little drop down. You can see we covered the boolean, integer, the float. We skipped over the name and we covered the string. Some of these other variables I will cover later on in future videos. But right after the string, we have text, which is basically similar to the string, but this is mainly used for things like
The UI, right?
But below that, we're going
Okay.
to add this vector, okay? So select the vector, which is this yellow color, and now you can see my vector is set to the vector variable type, okay? So what is a vector? So if I hit compile, you can see under the default value, we have this my vector.
So it's
So
location,
basically,
right?
it
It's the
is
location of whatever
three of
the
these
object
float
is.
values. Okay, 0.0, this is a float. So if you go back to your
XYZ,
float,
baby,
we
XYZ.
set this to 0. You can see it's set to 0.0. So this is a float. And if you select the vector, you can see that the vector consists of 3 different floats. Okay, so a vector is simply 3 different floats. Now, vectors are used in all sorts of games for 3D spaces. So for example, if I go to my viewport, and if I select my character, under the transform, you're going to notice that we have this location. So in the location, we have these
scale.
3 different values.
Oh, these are all vectors.
Is essentially a vector. Okay, we have the location on the X, Y, and Z, and these 3 different values that basically determine the location of the character. This is essentially what a vector is. Okay, so we go back to our event graph and select our vector. In here, we could set this to, again, a bunch of random numbers. We do like 0.01, 99.5, and 44.3. So you could set it to a bunch of random numbers. And again, it's just 3 different floats, okay? So what you'd use a vector for is you could use it for storing things like the player's location. So for example, if I wanted to store the location of our character in the world, I could get things like the location and store it in this myVector variable. And let's actually go ahead and do that. So to do this, we're actually going to unhook this event begin play. So unhook this. And we're going to rehook this back up to our add input mapping. Let's go ahead and take this and move this down.
I don't have that.
Add input mapping and hook this back up. That way, if we compile, save, and hit play, we should be able to run our character.
Let me delete because I don't need it.
So that's all good. Now let's go ahead and play around with our vector.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, we're going to set up a very simple node, so that when I press a key on my keyboard, it will get our player's location and will set this myVector to our player's location.
Okay.
So we want to right click on our graph and we're going to get a input key. That way when I press, say, the R key on my keyboard, it will go ahead and do this. So if I type in R key, I want to scroll down till you see keyboard events. You can see all the different keys, and we should have a key for the R key on our keyboard, so you can see we have R. So we'll go ahead and select that. Now you can see when we press it, we have this pin. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to first get our location and then set it to this variable.
Okay.
So first things first, let's go ahead and actually get our location. So we want to right click and we're going to search for the node called getActor.
Hey, what's going on? Gavinator, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm learning how to do blueprints in Unreal Engine. So you can't see it, but I have it up on the second monitor here, so I am following along. Because my New Year's resolution is, I guess, to learn how to actually like develop a game in Unreal Engine, and then hopefully by the end of 2025, I'll have a game. Probably not a great game, but I'll have a game, you know? That's the goal. That's the goal. Is I'm just making sure my mic's not broken because it's been bugging out a little bit today. But that's the project. That's the goal. So the stream isn't necessarily well, these streams for this year probably isn't necessarily going to be like entertainment streams. I guess it's more of a documentation of, you know, if I you know, how long do I last before I abandon the project, huh? By the end of 2025, I'll come back to January when for 2 weeks I was working on this. You know? And that way I could be disappointed in myself to know I only did it for 2 weeks or 3 days or 5 days or who knows. Or if maybe I do stick with it and I have a game at the end of the year, I'll be able to watch it, you know? Is it hard so far? Well, there's a lot of different variables. This is still like a beginner's video, right? Unreal Engine 5 blueprint for beginners. So he's like breaking down all the basics and stuff like that. I wouldn't necessarily say it's, well, what he's teaching I don't think is hard. I think implementing what he's teaching into a game will be hard. You know? But I mean, he's breaking things down pretty good. But I'm still learning, you know. I'm still at ground zero. This is literally the beginning. This is day 3. You know, day 1 was kind of, I guess, coming up with a plan and downloading phone apps. Day 2 was me learning CS. Well, I watched like the first lesson of CS50 and kind of learned some base programming. And now on day 3, right? I'm watching a video on how to like get the basics of Unreal. So I guess simultaneously, as I'm working on Unreal Engine, I'm also gonna learn like basic computer science and stuff like that through the Harvard's CS50 course, because it's free, so anyone can access it. So that's what I'm doing. We'll see how it works out though, huh? We'll see, man. But yeah, I'm gonna get back to the video and keep following him. Let me go back a little bit.
What we want to do is we want to first get our location and then set it to this variable.
Okay.
So first things first, let's go ahead and actually get our location. So you want to right click and we're going to search for the node called get actor location. So it's called get actor location. So go ahead and select this one down here at the bottom. And you can see we have this node where it gets the location and it returns this yellow return value.
I hope it goes well. Yeah, I hope it does too, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're getting the location of our player. So now we just need to set it, or set this variable to the
vector.
So to set a variable, you want to drag this onto the graph.
Okay.
And we have those 2 different options. We can get it or set it.
Set, but we're choosing set this time, right?
Instead of getting the variable, we want to go ahead and do set. So we can do set. And now what you're going to see is we can actually set the variable value. So I can take this return value and plug it into my vector. And now we are setting the value rather than getting it.
Okay.
So now if I hook this up to our pressed,
so when I press the R key,
vector, the value's here to our character's location. Now to actually see this happen in real time, what we're going to do is take our print string, plug in the execution pin like so. Okay. And then we're going to hook up this my vector value into this end string. Okay. So now it should convert our vector to a string, and it should print our my vector value, which is our player location, to our screen. So we just have to hit compile, save.
Compile, save.
Now if I press that.
Oh, let me pause it. Let me see if I get it right. Pop. R. Hey! Let's press R again. Ooh, it actually updated. It changed. Press R again. Look at that. Okay. Well, we did it. Cool. Okay.
Key, which we have it set to the R key. If I press R on my keyboard, you can see that it prints out the location of our character. So if I move around and keep clicking it, you can see that it prints the location of our character. So if I run over here, you can see that it prints the X, Y, and Z, which is the my vector value. Okay. So it's that variable. We're getting our player's location. We're setting the my vector variable, and then we're printing it to our screen.
Right.
Okay? So again, vectors can be very useful for storing things like the player's location and all that stuff. So that is the vector variable type. Now let's go ahead and add another variable type here. This one will be called my rotator. And we're going to change this from a vector to a rotator. Now the rotator, let's go ahead and first compile this, is you're going to see that it's very similar to this vector. But you can see that it says different color.
So it's a rotator.
A good example of this rotator is if you go to your viewport and select the character, you can see we have the location, which is a vector,
And the rotation.
Then we have this
a
rotation.
rotator, baby.
So basically, this is a rotator. Okay. So again, these are decimal points, but basically they are rotation values. Okay. So I can rotate this -90 on the x-axis. You can see it rotates our character. If I set this back to 0, it rotates it back. Basically, a rotator is 3 different floats for the rotation. Okay, so very similar to a vector where we have these 3 different float values, but rather than a location, it's storing a rotation. Okay, so that is the rotator. Let's go ahead and move on to the last variable. So add a new variable, and this is called my transform. So now we're going to change this from a rotator to a transformation or a transform variable. So hit that, and it's this little orange color. So now if I hit compile and save, you can see we have this default value, my transform. So if I hit this little drop down, you can see that we have these 3 different values.
Oh, the location, rotation, scale.
Rotation, and scale. So really all this consists of are vectors and rotators. Okay,
and then a scale.
Location, which is a vector, rotation, which is a rotator, and then again another vector for our scale. So this variable type is very similar to what we have in our viewport.
That's exactly what it is in the viewport, isn't it?
You can see that this is a transform. So it's a collection of a location, rotation, and scale. So that's essentially what a transform variable is. Just a location, rotation, and scale. Okay, so this is useful for storing all 3 of these values rather than to have, 3 different vectors or 2 vectors and a rotator. Okay, again, this can be useful for storing things like the player's location, rotation, or scale. So those are all the basic variable types. We went over Booleans, which are true or false statements.
Integers are whole numbers.
True or false, whether you hit
floats
that
are
checkbox
decimals.
or not. We have integers, which are whole numbers. We have floats, which are decimal numbers.
String is
strings,
text.
which are just a bunch of random characters, numbers, or letters. Vectors, which are 3 different floats. You can use this for player locations. Rotator, which are rotation values, and then a transform, which is a combination of vectors and rotators, things like the location, rotation, and scale.
Got it.
Okay. Now we've primarily gone over how to get variables on the graph. So again, we can drag all these variables, and you can see we have those 2 options. We can get it, our isDead, our my integer, my float, my string, my vector, my rotator.
Okay, he's moving fast.
Okay, so we have all those different variables that we just covered over. Now let's go ahead and actually talk a little bit more about setting the variable. So we can actually set any of these variables just like we are getting them here. So if I drag this isDead, I can, instead of doing the get, I can do set. So I can set the value of our isDead. And now you can see we have this little checkbox. So I can set it through here. Okay, so I can set it to true, or I can set it to false. Now this is very useful because you can build out logic by this, by setting these variables rather than just setting it here in this default value, okay? Because as you saw with this key, when I press this key, we're getting our player's location and we're setting this vector value to our player's location, okay? So that is the set for Boolean. We can also set our integer.
We're going to do sets of everything now.
We can set the value. We can set the value of our float by clicking the set float. We can set our string by doing the set string.
Oh my god, he's so fast.
Type in there a random string. And we can also do things like set our vector, set our rotator, and then finally set our transform. Okay.
God, fuck.
So I can go ahead and select all of these, move them up here. So now we can see all of the different variable types that we went over. So basically the get, the variables, and then setting those variables, okay?
Yes.
So let's go ahead and move on to the next part of this video, where we're going to use the information that we've learned, all the different variable types, and we're going to create a very simple door blueprint that we can open or close when our character runs up to this door, okay? So let's go ahead and go to our third person map and go to our content browser over here. Now back out of this folder, I'm gonna go back to our content folder. So let's go ahead and create a new folder. So right click anywhere in your content browser and select this new folder. And we're going to name this to blueprints. And then inside of this blueprints folder, let's do
hold on. What do you call it? Blueprints?
open it up. And then inside of this blueprints folder, let's double click and open it up. And we're going to right click, create another folder, and we'll name this to 01 underscore door blueprint, just so we keep everything organized. And then let's go ahead and go into that folder. So double click, open that up, and we're going to create our door blueprint inside of here. So to create a brand new blueprint, you want to right click, and under the create basic asset, we have this
Blueprint class.
Okay.
Okay.
So we can select that, and it's going to give us this pick a parent class. Now let's actually talk about the different blueprint classes here. I'm going to cover the most common types of blueprint classes. So the most common type are the ones that we see here, and the first one is called an actor. So an actor is an object that can be placed or spawned in the world. So really you can use this for things like doors that you can open up, interactable objects, any sort of blueprint tool. Really this blueprint actor is a generic sort of class, okay? Now you have a more specific class, a pawn. So this is a blueprint class that can be possessed or receive input from a controller or a player. So you could use this for creating things like vehicles, cars, even things like NPCs actually. And then you also below it have a character. So this is a character blueprint. So a character is a type of pawn that includes the ability to walk around. So this is what our third person character was made of, this character blueprint. Okay, below that you have a player controller. A player controller is an actor responsible for controlling a pawn used by the player. Okay, and then below that we have a couple of other different blueprint classes. I'm not going to cover over what some of these other things do in this particular video. I'll probably cover over them in the advanced blueprint video, but these are basically all of the common blueprint classes. Now there are additional classes, so if you hit this drop down you can see all classes, and if you scroll through here you can see there are a lot more different types of blueprint classes.
My god.
Okay? So what we want to choose is we want to choose this actor for our door, because this actor can be placed or spawned in the world, and this is exactly what we want. So we're going to go ahead and select this actor. That's going to add our blueprint class or blueprint actor right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a name. We're going to name this to BP underscore door. So whenever you're naming blueprints, you want to have BP and then underscore and then the name of the blueprint. Okay, just so we know that this is a blueprint. You can do a file, save all. And then let's go ahead and double click and open this up. Let's go ahead and take this window and dock it up here at the top. And the first thing that we can see is our viewport in here. So let's go ahead and add our door mesh.
Okay.
So the door frame and then the actual door that will open and close. So the way that we add stuff in our viewport here is through the components tab. So in here you can see we have this add plus icon. So when I click on that, it will have a drop down of different types of assets that we can add inside of our blueprint. Now we want to add a mesh or a static mesh. So let's go ahead and select this static mesh component. Okay, so if I select that, it will add a static mesh component, and we can rename this to our door frame. Okay, now with this selected, in the details we can set the static mesh right here. So if we hit this little drop down, we should be able to find a door frame mesh, or we can even open up our content drawer right here at the bottom. So if you hit this will pop it open, and we should have starter content inside of here. Okay, if you forgot to enable starter content, you can always come back and add this later on. And the way that you do that is you just come over here to this add plus icon, click on it, and click add feature or content pack, and head over to the content and add to project this starter content. Okay, so in our starter content folder, let's double click, open that up. We want to look for props.
Okay, props.
Open up the props folder. We have this door frame, static mesh door frame.
That sounds okay.
So we can drag and drop this into our static mesh component, and it will set our door frame to that door frame static mesh.
What the fuck? That's cool.
So now if we scroll out here, we can see the actual door frame. Now we just want to add a door inside of our door frame. So again, we just go ahead and select our door frame here.
Okay.
Click add. And add another static mesh.
Static mesh.
So right now, if we hover over the static mesh, you can see
it says SM door frame.
It says SM door frame. So if I click on this, what it'll actually do is it'll add another static mesh named door frame. Let's go ahead and rename this. So right click, rename, and we'll rename this to door. Okay. Now let's go ahead and change this door. Right now it's a door frame. Let's actually change it to our door. So hit the drop down and you can see we have our static mesh door. So let's select that. Now you can see we have this door and the door
funky,
frame.
but yeah, I
So
got
let's
it.
select our door, and right now it's off-centered.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and move it over. So if you press W on the keyboard, that will give us a little move gizmo, and we can move this back into the door frame. Now you can see it doesn't let us snap it exactly where we want it.
Yeah.
So we can actually turn off the grid snapping. So let's uncheck grid snapping there. And now we should be able to position it and line it up perfectly. Okay.
1 second.
So that should work.
1 second, bio. 1 second.
Let's go ahead and compile, save that. Now what we want to do is we want to add a collision box.
Compile,
so
save.
that when the player overlaps with it, we can go ahead and open up the door. Okay. So in our components, before we add it, an important thing to note is whatever you have selected in here, that is where the component will be added to. So for example, if I select my door right here, my door static mesh component, if I click add,
it'll go in the doors.
Add that collision box. So if you scroll down, we should have collision, box collision. Okay.
Add.
So select that. You can see that it added this box onto our door. So if I select my door, and if I press E to rotate it, you can
hold
see
on,
that
brother. Hold on, mate. Hold on. Add box collision. Okay. We're gonna go back for a couple of seconds here.
Onto our door. So if I select that, you can see that it added this box onto our door. So if I select my door, and if I press E to rotate it, you can see that the box is attached to our door, and whenever I rotate the door, the box rotates with it. Okay, I actually don't want it to rotate with it, so I'm going to take this box and drag it and drop it on the default scene root, and you can see we have two different options. We can do attach, which is what we're going to do, and what that will do is it will take it from being below the door to being out here in the default scene root.
What did he do?
With it. So I'm going to take this box and drag it and drop it on the default scene root. And you can see we have two different options. We can do attach, which is what we're going to do. And what that will do is it will take it from being below the door to being out here in the default scene root.
Got it.
So now if I were to take the door and rotate it, press E, rotate it, you can see.
Okay. E. Okay. The box doesn't rotate with it. I see it. Okay, got it.
That it doesn't move with the door. So it's important where you add components, because depending on the hierarchy of where you add it, it will either affect things like the rotation or scaling. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So now we have our door frame, our door, and our collision box. Let's actually reshape this or scale this up. So if we press R, let's go ahead and scale this like so. Scale this up.
Box R. Oh god, fuck. Sorry. So he brought it out a little bit. Gonna cover the entirety of the door, I think. Okay. Cover the whole door. Let me see where he goes with it.
Up in the Z, and then press W to move this up.
Okay. Fuck, I made it way too. W. There are. Okay.
I'm actually going to scale this a little bit down and basically have it sort of like this. Actually scale this a little bit more wider so that our player can run up to the door right here. And once they overlap with this box.
Okay, I see. Okay. So we'll make it a little further out front. How far does he have it? Far. Sorry, I'm being a little persnickety about this. Okay. So interestingly enough, mine is the size of the door. His is a little shorter than the door. Don't know. I should adjust mine to match his. I don't think it matters that much. We'll say it doesn't matter that much.
We'll be able to press a key on our keyboard to open or close the door.
Let me compile and save.
Let's head over to our event graph to actually add the blueprint logic for opening or closing.
Event graph of the box.
Here we have some pre-existing nodes, the event begin play, and some other different nodes. And we can actually go ahead and just delete these. So just
delete all that
and delete them, compile, save. And what we want to add is whenever our character overlaps with this collision box, we want to go ahead and enable input so that the player can press a key on their keyboard to open or close the door.
Okay.
So with this collision box selected, in the details panel, if we scroll all the way down, you're going to notice we have this events. Okay, so this events category shows us different events that we can track. So in our case, we want to use this event on component to begin overlap.
Okay.
So when our character begins overlapping, so we want to go ahead and click this plus icon. Okay, and what that will do is it will add an event on component begin overlap for our box. So basically, when something overlaps our collision box right here, this event will get fired off. Now what we want to do is we want to check and see if whatever overlaps this box, is it our character, okay? And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to use this other actor, okay? Because our character is an actor, it's not a component. Components are like these different components over here. Our character blueprint is an actor, so we're going to use this other actor to check and see if it's our character. So off of here, we're going to use the node called cast to third person character. So we have this cast to third person character. Go ahead and select that. Now it'll go ahead and plug that in for us already. And basically what this node does is it checks and sees if this actor that overlaps this box, is it our third person character, okay? Or our character blueprint. If it is, this will be fired off. If it is not, it will call this cast failed, okay? So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and enable input for our character. So the way that we'll do that is we're going to right click and call the node get player controller. And down here we should have get player controller. So let's go ahead and select that. And then off of this return value, we're going to drag off of here and drop it on the graph and type in enable input. So we have this input enable input node. So I'll select that. And we actually want to unhook this target. So click Alt and unhook that. And take the return value and plug this into the player controller. Okay. So we want this get player controller plugged in to the player controller.
Okay.
So then if our character overlaps with this box, if it is actually our third person character, we're going to take this pin and plug it into our enable input node. So now we just want to add our end overlap. So basically if our character leaves this box, we want to disable input. So in our event graph, you want to select the box, and in the events, we also have an event end overlap. So let's click the little plus icon right there.
On component end overlap.
And we'll go ahead and add a event and overlap similar to this event up here. So again, the same thing, we want to take off of our other actor and check and see if it's our character that is leaving the box. So we're going to do a cast to third person character and go ahead and select that. And then we're going to use the same thing that we have up here, but instead we're actually going to disable input. So off of this return value, we can do a disable input. So input, disable input. In this case, we're going to have this return value plugged into the target rather than the player controller. So if we end overlap with our box, if it is our character that is leaving that box, we want to go ahead and plug this into our disable input. Okay, so when we overlap with the box, enable input. When we end overlap with the box or leave the box, disable input. Now we have to add our input key that will open or close a door. So down below this, we're going to right click and type in the E key. So if you scroll down, we should have our keyboard events and we should have our E key. So let's go ahead and select that. So when I press E on my keyboard, we're going to open or close the door. So to do that, we're going to use the flip flop node. So we have flow control flip flop. And basically what this does is when I press this, it will call A. When I press this again, it will call B. Okay, so we'll just flip flop back and forth the two execution pins.
So they'll open and close.
Now we just need to take this door mesh and rotate it basically 90 degrees like this to open it, or 90 degrees back to close it. So the way that we'll do that is in the event graph, we're going to take this door component, and you can actually drag any of these components onto the graph. So if I want to get a reference to this door component, I can just take it and drag it on the graph, and we can get it, okay? And now what I want to do is I want to set this rotation to basically 90 degrees so I can open it up. So if I drag off here, I can do a set rotation, and we have this set relative rotation node. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and select that. And now we can hook this up to the A. And then for the rotation, we can specify a rotation value. Now we want to rotate this 90 degrees. So if I press E, you can see on the Z axis, or this blue rotator gizmo, we want to rotate it 90 degrees like that. So we know we want to type in 90 for the Z right here. So type in 90 degrees. Now to reset this back, we want to get our door mesh into a set relative rotation. So transformation, set relative rotation, and hook this up for the B. And instead of rotating it 90 degrees, we're rotating it or resetting it back to the default value, which is 0. So if we press E, it will rotate it 90 degrees to open it up. If we press E again, it will set it back to 0 or back to the closed position, okay? So now we should be able to test this out. So let's hit compile and save. And let's go ahead and drag this blueprint into our scene. So if we go back to our third person map, let's take our door blueprint and drag it out into our level. And now we should be able to play test this. So let's hit play. And if I actually go ahead and run up to this door,
Oh, hold on. So I was seeing in the comments that you can kind of open it from any distance. So if I press E, you can open it anywhere. Okay, so I don't have to be here to open it. I can open it from any direction. I'm just omnipotent like that, man. I'm just we just built different in here, you know. Okay, so how do we fix that? So I don't think he catches onto that. Let me see if I can solve this problem.
press E, you can see that it now opens up. And if I press E again, it will close, okay? Now one thing that you might notice is this door mesh actually doesn't have any collision on.
Okay, so he's gonna move on, but obviously we didn't do it right. Obviously we didn't do it right. We have some problems. So from what I can tell, I can't open it here. If I get in close, can't open it there either. Okay, so that didn't fix the problem. That didn't fix the problem. So I think it's this top one. I don't think it's the bottom one. If you add the node in the target, you will be able to open door from anywhere on the level. To fix that, you can add it on the player controller to only allow the actor to open it from inside the controller. Oh, right here. Right here. Okay. Compile, save. So let me see. E. Doesn't work. Got it. Let's get within the distance of it. It works. Hey. Okay, so I see the problem. Thank goodness people, I found one that made a lot more sense to me. Okay. So, let me show you guys. Let me show you guys so that I can prove I learned this, right? The problem was he set it, he set the player controller to the target itself, right? Which basically allows us to do it from anywhere. You set it to player controller, and now it treats it within the mesh rules that we kind of set up and designed. Okay. I understand. I get it now. Okay. I heard that there was a bug with this. But I didn't necessarily understand what people were talking about until after I put it into practice. Baby, let's go. Okay, so we are learning. We are learning. Okay, so he's talking about how it doesn't have any collision. So let's go back and learn the collision. Let me check on my thing to make sure my mic's not bugging out. Okay, everything still looks good. Let's go.
On it. See, I can walk straight through the door. Now that actually has to do with the collision on the mesh. And currently there really isn't any collision on this door. So let's go ahead and fix that real quick. So whenever you're playing around with collisions, you always want to go to that mesh that's having issues. So in our case, I'm going to dock this in layout, and I'm going to go to our starter content. Props, because that's where our door mesh is stored. And I'm going to open up that static mesh door prop. So double click, open that up. This will bring up the static mesh editor. To actually show the collision, you can go over here to show and do simple collision. And as you can see, there's no collision on this mesh. So to add a very simple collision, we can go up to this collision button. And you can see down here, the third option, we're going to choose this add
Simplified
box
collision.
simplified collision. So now what that will do is we'll add this
little
simple
white line,
box
green line
around our door. That will act as a very simple collision box. So let's hit save. And now if we head back to our third person map, we can go ahead and hit play. And if I run up to the door,
Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Oh yeah, I can't walk through it anymore. But I can open and close it. Run through. Close. Close. Open. Close. Oh. I like how it warps through me. What? Oh, and my R key still functions. Hey, we got a game here. Hey, we got a game. We got the door opener simulator, huh? Door opener simulator. Hey, we're making progress. We're making progress.
Where you can see that we can't move through it. But now if I press E, we can open it up. If I press E again, that will close it, okay? So very simple collision setting. Now I actually want to go ahead and modify this door blueprint because I don't really like the way that it snaps open instantly. Let's go ahead and modify it so that it rotates nice and smooth and opens naturally like how a door would rotate on a hinge. So let's go back to our blueprint door. So over here, when we press E, instead of setting the relative rotation, let's actually go ahead and unhook this. So press Alt and unhook both of that. Let's go ahead and take this and move this over. So to add that smooth rotation, we're going to add what's called a timeline node. So right click on the graph and search for timeline. And we should have at the very bottom add timeline. Okay, so let's go ahead and select that. Now for this timeline, it's going to ask us to name it. So let's just go ahead and name this door rotate timeline, like so. And you can see we have a lot of different pins in here. So we have play from start, stop, reverse. So in here, let's actually double click and open this up. You can actually open up the node. So double click, we'll open up the actual timeline. And in here, we can add a track. So I'm going to hit this add a track. And we want to add a float track, okay? So let's click on that.
Oh
now
my
what
god.
this will add is an actual timeline. So basically you have sort of like a graph. And the way that this works is I'm going to right click on this graph and I'm going to add a key. Okay, so I'm going to add key to curve float. So click on that. And you can see this key that we currently have selected has two different values, a time and a value. So I'm going to set this to 0 for the time and then 0 for the value. And that will put our key at 0, 0.
Okay.
Now anywhere else in the graph, I'm going to right click and add another key. So add key to curve float. And with this selected, we can set the time and value. Okay. For this time, I want to set this to 2 or 2 seconds. And then for the value, I want to set this to 90 or 90 degrees. So now we can't see where that point went. So to focus it in, what you want to do is hit this zoom to fit horizontal, zoom to fit vertical. And now we can see those two different points. Okay.
Okay.
So we have a 0, 0 and we have a 290. Okay. So basically the X axis on here is the time. So this starts at 0 seconds all the way up to 2 seconds. And then the value up here on the Y is our degrees. So let's go ahead and we actually want to adjust the length of this timeline because after 2 seconds, it still continues on. So the length is right here. Let's actually change this from 5 down to 2. So now we can see that at time 0, our value is 0. But as time goes on, the value goes up from 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, all the way up to 90 at 2 seconds. So that will give us that smooth value. Now let's actually take and select both of these points. So if you do shift select and drag, we're going to right click and add a auto. So add auto, that will add this smooth curve to those 2 points. And what that will do is that when our time is 0, the value will slowly go all the way up to 90 and it'll give us this really...
Stop. I fucked up. 2. 5. 2. 2 point. A key on curve float could not be moved because there was already a key at that time. Two. 90. So now we need to go back.
Smooth. I'm going to select both of these points. So if you do shift select and drag, we're going to right click and add a auto.
Shift. What? So if you do shift, select, and drag. Shift. Select. Okay. So where
You
there?
shift select and drag. We're going to right click and add a auto. So add auto. That will add this smooth curve to those 2 points. And what that will do is that when our time is 0, the value will slowly go all the way up to 90 and it'll give us this really smooth result or transition. Okay. So now if I head back to the event graph, you can see on our timeline we have this new output, this new track 0 float value. So what we're going to use is we're going to use this to modify the rotation of our door, because when this timeline is playing, it will output that rotation value, which will rotate our door for us. So we're actually going to delete this relative rotation node down here. We just need one of them. We're going to plug the update into this set relative rotation. And then for our float, the way that we're going to update just the Z value is we're going to take off of this rotation and we're going to do a make rotator. So select this make rotator. And if you remember earlier in the video, a rotator is just 3 different floats, okay? So to make a rotator, we're going to have a X, Y, and Z float. And basically we're going to take our new track and just plug it into the Z, because that's the only axis that we want to rotate.
Ooh,
so
dip.
now we should be able to hook this up to our timeline. So for our flip-flop, we're actually going to plug this A into the play from start. And for our B, what we're going to do is reverse this from end, okay? And so now what we should see is when I press E, this timeline will be fired off, and it will output a value of 0, 0 at 0 time, and then here at 0.5 seconds, it'll be 12, and then here at 1 second, the value will be 40, and so it will give us this nice smooth rotation to rotate our door open. So now let's hit compile and save and play test this. Let's head over to our third person map.
Oh, let me see. Let me see if I didn't fuck it up. Of course, from a distance to make sure that still works, huh? Okay, that is slow as hell, boyo. Can I still stand in it?
Oh.
Oh no, I can't. It moves me. What happened?
Oh. Remember
Yeah.
the love?
Oh.
Big character.
If we hit play, let's run up to the door and press E. And now you can see that it rotates nice and smooth. And I press E again. You can see that it rotates back to being closed, okay? Because it's playing from the start. I press E, it's reversing from the end, okay? So now we have our very simple door blueprint that open and closes and has this nice smooth rotation, okay? So that is our very simple door blueprint. We covered over how to add different components and then how we can program those components to have functionality by using things like overlap events, okay? So let's go ahead and close out of these. Let's go back to our third person map and to our content drawer. I'm going to dock this in our layout. And I'm going to head back to our blueprints folder. Now the next thing that we're going to create is a hat pickup item. So basically when our character runs,
So I got the BP third person and I got third person map. Okay.
up to this pickup, if we press E, it's going to equip a hat to our player's head, okay? So for this, we're actually going to need to import some project files. So you want to go ahead and head over to the description of this video and download the free project files. I'll have a a link to it in the description below. And basically you should have this blueprint beginner.zip file. So you just want to right click and do extract all.
Okay.
And click extract. That will go ahead and extract the contents of the file. And in here we just have a couple of different files, this static mesh ball, hat, soccer goal, and all that stuff. So let's go back to our blueprint beginner project. And if I go back to the content folder, I'm going to right click and create a new folder in here. I'm just going to name this to project files. Double click, open that up. And then with our blueprint beginner folder open, we can just select all of the files inside of there and drag and drop it into our project files folder.
Oh God. Okay.
It's going to ask us some FBX import options. Now I'm going to leave this all as the defaults.
Okay.
I'm just going to click import all. Okay. So now it should import everything. We're going to get this message log, no smoothing group information was found. We can go ahead and just ignore this. So you can just click the X on that. We don't have to worry about that. But now you can see that we have all of these new assets imported into our project files folder. So first of all, let's go ahead and save this. So let's do a file, save all. And now that should be all saved. And now we can start working on our hat pickup, okay? Because we have this hat mesh. So I'm going to head over to our blueprints
Hold on,
folder.
it's taking me a minute to save. Okay.
And in here, I'm going to right click and create a new folder. And this will be called 02_hat.
Okay, so we went back. So it looks like we went back to new folder. Oh. Blueprints. We're making a new folder.
Pick up blueprint.
Hat pickup blueprint. New folder. 02_ hat. Pickup blueprint.
Okay, so double click, open that up, and we're going to right click and add a new blueprint class of the type actor. So I'm going to select the actor blueprint. Then I'm going to rename this to our BP_hat pickup. Okay, and then just double click and open that up. Let's take this window and dock it up here at the top. And so in here, this is going to be our hat pickup. So first of all, let's go ahead and add our hat mesh. So in the components, let's go ahead and click this drop down and add a static mesh component. And we can just rename this to our hat mesh. And with that selected,
I need to go back a couple seconds here.
Let's drop down and add a static mesh component. And we can just rename this to our hat mesh. And with that selected, in the details panel, we can change the static mesh, hit this drop down and search for our SM_hat mesh. Okay, so our static mesh. So now we have our hat mesh. And now we just want to do the same thing that we did in our door blueprint, where we added a collision box.
Okay.
But in our case, I'm going to add a collision sphere. Okay.
Okay.
So it can go under the add components, scroll all the way down. We should have collision, sphere collision. Okay, so I'm going to select that. So it gives us sort of this sphere collision around our hat. Now I'm going to go ahead and scale this up. So I press R and go ahead and scale that up. Okay, something like that. And then compile, save that. And then we could even also add a text so that we know which key to pick up. So if you select in the add components, we can search for text. And we have this text render. So select that. And you can see it adds sort of this text component. So I can actually take this.
So I'm fucking around. I'm fucking
so
around.
if you also add a text so that we know which key to pick up. So if you select in the add components, we can search for text. And we have this text render. So select that. And you can see it adds sort of this text component. So I can actually take this and rotate it. So I press E, I can rotate this 90 degrees. So in the details, we can actually rename the text. So in this little text box here, we can rename this to press, and then in brackets, E to pick up. And let's actually scale this down.
Hold on. Stop it.
Bit.
Stop. Press in brackets. Press E to pick up. Okay, I got it.
And we can actually center this. So under the alignment, we can set this to center. So we can align that in the center there. Just move this up like so. Okay, so that should be good. Compile, save that. So now we just need to add the logic for our character to actually pick this up. So let's head over to the event graph. So again, we have our event begin play and other events in here. So we can just select and delete these. Compile, save. We just want to add the event overlaps for our collision sphere. So select it. And in the details, let's scroll all the way down. So we see those events. So we have the event begin overlap. Let's add a event for that. Then I'm going to select the sphere and add a event end overlap. Okay. So now we should be able to set this up. So, okay, that. Then I'm going to select the sphere and add a event end overlap. Okay.
Okay.
So now we should be able to set this up. So again, we're going to check and see if whatever overlaps this, is it our character? So off of the other actor, we're going to do that cast to third person character. And then we're going to right click and get our get player controller. So we should have game get player controller. And off of this return value, we can call that enable input.
Oh my god.
Select that. And again, we're going to unhook this from the target and hook up our return value to the player controller. Okay, so make sure that this is hooked up into player controller rather than target. So let's hook up our execution pin. So if this is our character, we'll enable input. Then if we overlap with the sphere, we want to do the opposite. So we want to do cast to third person character and disable our input. So off of our player controller, we can call that disable input. Okay, and then just plug in the execution. Okay, so compile, save that. Now we want to add the E key. So actually up here, we're going to add it. So right click E key, scroll all the way down. We should have our E key right here. Now when we press the E key, what we want to do is we want to attach a hat to our character. So basically you want to sort of pick up this hat and attach it to our character's head. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to actually create an event inside of our third person character blueprint that will go ahead and attach that hat, attach it to our character's head. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to actually create an event inside of our third person character blueprint that will go ahead and attach that hat to our character's head. So you want to open up your third person character, and that is in our content, third person blueprints. Open up your third person blueprint character, head over to the event graph, maybe down here at the bottom, we're going to add that hat logic. First things first, we want to actually add the hat component.
So let me
So
let
in
me
our
stop for a
components,
second. He's
grab our
going.
blueprints, open up the third person blueprint character,
Okay.
head over to the event graph.
Yeah.
Maybe down here at the bottom, we're going to add that hat logic. First things first, we want to actually add the hat component. So in our components, let's add a static mesh component and type in here hat mesh. Compile, save. We're going to leave this as empty for now. We're not going to set anything to it. And then let's head over to the event graph. And so here we're going to add an event where we can go ahead and attach that to our character's head. So I'm going to right click and we're going to search for add custom event. And what this allows us to do is it allows us to add our own custom event. So if I select this, you can see we can name this to whatever name we want. So I'm going to name this to equip hat, okay, or equip hat event. So first of all, whenever you create an event like this, you just want to compile and save it. That way it's all good to go. And then when this event gets called, we want to go ahead and set the mesh or this hat mesh. Because right now it's set to nothing. So I'm going to get our hat mesh component. I'm going to do a set static mesh.
Oh.
Component
Oh.
mesh. Because right now it's set to nothing.
Okay.
So I'm going to get our hat mesh component. I'm going to do a set static mesh. So we have static mesh, set static mesh. So I'm going to select that. We can hook up the execution pin. And now you can see we can set this new mesh right here to whatever we want. So I could set it to the hat mesh. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to actually take this. And if you take this pin, you can actually drop it onto your custom event. And what that will do is it will add that as an input that we can pass the value over to this node. Okay. So compile, save that. Lastly, we want to go ahead and attach this to our player's head. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to take our hat mesh and do a attach component to component. So attach component to component. So what this allows us to do is it takes a target component and attaches it to a parent component. So for the parent, we want to plug in our character mesh. So take our mesh and plug that in for our parent. Let's plug in the execution. Now under this socket name, I'm going to name this to hat socket. And then for the settings, I'm going to change this from keep relative to snap to target. Okay, so snap to target and snap to target. Now let's hit
All of it snap to
compile and
target?
save. And now we should be able to call this equip hat. Okay, so if we head back over to the hat pickup, off of our E key, we actually need to somehow get a reference to our character so that we can call that event. So how is it possible where we can actually call this event from our hat pickup blueprint? So one way that we can do that is off of this other actor. We can take this and we can do a cast to third person character and then plug this in for our press.
Hold on. So he's got this in a different spot than me. He's got this on the top. He's got other actor moved on up to here. To third person character, so we're doing another cast. To BP third person character. Acting that.
E. So basically if the character is overlapping with the sphere, that means that we enable input. And if they press E, we can cast to the third person character. And this little blue pin allows us to retrieve any variables or call any events inside of our character. So if I drag and drop this, I can now search for that equip hat event.
Okay.
So equip hat. And now you can see we're calling this event inside of our character. So if I double click this, this will take us to that event inside of our character. It's calling that equip
That's
hat
cool.
custom event. So back in the hat pickup, all we have to do is set the hat mesh. So we hit this little drop down, we can search for that hat
Static mesh. Got
hat.
it.
Okay. So let's hit compile and save. Now we should be able to test this out. So if I go back to my content browser,
Oh my god, will this actually work? Oh my god, will this actually work? No fucking way, because that means what he just taught me basically is how to take a static mesh, like a weapon or something, and actually equip it to a player. If this works. If this works. If this works. Well, I didn't put the static mesh on in the game unless it just automatically equips.
Go to our content, blueprints, hat pickup. I'm going to take this hat pickup and drag it right over here. Maybe we'll rotate it just so the text is facing the player. So now if I hit play, I'm going to go ahead and run up to the hat pickup and press E. And now you can see that the hat isn't on our character's head.
Well, hold on. Boot it up. See if I at least got it to do that. Help! It's on me. I mean, it snapped me. It's kind of funny. Okay.
But it is attached to our character. Okay. So let's go ahead and fix that. It's not actually attached to the player's head. So the way that we're going to do that is by adding a socket. So if we press escape, we want to head back to our content drawer, dock this in layout. Now if we go to the third person character in the viewport, we're going to select our character mesh. So this character mesh, and I'm going to click the browse icon over here in the mesh. So we have this magnifying glass or the browse icon. So if I browse to that, it will pull up our character mesh in our content browser. Browse icon. So if I browse to the icon over here in the mesh, so we have this magnifying glass or the browse icon. So if I browse to that, it will pull up our character mesh in our content browser. So I'm going to double click and open this up. Now this shows us our character mesh, but we want to head over to this skeleton icon. Okay, you can see this skeleton icon right here. And so what this is an icon. Okay, you can see this skeleton icon right here. To this skeleton icon. Okay, you can see this skeleton icon right here. And so what this is a skeletal mesh. And really all that a skeletal mesh is rather than a static mesh, a static mesh is something that is static or doesn't move. The skeletal mesh has these different bones. So you can see I can select all these different bones. And these bones allow this skeletal mesh to actually move. So think of it sort of like a skeleton, okay? So what we want to add is we want to add a attachment socket so that we can attach the hat to our player's head. So we're going to find the head bone. So you can scroll through here to look through the different bones. You can see we have things like the hand, the spine. You can actually search up here for head. We should have this bone for our head. So we want to right click, and down here we want to select add socket. Okay. Now for this head socket, we actually want to rename this. So I'm going to double click and rename this to hat socket. Okay. So we want to have the same capitalization as what we have in our third person character. In the event graph over here on our attach component to component, under the socket name, we want to have hat socket. Okay. So you want to have the same capitalization, same spelling as what you set over here for the hat socket.
Okay.
Now what you'll notice is the hat socket, if we press W, we can actually move this around. And let's go ahead and just leave that there for now. So if I hit save, go back into our level and hit play. If I press E, you can see that the hat is now attached to our head.
But not quite right. Let me see what mine does. Hat socket. VP third person. Hat socket.
there for now. So if I hit save, go back into our level and hit play. If I press E, you can see that the hat is now attached to our head, but it's actually not rotated the right way, okay? See, it's rotated sideways.
Hat mesh to target mesh parent.
Same capitalization, same spelling
Hat socket.
as what you set over here for the hat socket.
Okay, hat socket. So let me control copy. Save. File, save. Part. So go straight to the groin. So my goodness, what did I fuck up? Still go straight to the groin. Fucking groin. What? File. This is like the last thing I think I might have done wrong. Okay. Okay. Alright, I got it sorted. I got it fucking sorted. Okay, let's go. We're caught up. We're caught up with him. Okay, I'm happy.
Now what you'll notice is the hat socket, if we press W, we can actually move this around. And let's go ahead and just leave that there for now. So if I hit save, go back into our level and hit play. If I press E, you can see that the hat is now attached to our head, but it's actually not rotated the right way, okay? See, it's rotated sideways.
Got it.
So let's go back into our skeletal mesh or our SK mannequin, and I'm going to select this hat socket. And what we could do is we could even rotate this, but you can see it's not really a great way. We don't know which way to rotate it or to move it. So what I'm going to do is right click this hat socket. At the very bottom, you're going to see this add a preview asset. So we could even add a preview asset to this.
Okay.
So I'm going to search for that hat, static mesh hat, and then select it. So now you can see we actually have a preview mesh of our hat. So if I go and click the X there and scroll all the way down until we find our hat socket, I'm going to take this and press E so we can get the rotate tool. And now I can actually rotate this in -90 degrees. And if I press W, I can actually go ahead and move this up and position this where I want it to. Okay, and you can turn on or off the grid snapping. Okay, so I think this is a good spot right here. So now if I go ahead and hit
bring
save,
it down a little.
now we should see that position be updated like this. So if I go back into our level, hit play, I can run up to the hat and press E. Now you can see that our hat.
Okay. I'm gonna compile and save everything. Run in. Make sure I did it right. I got a hat. I have a hat. Fucking go.
Is attached to our character's head. Okay, so it's just using those sockets. Now this is the same method that you use for attaching things like armor,
weapons, I'm assuming,
to your character's hands. You would do that all through the same method or by using sockets. Now the last thing I want to do is whenever I go up to this hat and press E, I actually want to delete this hat pickup because we already equipped it. So the way that we'll do that is if we go into our hat pickup, so when we press E, we equip the hat. After this, we're going to basically delete this hat pickup from our level. So the way that we'll do that is through the node destroy actor. So if you drag off here, we're going to do a destroy actor. So we have this actor, destroy actor. So let's select that. And what this will do is it will destroy this actor or this hat pickup. So if I hit compile, save, and go back to our third person map, hit play.
Fuck, bro, fuck. Making progress.
Run up to the hat pickup. If I press E to pick it up, you can see that it now deletes that hat actor from our level. And you can see we have our hat equipped to our player's head. Okay, so that is our hat pickup blueprint. Very similar to our door blueprint in the fact that we can press E and it will call some logic. But in our case, it calls a custom event in our character that attaches this hat mesh to our player's head. So let's go ahead and move on to the next blueprint that we'll be making. So let's head over to our content drawer and dock this in layout. Let's go back to our blueprints folder. So head to our content blueprints. We're going to right click, create a new folder. This will be called 03 underscore damage box. So double click and open this up.
Damage.
And in here, we're going to right click and add another blueprint class. So let's go ahead and select that. And this is again going to be of the type actor. So let's go ahead and select that. So let's rename this to BP underscore damage box. Okay.
BP.
So basically
underscore.
what this damage box will do is when our character overlaps with this box, it will apply some damage to our player or our player's health. So let's double click and open this up. So in here, we're just going to add a simple box collision. So click the add under the components and scroll down until we have this box collision and select that. And actually, I'm going to rename this to damage box. Compile, save. Then in our event graph, we can go ahead and delete all these nodes. Let's select our damage box and we're going to add that event begin overlap. Let's go ahead and add that. And basically, we're going to go ahead and apply some damage if the player overlaps with this box, okay? So this damage box could represent things like, you know, a fire, really anything that would damage the player. So off of this other actor, again, we're going to do a cast to third person character. And in our case, we want to add a health variable for our character. That way we can apply some damage to it. So the way that we would do that is you want to head over to our third person character blueprint.
Okay.
So let's head back over there.
Yep, right here.
And over here in our variables, we're going to add a new variable.
Oh.
And we're going to name this to health. Now for our health variable, we want to change this from a Boolean to a float. Compile, save that. And now we should be able to set the default value of our health. So I'm going to go ahead and set this to 100 or 100 HP. Okay. So compile, save. Let's head back over to our blueprint and damage box. And now we should be able to get that health variable from our character. So if you remember, we can drag off of this character reference and we can get any of the variables or call any of the
get
events
health
inside of our character.
Are we getting
So
get
drag and
health?
drop
I'm
this,
assuming
search
it's get
for that
health.
health. And you can see we can get or set the health variable
Getting though.
from our character. So I want to get the health.
Yes.
And then what I want to do is I want to subtract that health to basically apply damage. So I'm going to do a subtract. And say we want to subtract this by 10. Okay, or 10 damage. Then we want to set that health. So I'm going to take this reference again and do a set health. Then we can do a variable set health. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and hook up the execution. And then for our health, we can plug in the health minus 10 and plug that into our new health. Then to just visualize this, we're going to print this to our screen. So we're going to use the print string node. So drag off here and do a print string. So select print string, and we just want to plug in our health float into the string. Now we'll go ahead and print it off on our screen. So now if we overlap with this box, we should start taking some
Hold on, let me.
So now if we overlap with, go ahead and print it off on our screen. So now if we overlap with this box, we should start taking some damage and printing that damage to our screen. So let's go ahead and drag this into our scene. So take our damage box and drag it over here. Let's actually scale this up. We'll scale it up like that. If I hit play, now we can't actually see where it's at.
Give me a second, guys. I'm kind of playing with it a little here. Kind of want it to take up spot here. I think that's about right. Okay. Save. So if I were to play, I'll pull it up here. If I were to play, I go over in this direction, does a single point of damage from 100. That's kind of cool, man. It's actually kind of cool.
So we don't know where it's located. So what I'm going to do is go back to our damage box, go to the viewport and select our damage box component. And in the details, we can search for hidden in game, and we can just uncheck that. So now if we compile and save this, we should be able to see it here in our level. Okay?
Okay, oh, hold up, pause. Play. Oh yeah, it's like I have it set to like a square. That's just 10 points of damage every time you touch it.
So I can see the box right there. So now if I overlap with this box, we should see we have 90, 80, 70, 60, and you can see our health is decreasing every time I run into this box. Okay, 40, 30, 20, 10, and so on. Okay, even goes into the negatives. Now what I actually want to create is a damage box that continues to damage our character for however long that we stand in it, okay? So that we don't have to keep running over and over for it to damage, okay? So I kind of want to create sort of a looping event that will continuously damage our character standing in this box. So let's go back to our blueprint damage box and head over to the event graph. And so what we're going to do instead of this is I'm actually going to delete all of this right here. Compile, save, and I'm going to take this third person character and I'm actually going to promote this to a variable. So I'm going to take this, drop it, and you can see we have this promote to variable. Okay, so what that does is it takes our character reference to it and saves it as this variable right here. Okay, so we can use it later on. Now to create that looping event, what we want to do is off of this, we're going to use the node set timer by event. So we have time, set timer by event. So off of here, we have an event that we can bind this to. So if I drag off of this event, I can drop it on the graph, and then I can type in add custom event. Okay. And for this event name, I'm going to name this to damage player. Now to apply damage to our player, we're going to get the reference to our character. So I'm going to drag this variable, our BP third person character variable. And then I'm going to actually use the apply damage function or node. So if you drag up here, we're going to search for apply damage. Okay. So rather than subtracting the health there, we're just going to use this apply damage node. Okay. So this is all built into the engine. So I'm going to click the apply damage, select that, hook up the execution. And for our base damage, we could put in, 10 damage. Same thing that we had it there. I'll save this, and we want this to be looping so that we'll apply damage continuously. So we want to set the time to every 1 second, and then we want to obviously hit this checkbox for looping. That way every 1 second this will loop and it will continuously fire off this damage player event, which will apply 10 damage to our player. Now to actually see this, we want to again do a print string. So let's do a print string. And let's hook up our return value into the string, okay? So now, if our character overlaps, we'll call this looping timer event, which will continuously apply 10 damage to our player standing in this damage box. Let's go ahead and hit play. So I run up to the damage box, you can see that it's doing 10, 10, and basically 10 damage.
Okay. Fuck, bro, that's crazy. Okay. That's wild. All right. that's kind of cool, man. That's kind of cool.
However long we stand in this box. Now, it's not actually showing our health. Like, our health isn't 10. That's just showing the damage.
The damage, yeah.
So if we head back to our damage box, we actually need to add the other half of this, because right now we're just applying damage. We're not actually receiving that damage that we're applying. Okay? So let's actually delete this print string. So to implement that other half, we want to go into our third-person character. And in the event graph, we want to right-click and search for event any damage. And so we have this damage event any damage, which basically is another built-in event. So whenever we call this apply damage to our character, this event any damage will be called. Okay, so now in our character, we can take this damage and subtract our health by that damage. So we're going to get our health variable. So get our health and do a subtract. So we have subtract here, and we can subtract the health by that amount of damage that we're receiving. And then we can go ahead and set our health variable by grabbing it, drag it on the graph, and do set, plug in the execution, and plug in the subtract into our health, okay? And then to visualize this, let's just do our print string and plug this health into the string, okay? So compile, save that. So now if I hit play, we should be able to see our health decrease from 100 all the way down.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, and then it'll keeps going negative, so we're gonna get up from there. Oh god. Why is it still going? Why is it still going? Guys, I fucked up. Guys, I fucked up. Guys, I fucked up. Instead of it being damage, should it be damage caused? Health. That. Okay, well, let's back out because obviously I fucked up.
So now we can see 90 HP, 80, 70, 60, 50, and it goes and continuously drains our health, and it can even go into the negatives, negative 20 and all that stuff, okay? So what we want to add is, instead of printing it to our screen, let's actually add a visual health bar to our character. So we're going to add a health bar widget to our screen so that we can actually see our character's health. So in our blueprints damage box folder, I'm going to right click and add a user interface or a widget. So on
Oh, hold on, mate. Friends. Damage box folder.
under the advanced assets, over here at the very bottom, you're going to see user interface. And we have what's called this widget blueprint. Okay. So this allows you to create things like user interface, whether that be things like mini maps, player inventory, health bars, all of that stuff. This is basically what you use to create that, a widget blueprint. So I'm going to select that. It's going to ask us to pick a parent class for our widget blueprint. We're just going to use the default one, the user widget, and it's going to add it here in our content browser. So I'm going to go ahead and select this and rename this to WBP for widget blueprint underscore health bar. Okay. And now we're going to double click and open this up. So this is a completely new window that you're probably unfamiliar with, but basically this is where you would create things like user interface or things like health bars, inventory, settings, and stuff like that. I'm going to briefly explain this widget window, but I will make a separate video diving more in depth about how to create a user interface and more in depth about widgets. Okay, but basically all you need to know is that this center part is basically our screen. Down here on the left we have this palette. So we have different things that we can add to our screen, stuff like buttons, images, progress bars, text. We have the hierarchy, and then we have this details panel. Okay, so in the center part we can scroll in and out and pan just like any of the other graphs and all that stuff. Now we want to add a simple health bar to our screen, and we want to also add a canvas panel, that way we can start working on our canvas. Okay, so under this palette we can actually search for canvas. So we're going to add this canvas panel. Okay, so you want to take this and you want to drag this onto our health bar, so under this hierarchy. And what this adds is sort of this canvas. So think of this as like the player's screen.
Okay.
This is where we can add things like user interface. Okay, so we could add things like a mini map if we wanted to up here, player chat down here. You know, if they had a weapon, we could put like how much ammo they have down here in the bottom right. This is basically like the user interface or the player's HUD. Okay, so now that we have a canvas panel, we can start adding more different things to it. So I press this X. I'm going to add down here this progress bar. Okay, so if we take this progress bar, we can either drag it onto this canvas panel here, or we can also drag it onto the canvas panel here on our screen. So if we drag it on there like so, we can actually take this and scale it around. So I'm going to scale it like that. Then I'm going to take this and move it down here in the bottom left part of our screen. Okay, now with this progress bar selected, you're going to notice we have sort of this flower icon up here. Now this is called an anchor, and basically we want to change this anchor to this bottom left part. Okay, so with this selected, over here in the details we have this anchors. I'm going to click this drop down, and I want to select this bottom left anchor right here. Okay, so basically what the anchor does is, you can think of it sort of like the anchor of a ship, but with user interface, what it's doing is it's anchoring this UI element or this user interface to the bottom left part of our screen. So say if our player were to resize their game window, this anchor is going to try and keep this health bar to this bottom left part of our screen. Okay, now what this progress bar does is, if you go to the details, if you look all the way halfway down here, we have this progress percent, and we have this float value. So if I take this float value and move it up or down, you can see that we have sort of this health bar effect. Okay, so I've put this all the way to a value of 1. You can see that our health bar is full. And if I decrease this about halfway, you can see our health bar is halfway full, or we can put it all the way down to 0. and that means our health is decreased all the way. Okay, so we could just set this to whatever, doesn't really matter. But what we want to do is we want to actually bind this value to our player's health. Okay, so how we would actually do that is under this percent, we can actually bind this to our player's health by clicking this little bind button. So under this bind, we hit the drop down, we can create a binding. So I'm gonna go ahead and click create binding. And what that does is it takes us from this designer, which is where we were at, where we can design our user interface, over to the graph. Okay, so there's a designer part where we design it by adding different buttons, text, all that stuff. And then there's a blueprint graph part
Brings us over
where
to
you can actually
okay.
program in what all the buttons and UI elements do. So in our case, we're creating this binding event, this get percent, and we're setting that value right here. So what I want to do is I want to get our player's health and set the percentage of this bar to our player's health. Okay, so the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to take this return node and move this over. And I'm going to right click here on the graph and search for get owning player pawn, because we want to get our character blueprint. So we're going to use this get owning player pawn. So this gets the player pawn associated with this UI. So I'm going to select that. And then off this return value, we can do a cast to third person character. Okay, so now we can cast to our character. Let's hook up the execution. And then from our character, we can actually get our health variable. So we can do a get health, and that will give us that health variable. Okay, so casting is a very useful method because you can do things like communicate from one blueprint to another, where you can call certain events, or you can retrieve certain info like variables. Okay, now we could plug this into this return value, but the problem with that is our health is a value from 0 to 100, whereas this return value
100
or
to
this
0.
percentage is a value from 0 to 1. So what we need to do is we need to convert this over to a value of 0 to 1. So we're going to take this health and do a multiply, operator multiply, and multiply this by 0.01 and plug that in for the return value. So what that will do is it will take our health variable and it will shift over the decimal point. That way our health will be on a scale of 0 to 1, which will be plugged into our percentage. Okay, so it's sort of like converting it to a percent. So now we're going to take this execution and plug that into the return node and compile, save that. Okay, so now all we have to do is, if we head back over to the designer, we just want to add this widget to our screen. So to do that, we want to head back over to our character blueprint, and we're going to add an event inside of here to add our widget to our screen. So I'm going to right click and type in add custom event. So add custom event. I'm going to rename this to create health bar event. Okay. Now we want to hit compile and save, and we want to go ahead and create that widget and add it to our screen. So the way that we'll do that is we're going to drag off here and call the create widget. So we have user interface create widget. So I'm going to select that. It's going to ask us which widget we want to create. So if we hit the drop down, we should be able to see at the very bottom our widget blueprint underscore health bar. So I'm going to select that, and then we want to specify a player. So we want to drag off here and do a get player controller. So we have get player controller. And then lastly, we just want to add this to our viewport. So off of this return value, we want to do add to viewport. Okay. So this is a very simple setup to add a widget to your screen. And again, I'll have a separate video going more in depth about UI and widgets. Okay. So compile, save this. Now we just need to call this create health bar event when the game starts. Okay. So if we scroll out, we have that event begin play all the way up here for our add input mapping. Now we could call our create health bar event all the way here at the end, But the problem with that is, say this cast over here failed for whatever reason, it's not going to call our event over here if something fails in this logic, okay? So we're going to use a node called a sequence. That way we can call multiple things off of our event begin play. So I'm actually going to move all of this stuff up. So just select all this, move this up. And I'm going to take my event begin play and do a sequence. So we have this sequence node, so select that. What that does is it adds extra pins off of our event begin play. So it's then 0. So the first thing that we'll do is all of this stuff. So we'll execute all that. And then the second thing we'll do is everything that's under here. And we could even add extra pins if we wanted to. Okay. So off this second pin, we're going to drag off here and call that create health bar event. Okay. So the first thing it will do is add this input mapping. And then the second thing it'll do when the game starts is create our health bar event, create our health bar widget, and add it to our screen. So now we should be able to test this out. So if I hit compile and save, let's head back to our third person map. If I hit play, you can now see we have our...
Oh my god, it works. It just keeps going. So I wonder if I did the same problem as I did earlier. If I go the damage box.
health bar at the bottom of our screen. Basically, it's creating that widget and adding it to our player's viewport. So we can now see that little widget. So now if I go to our damage box, you're going to see that it starts damaging our health bar, and it's starting to decrease as long as we stay in this box, okay? Now one thing you may notice is this still decreases our health even if I run out of this box, okay? So if I hit play and run over to this box,
Okay, so he just found
out, you can still see it's decreasing our health bar even if we're outside of the box. So we need to add a way for this damage box to stop damaging our player. So let's head to our damage blueprint damage box. And in here we set up the event begin overlap for our damage box.
Oh, we didn't set up the event end.
Now we just need to set the event end overlap for our damage box. So that will stop this timer that's applying damage to our character every second. So I'm going to select this damage box, scroll all the way down, and add that event end overlap, okay? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check and see if the other actor is a character. So I'm going to do a cast to third person character. And then how do we actually stop this timer over here? So the way that we would stop this timer is off of this return value. If you take this, we can actually promote this to a variable. And what that will do is it will give us a reference to that timer. So I'm going to rename this to our timer reference. And so with this timer reference, if I compile and save this, we can now stop the timer with that reference. So down here, I can get that timer reference variable, get it on the graph, and I can stop it. So I want to do a clear and invalidate timer by handle. Okay, so this basically stops the timer. So if I select that, all I have to do is plug this in like so. So now if our player leaves the damage box, we're going to stop this timer from looping, okay? Which will stop the damage being applied to our character. So if I hit compile and save, I can Go ahead and hit play. Run up to the damage box.
Let me see. Taking hits. Step out. Not taking hits. Oh my god. Oh, that's so cool. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. That's crazy. Okay.
Let it damage us a couple times. And if I run out of the box, you can see that it stops damaging our player. And our health just stays there at the same position. Okay, so that is our simple damage box. Let's actually add some visual effects or particle effects for our damage box, because right now this is just sort of this invisible box that we run into and it damages our character, but we're going to add some fire particle effects just as a visual. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the Epic Games launcher and head over to the Unreal Engine Marketplace, and in here I'm going to search for FX Variety Pack.
Oh, okay. So this not so good. This is not so good. So my issue here is they don't have this anymore. It's something different. Unreal Marketplace. It's the Fab. We're gonna sign in. FX.
And so if you search for FX Variety Pack and filter by free, you should see this FX Variety Pack. Which is completely free to download. So you select that and you want to click free here or checkout so that you can actually claim the asset. And then once you've actually done that,
Okay, it's done.
we can click this add to project button and we can search for our blueprint beginner.
Hello, 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 hello. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It seems like it's on it. This is games, right? Okay.
here, project, and click add to project, okay? So we'll go ahead and download and add it to our project. So now in our content drawer, if I dock this in layout, we should see a new folder for our FX Variety Pack. And then in our particles, we have a bunch of different particles that we can use, okay? So I want to use this PKY Magic Circle. So it sort of has like this fire effect right here, as you can see. So I'm going to use that particle effect for our damage box, okay? So we can head over to our blueprint damage box, and there's two different ways that we can actually add this particle effect, okay? We can either add it as a component inside of here, or we can spawn the particle effect, okay? Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add it as a component. So I'm going to go ahead and under the components, click add, and we should be able to search for a particle. And under here we have Cascade Particle System. So currently a Cascade Particle System are basically these particles. So you can see it says Cascade Particle. Now this is actually the older particle system. So these are legacy particles. The new particle system in Unreal Engine is called Niagara. So just note that this is the older particle system, okay? It's been up-to-dated with Niagara, okay? So I'm going to select this magic particle, and if I have this selected, I can go back to our damage box and click add, search for that particle, Cascade Particle System, and since I have it selected in our content browser, if I click on it, you can see that I can actually add it and it will assign that particle right here, okay? You could also add it and then assign it over here in the details. That also works. Now if I compile and save, you can see that's a little bit too big in our viewport, so I'm going to take that particle and actually scale it down. So I'm going to go ahead and scale this down like so. Compile, save, and now we can see it's a little bit scaled down. So now if I hit play, we have that little fire effect. So if I run into it, it starts damaging our player's health, okay? So just a nice little part.
Okay. All I want is this magic box. Never mind, I want you to buy the default scene. Image box will go. Looks like dealing damage. Out there. So if I were to compile, save, come here. Basically take damage as soon as you run into the flames. Got it. Okay.
Particle effect. And we could even hide that little box collision. So we head back into our damage box. We can select the damage box collision, go over into the details and search for hide or hidden in game and check that so that it's actually hidden. Okay, so now we created our damage box. The next thing I want to create
Camera safe. Okay.
is a health box, which will actually do the opposite of our damage box and heal our character. Okay, so rather than damage our character, I want to have another box that will actually heal our character and regenerate our health on our health bar. So the way that we'll do that is we want to go back to our blueprints folder, go to our damage box, and in here we can right click and add another blueprint class of the type actor, and we can name this to BP underscore health box. Okay, so we can double click and open this up.
God, he sometimes moves really, really fast.
Of the type actor, we can right to our blueprints folder, go to our damage box, and in here we can right click and add another blueprint class of the type actor, and we can name this to BP underscore health box. Okay, so we can double click and open this up, do file, save all. I'm actually going to close all these other different windows that we have open. So I'm going to close this hat pickup, mannequin, windows, damage box, and our health bar. So we just have our third person character and our health box. So in here, this is going to be the same exact setup as our damage box, but rather than damage the player, we're going to regenerate the player's health. So the way that we'll do that is we're going to add again another box collision. So we can add a box collision. This will be our heal box. And then in the event graph, you can go ahead and delete all of these events. Compile, save. Select our heal box collision. Scroll all the way down and add a event begin overlap. Select it again and add a event end overlap. Okay. So for our event begin overlap, we want to do a cast to third person character. And then we're going to go ahead and promote that to a variable. So we have a reference to it. So we're going to take our third person character and do promote to variable. Now we'll save that as a little reference. And then we're going to do that start timer by event. So drag off here and do that set timer by event. So set timer by event. And for the event, we just drag off here and do add custom event. Select that. And we're going to name this to heal player. So compile, save.
I'm trying to keep up, brother. I'm trying to keep up. You're really moving really fucking quick though.
We want to set this to every 1 second. Looping, we'll call this heal player event. So now to restore health to our player, we want to get a reference to our third person character. So we want to get that on the graph.
He moves so
Get a
fast.
reference.
When did he get that?
Timer. Do that. Promote that to a variable. So we have a reference to it. So we're going to take our third person character and do promote to variable. Now we'll save that as a little reference. And then we're going to do that start timer by.
Okay. I see what I did wrong. This section here needs to be deleted. It's promoted to a variable.
By event. So drag off here and do that set timer by event. So set timer by event. And for the event, we just drag off here and do add custom event. Select that. And we're going to name this to heal player. So compile, save. We want to set this to every 1 second. Looping, we'll call this heal player event. So now to restore health to our player, we want to get a reference to our third person character. So we want to get that on the graph. And we're going to get our health. So we're going to get health variable. So we can get any of the variables from our character through this reference, things like the health. And we're going to do a little bit of a check, okay? Because we only want to heal our player up to 100 HP. because if they reach 100 HP, that basically means that they are maxed out on health. So I'm going to drag off here and do a equal. So 2 equal signs. And this, under the operators, we're going to check and see if that is equal. Okay, so select that. Basically, we're going to check and see if this is equal to 100. And that will give us a Boolean. Okay, so off of the Boolean, we can do a branch. So flow control branch. And if this is equal to 100, then that means that our player is already full health. If it is not, that means that our character has not reached our max health or 100 HP. So let's hook up the execution. For the true, we could drag off here and do a print string. And we could just name this to player.
Hold on. I'm kind of doing some organizing here because my layout's a little bit different than his. Okay.
Has
Jesus Christ. Healthful.
healed up 100% of their health. And for the false, what we could do is we want to go ahead and actually heal our player, okay? So we want to get our third person character and then get our health, get our health variable, and actually add 10 HP to our health. So off the health, we want to do a add. So we have operators add, and we want to go ahead and add 10 HP. Okay, so now we just need to set our health. So off our third person character, we can drag off there and do a set health. So then we can set that health variable. So plug the execution pin for the false. And then for our health, we can plug in our health plus 10 to our health variable. Okay.
Once again, I need to do a little bit of cleanup here because it's getting kind of goofy. Okay. Okay.
So compile and save that. Now we just need to add the event end overlap. So when the player stops overlapping with this, we want to stop this timer from looping. So again, the way that we'll do that is first we're going to cast to third person character. Check and see if it's the character that leaves the box. If so, we want to stop this timer. So to get a reference to the timer, we want to take that return value and promote that to a variable. This will be our timer reference. And then we can compile, save that, get that timer reference down here, and call that clear and invalidate timer by handle, okay? Which basically stops the timer. So the last thing that we want to do before we test this out is we want to add a little particle effect again for this. That way we can actually see it. So I'm going to add a particle cascade particle system component, our particle system, and in our details we can click the drop down and I'm going to search for heal, and we have this heal aura. Okay, so if I select that, we have sort of like this heal effect. I'm going to go ahead and actually scale this down
Second.
So if I go ahead and scale this down, I think I set this scale over here to 0.25 by 0.25 by 0.25. So I set the scale like so. So hit compile and save. And then let's go ahead and drag in our health box. And let's actually scale this up and move this right. Right next to our damage box, okay? So we have our health box and our damage box. So let's go ahead and hit play. So first things first, let's damage our characters.
Hold on. Why would I want to do that first? Wouldn't it make more sense to see if the max health thing works? Health full. Okay, that works. Okay. So now we damage ourselves. Okay. Now let's got ourselves get real low here. Let's about what, half HP maybe? Huh? A little hurt. Hey man, we've been hurt. We're hurting. Move in here. Okay. Okay, so I fucked up. Let me go to my health box. Event graph. Let me go over real quick. Make sure. I think I see where I went wrong.
So if we run over to the, go ahead, actually select that for some, okay, which basically clear timer value and promote that to a variable. So to get a reference box to third person character, check is want to event. So compile and save that. Now we just need to add the event end overlap. So when the player stops overlapping with this, we want to stop this timer from looping. So again, the way that we'll do that is
Okay. Okay, I see what I did wrong. I didn't connect the target health to the health, like set health. So it just instantly brought it down to 0.
this first character do this save. We have this day. Okay, if we run out, it stops damaging our character. Let's go run into our health box. And now it should start healing our character all the way up to 100 HP. And now it's already healed up, so you can see player has healed up 100% of their health. It's showing on the top left of our screen.
I just did health max.
And if I run out of there, I can run back into our damage box and start damaging our player. And we can run back and start healing our player, okay? So very simple blueprints. This is all set up with just a collision box and some looping events that are applying some damage to our health variable and showing it updated on our widget or our user interface, okay? So that is our health and damage blueprint. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next blueprint that we're going to be creating, which is going to be our little soccer game. So let's go ahead and move on. So let's go to our content drawer and dock this in layout. Let's go back to our blueprints folder. And in here, I'm going to right click and create a new folder and rename this to 04 underscore soccer blueprints. Okay, so save that and double click open that up. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our soccer goal and our soccer ball. So I'm going to right click and create a new blueprint class of the type actor. And this will be our BP underscore soccer goal. Okay, so double click and open that up. And in here, we're just going to add a static mesh. So add a static mesh component. And this will be our soccer goal. And under the static mesh, you want to hit the drop down and search for our soccer goal. So our SM soccer goal. Okay. Now, you're going to notice that this is just a white material. And in fact, if I look on this other side, we can't actually see this material. It's all weird. You can only see the material from a certain angle. So we actually need to go ahead and set up this net material for our soccer goal. So if we head back to our content folder, let's go all the way back out and go to our project files. And we should have this mask material that we imported. Okay. So we actually want to open up this net material, this white material. Just double click and open that up. Then we want to take that mask material, drag it, and drop that texture over on a material tab, and then drop it here on the graph. Okay. So we're going to use this as sort of like a mask to mask our material to be sort of like this transparent net. Okay. So we actually want to select this main node in this material, and we're going to change this to be masked. So over here in this blend mode, we're going to change this from opaque to masked. And then we're going to take this texture mask, take this RGB and plug this into this opacity mask. Change this from opaque to masked. And then we're going to take this texture mask, take this RGB and plug this into this opacity mask. Okay, so that will sort of create this net material. Now we also want to select this main node right here and also click this two-sided. That way we can see it from both sides. Okay, so now if we hit save, it's two-sided. That way we can see it from both sides. Okay, so now if we hit save, it should apply that for our soccer goal. And now we have this net material that we can see from both sides. Okay, so that is our soccer goal. We also want to add a collision box inside of here.
Hold on. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. It's like it's freezing up for a second. Okay. Okay, it works. Okay, it works.
So we're going to add a box collision. So box collision, and this will be the actual goal. So I'm going to take this box collision and we're going to scale this up. So this actually fits inside of the soccer goal. And we'll just position this.
Second, mate. Teaching me here. Yes. I'm assuming he's gonna make it. Okay. I'm pretty happy with the way that looks. Pretty happy with. That way, triggers. Get it in. Okay.
like so, so that it sort of covers the entire area, okay? So this should be good like this, okay? So that is
Maybe I was. Like that.
good for our soccer goal for now. Let's go ahead and actually drag this into our scene. So let's take and go to our blueprints, soccer blueprints, and take our goal and drag this into our scene. You can see it's a massive. So if we rotate this 90 degrees, let's actually go ahead and scale this down. So if we open up our soccer goal blueprint and drag this window like so, we can go ahead and put this side by side. Then I want to take this soccer goal mesh and scale this down. So I'm going to click R to scale. And I think we can just set the scale to 0.5 by 0.5 by 0.5. Compile, save. And then now in our viewport, I think this should be a good scale for our soccer goal. Okay. Now let's add our soccer ball. So in our folder, our soccer blueprints, we're going to right click and add a new blueprint class of the type actor. I'm going to rename this to BP underscore soccer ball and double click and open this up. So in here, I want to add a mesh. So I'm going to add a static mesh component, and this will be our ball mesh, and select that component. And in the details, we're going to set that.
Fuck. I'm not trying to fix the. Okay. Now that we got the soccer goal.
Our ball.
God, fuck.
In here, I'll underscore soccer ball, and double click and open this up. So
Okay, so he's in still the soccer blueprints. I'm assuming he's doing actor. BP underscore ball.
in here, I want to add a mesh. So I'm going to add a static mesh component, and this will be our ball mesh, and select that component. And in the details, we're going to set that to our ball, or our SM underscore ball. Okay. So we scroll out here. I think this is a little bit too big.
God
so
damn.
if I actually drag this in our scene, yeah, as you can see, it's a little bit massive. So in our BP soccer ball, I'm going to select the mesh,
like
and
0.2?
set the scale here to 0.1 by 0.1 by 0.1 all the way around, so it's a little bit smaller. Compile and save that, and now in our scene, you can see that's a lot smaller. Okay. So that is our ball mesh. So now let's go ahead and play test this. So if I hit play, you can see right now our ball is just a static object. Okay, it doesn't actually move when I try and run into it. Okay, so the way that we want to fix that is we need to go ahead and add simulation to this ball so that it actually can be rolled around and pushed around. So if we go into our soccer ball blueprint, if we select the static mesh, in the details panel, we can scroll down. We have this section called physics. Okay, so I'm going to click this simulate physics and click that little checkbox to set it to true. And then I'm also going to change the mass of this ball and change this down to 20. Okay, so compile and save that. And now let's go ahead and hit play. And now you can see the ball falls to the ground.
Doesn't go in. Oh, that's the static mesh stopping it from going in. Okay.
I can actually hit it around. Okay. Now what you're going to notice is I can't actually hit the ball into this goal. It's getting blocked when I try and push it into the goal. And also the ball is rolling a little bit strange. You can see that it doesn't really roll smooth on the ground. Okay. So that has to do with collision. So let's first check out the ball collision. So if we head back to our content drawer, click dock and layout. Let's go back to our project files and open up that static mesh ball asset. So double click, open that up. In here, let's actually check out the collision. So if you click show,
One second, mate. I need you to go back for a second.
Ball asset. So double click, open that up. In here, let's actually check out the collision. So if you click show, we want to show the simple collision. So as you can see, the simple collision is sort of this boxy geometry, and it's not a perfect round sphere collision. So let's go ahead and fix that. So to remove this collision, we can go up to the collision button, and down here we can click remove collision. Okay, that will go ahead and delete that. So now we don't have any collision on it.
Add a simple collision, yeah?
So we want to go ahead and add a simple sphere collision. So under collision, we can hit the drop down and select add sphere simplified collision. And what that will add is a nice sphere
that's
around
much nicer.
our soccer ball. And now it should roll on the ground nice and smooth. So if we hit save, hit play. Now if I run to our soccer ball, you can see that it rolls nice and smoothly.
Oh, yeah, that's way better, isn't it? Okay.
On the ground. Okay. Now the other issue I want to fix is with our goal. We can't actually push the soccer ball into the goal. It's getting blocked. Okay. So again, that has to do with collision. So if we go to our SM soccer goal, double click, open that up. We want to go ahead and check out the collision on. This. So if I go to show a simple collision, you can see that the collision is basically what's blocking the ball from actually going into the goal. So instead of adding a collision through here, none of the collisions are actually going to work that great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the collision and do remove collision, and then I'm going to use what's called complex collision. Okay. So you can use complex collision sometimes when you have sort of this complex mesh, or you have sort of this cavity where you want objects to move freely in. So down here in the details, if you go to the collision, we have collision presets, block all, and then collision complexity. I'm going to change this from project default and use complex collision as simple. And so what that is going to do is it's going to use the collision of this mesh as our actual collision. Okay. So now if I hit save, I can go back into our third person map and hit play. Now if I run up to my soccer ball and push it into the goal, you can see that I can actually go into the goal now.
It works. Dude, that's fucking crazy, man.
Now, okay, it's not being blocked by the collision. Okay, so now we can actually go ahead and set up our soccer goal blueprint. So let's go ahead and go into our soccer goal. And basically what we set up here is our mesh and our collision box. So essentially when the soccer ball is scored into this goal, when it overlaps with this box, we want to go ahead and set up an event. So we can do a little particle effect to show that we scored the goal. And then we want to reset the ball back to the original spot. So the way that we'll do that is we'll go into the event graph. We can actually go ahead and delete all these nodes, compile, save. let's select our collision box and scroll all the way down and add a event begin overlap for our collision box. So off of our other actor, we want to go ahead and check and see if the actor that is
ball, right?
overlapping with this box,
ball.
is it our soccer ball? So off of this other actor, we can do a cast to BP soccer ball. And basically, we're doing that check to check and see if it's the soccer ball that is overlapping our collision box, okay? So if so, we can go ahead and spawn a particle effect to sort of celebrate that you scored a goal. So the way that we'll do that is we'll do a spawn emitter at location, okay? So if we use the spawn emitter at location, this will allow us to spawn sort of a particle effect wherever we want. So I'm going to use this emitter template. If we hit the drop down, we can add any sort of particle effect. I'm going to add this PKY hit 1. And then for the location, we want to specify a location. So I'm just going to right click and get actor location. Get the location of this soccer goal in level and plug that in for the location of where we should spawn this particle effect. Okay, so let's go ahead and test this out. If I hit compile and save, go back to our level and hit play. If I run and score the ball, we saw there was a little particle.
Oh, yeah, it did kind of flash, didn't it? Like I was like, preparing more shaders. Please give us a minute.
Effect. We actually didn't really see it that well, so let's go ahead and redo it again. Okay, so you can see that it scored.
That's so wimpy looking though, man. Like a little electrical shock.
Right there, okay? Little particle effect played right there. I'm gonna move the particle effect a little bit higher because it's sort of in the ground. So if we head back over to our soccer goal, the way that we can modify that location is if we move this over, we can unhook this location. Remember, the location is simply just 3 different float variables. So we can actually make this location by dragging off of here and doing a make vector. So we have make vector here at the bottom. And what that will do is it will split that location into 3 different float variables that we can modify. So we want to do the same for our get actor location. We want to drag off here and do a break vector. So we're breaking the vector from our location, and then we're making it to make our location. So I'm going to plug in the X and the Y location. Now for the Z, I'm basically going to add the Z value, okay? So I'm going to take our current Z value into a add operator. And whatever our Z value is, I'm going to add 300 on top of it and plug that into our new Z value. Okay, so that should move our particle effect to be 300 units above our goal. Okay, so it's just a little bit above our goal. And we can sort of see it as like a confetti celebration particle effect. Okay, so if I hit play, we can score the ball, and you can see we have.
Okay, it's right above the goal now. Let's see me. Oh, yeah, it worked.
Have a little particle effect to show us that we scored the ball and to sort of celebrate, okay? Now the next thing I want to do is, you can see the ball just rolls out of the goal like that. Instead of having to manually try and grab the ball back out of the goal, what I want to do is I want to have the ball automatically spawn out here so that the player can continue to kick the ball over and over into the goal. So after the ball is scored, we're going to delete it and then respawn it in front of the character. So let's head back over to the soccer goal blueprint. And so first, let's go ahead and destroy the ball. So once the ball is scored, or once it overlaps with this box, we're playing that particle effect, then we want to go ahead and destroy the ball. So we're going to take the soccer ball reference right here and drag it all the way over here and do a destroy actor, okay? So that will go ahead and delete it. So hook that up. And then after that, we're going to do a delay. So do a delay node right here. So what that will do is it'll wait for a certain amount of time. In our case, we can change this to 2 seconds. So we're going to delete the ball, wait for 2 seconds, and then after that's done, we can call off the next event right here, which is we want to go ahead and respawn the ball. So to respawn the ball, we can use the spawn node or the spawn actor from class. And that will allow us to spawn any sort of blueprint class. So in our case, we want to search for BP_soccer ball. And that will allow us to spawn the soccer ball. Now, if I just compile this, what you're going to notice is we have our first error here, okay? I think it's probably useful to actually show you what an error looks like inside of blueprints. So whenever you have an error in particular, it's going to show you error here on the node where it's giving you that issue. Also, the compile button is going to show that red error icon. And then also in the compiler results, it's going to show you the warning or the error icon right down here, okay? Now, the useful thing about this compiler results is, say I have a big graph, I have a lot of nodes in here. To actually find where you're having that error message, you can click on this little browse icon. So if you click on that, it will take you to the exact node that's giving you that error, okay? So this is super helpful because later on you might be hitting the compile button and you randomly get an error and you might be wondering, where did I mess up? Where is that error located? Well, if you look down in the compiler results, you can browse exactly to where it's giving you that error message. Now, if you actually look at the error message, you can see what it's actually complaining about. Okay? So read the message down here. It says the current value of spawn transform.
Let's have
so where's
an
spawn
input
transform?
wired.
So it's this pin right here, spawn transform. The current value of spawn transform is invalid. Okay? So basically, it must have an input wired into it. So it's telling you exactly what's the error with this node.
So it's the
in our case,
BP
the spawn node, it must have a spawn transform hooked up to this transform. Okay, if there's no transform hooked up, then it will not know where to spawn this at. So there's actually 2 different ways you can fix this. You can plug in a transform variable, or you can even right click this and do split structure pin. Usually I just right click and do split structure pin, and that will split that transform into the 3 different variables: the location, the rotation, and the scale. So now if I hit compile and save, you can see that that error went away. Okay, so it's very useful to read this compiler results whenever you get an error, because it will tell you exactly which node is giving you the error and what exactly is going on. Most people just kind of gloss over that and don't normally pay attention to it. So now we're actually setting the location of this ball of where we want to spawn it at. Now what we want to do is take this spawn transform location and drag off here, and we can promote this to a variable, okay? So we can use a variable to store the location of where we want to spawn our soccer ball. So if I hit compile and save, that will give us the actual value or default value of our spawn location that we can set. So we could go back to our viewport and find a location of where we want to spawn the ball. Let's say we want to spawn it right here. So I could go into location, right click this location, copy it, and go back into our soccer goal blueprint, select our transform, and just paste it in there. This will work. So if I hit compile and save, I go back into our level and
How did he copy it?
let's say we want to spawn it right here. So I could go into location, right click this location, copy. Copy it and go back into our soccer goal blueprint, select our transform, and just paste it in there. This will work. So if I hit compile and save, I go back into our level and hit play. I can run up and move this soccer ball, and now we should see after 2 seconds it will respawn at that location. Okay.
That's cool, man. Hmm. What's really cool is I can see on the right on my second monitor, because I still have the blueprint up for the respawn system. It shows the actual function in action when I do it, which I think is the craziest thing. I move over, I kick it in. Oh God. I didn't kick it in, guys. There's a reason why I don't play soccer. There's a reason why I don't play soccer. Oh no, I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it. Yeah, I'll eat it. It's fine, huh? I'm just busy. I'm busy working on this. Oh. No, because I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it. Literally, I'm gonna snack on it. I'm gonna snack on it. I'm gonna snack on it. Leave it, hun. Leave it.
Okay, so if I score it, it will delete the soccer ball, and then it will respawn it like so. Okay. Now this is great and all, but there's actually a better way of doing this, or at least spawning the ball at this location. So for example, if I wanted to move this ball to a different location, so say if I deleted all of this, all of the meshes over here, just make a little bit of room for this. Say if I took my soccer goal and I moved it over here, and I moved my soccer ball over here, I have to actually update this location. I have to copy this again and paste it into this location variable right here to update the location. I have to do that manually, okay? Which might be a little bit tedious. Now, another way I could get the location of this ball is by using a couple of other different nodes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add a new variable. So add a new variable. And this is going to be our soccer ball reference. Okay. And I'm going to change this variable type from Boolean. I'm going to...
What's going on? Oh, you're watching the thing. How far did you get? Okay.
search for BP_soccer, and we should see that BP soccer ball, our soccer ball blueprint. I'm going to select our object reference, okay? So now we have this blue variable right here, which is our BP soccer ball reference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and add event begin play. So I'm going to add the event begin play. So basically when the game starts, I'm going to get that soccer ball reference, get it on our graph, and check and see if it's valid. Okay, so I'm going to do a is valid utilities is valid, this white question mark node. Okay, so basically what this does is it checks and sees, does this soccer ball actually exist? Is this a legitimate reference? If it is valid, then we can fire it off. If it is not valid, we won't do anything. Okay, so if it is valid, we want to take and get
Fuck.
that soccer ball reference. We want to get the location. So we want to do get actor location. So get the location of the ball. And we're going to set our spawn transform to that location. So we want to set our spawn transform location to that actor location or to the ball's location. So now I can hook that up like so, hit compile and save. And now I just want to select this soccer ball reference variable. And I want to set this to instance editable and expose on spawn. Okay, so now that I've hit those two checkboxes, instance editable and expose on spawn, If I compile and save and head back over to the third person map, if I select this goal right here, down in the details panel, we're going to see this new variable reference. So under this default, we have this soccer ball reference, and you can see it's currently set to none. But what I can do is I can actually hit on this little selection or this little pick tool. If I click on it, it allows us to select a reference to our soccer ball. So you can see it's currently sort of this red cancel icon, but if I hover over the soccer ball, we can actually select it, and now it's set a reference to our BP soccer ball that's in our level. So now what it's going to do is it's going to take the location of this ball no matter where I move it, and that's going to be the location of where it's going to spawn. So for example, if I were to rotate it like this and move our soccer ball position over here, if I hit play, I can run up to the goal and score the soccer ball, and then it's going to respawn at that exact location of where the ball was at. So I could even move the goal and the soccer ball again, and it will update that location. So no matter where I move this in the level, if I hit play, I can move the soccer ball into the goal, and it will respawn automatically at that spawn point, okay? And that's really the power of blueprints, the fact that you can take things like these variables and you can expose them, make them instance editable and expose on spawn, and that will allow you to actually select a reference to that variable and use that reference in things like the blueprint graph. Okay, there's just a lot more different things you can do with Blueprint, and this is just one of those things. So now we've made our simple soccer goal, so I can actually score the ball, play a little particle effect, and then it will respawn. Now let's actually go ahead and move on to the next blueprint, or the last blueprint that we'll be creating in this video. So the very last blueprint that we'll be creating is a simple hit actor, sort of like what you'd see in Fall Guys, where you have sort of those different obstacles that you have to avoid. If it hits your character, it'll send it flying. That's basically what we're going to create. So in our content drawer, we're going to open this up and dock this in the layout, and go to our blueprints and right click and add a new folder. And we're just going to rename this to 05_hit actor blueprint. Okay. So double click and open that up, and we're going to right click and add a new blueprint class of the type actor. Blueprint. Okay, so double click and open that up, and we're going to right click and add a new blueprint class of the type actor. I'm going to rename this to
Fuck. You move so fast, I like accidentally fucked up the. Zero 05_ hit actor.
BP_hit actor, and then we can double click and open that up.
Fuck.
So inside of this hit actor, I'm going to add a new component, a new static mesh component, and I'm going to select this and hit the little drop down and search for our hit actor. So we should have this little yellow SM hit actor, so let's go ahead and select that. And now you can see we have sort of this little hit actor, and basically how this will work is this thing will go ahead and spin around over and over, and if the player runs into it or gets hit by this part right here, it will send them flying in the opposite direction. Okay, so let's add a couple of different things in here. First things first, let's add a capsule component for our little hit actor part. So I'm going to add a capsule component. So
I can't be snacking and following along with this guy. He just fucking blows through everything.
Scroll down, we should have under the collision, capsule collision. So select that. And if we move this out, we can move this up right here. I want to rotate this sideways, so 90 degrees. And we can move it and scale this up. So let's go ahead and...
Do you cook? I mean, you can, yeah. Like. We don't have to. What's up? Yeah, I'm fine with the snack. We ate already, so I'm fine. Okay.
Scale this up like so. And basically just position this so that it covers this entire hit actor part, okay? I'm just going to move it over like that. So it should sort of cover this entire part. I think this should be good for now. So let's just go ahead and compile, save that. Also, I want to add an arrow. That way I know which way this should move forward. So I'm going to add a arrow component. And that should add an arrow component. I'm going to take this and move this like so. And then rotate this.
Oh shit. Capsule. A part of the static mesh.
.90 degrees so that it's sort of in the front like this, okay? So that should be good. And compile, save. The last thing I want to add is a rotating movement. So in Unreal Engine, there's a rotating movement component. So you just click on this little add. You can search for rotating movement. We have this movement, rotating movement component. So if I select this, in the details, we have this rotation rate, and it's set to 180. So I think this should be good for now. So let's go ahead and compile, save that, head back over to our third person map, and let's drag and drop this into our level and hit play. So now you can see we have this very simple hit actor. If we run up to it, nothing's actually going to happen right now, but you can see it's just continuously spinning over and over. Okay, so basically what we want to set up is once we actually run up to this hit actor, if we get hit by it, we want to send our character flying.
I'm getting hit by
sort
it.
of like a random event,
Oh my
and
god.
have our character, fly off in the distance. So let's head back
I do
over
get
to
hit
our
by it.
BP hit actor. Head over to the event graph, and we can actually delete all of this real quick. Compile, save. we're going to take our capsule collision, so this collision box right here, and we're going to add a on event overlap. So on the event graph, we're going to select that capsule, scroll down, and add a on component to begin overlap. So basically, when this hits our player, we're going to go ahead and send them flying. So first, let's go ahead and check and see if the other actor is our character. So we're going to do a cast to third person character. And then if it is our character, we want to go ahead and call an event inside of our character that will go ahead and ragdoll the character and send them flying. So let's actually go ahead and go to our third person character to add that event. And also real quickly, I'm going to close all these other windows that we have open.
Watch it. I did that
we have the
long time
third-person
ago, brother.
character
I wasn't
and our
going to
BP
sit with all
hit
that.
actor. So in our third person character, down here we can right click and add an event. So I'm going to right click and add custom event here on our event graph called hit by hit actor. So if we get hit by the hit actor, okay? Now basically, if we get hit by our hit actor, we want to go ahead and simulate physics on our character. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to get our character mesh, drag it onto the graph so we get a reference to it. We want to do a set simulate physics, okay? So hook this up like so and click simulate. And then we also want to add an impulse, so that will send our character flying a little bit. So again, we're going to get our mesh, our character mesh, and do a add impulse. So we have add impulse. So select that and hook this up. For our impulse, we're going to modify this value. So we want to do that make vector. So drag off here, we're going to do a make vector. So we have make vector. Okay, and we're going to multiply this by a value. So we're actually going to select this event. And if you remember, we can actually drag values onto this custom event, and that will add sort of inputs or variables that we can pass through this event. Now we can also, under the inputs, add variables in here as inputs that we can pass information through. So if I click this plus icon here, you can see I can add a variable that I want to pass information through. So in our case, I want to change this actually to a vector, and I'm going to rename this to hit a location. Okay, so wherever we hit our character, the location of that. Then I'm going to take this location and do a multiply. So operator multiply. And then for that value, I actually want to take this other vector down here. If you right click this pin, you can convert this to a float. So I want to do pin conversion to float. So I do that, I can now convert this to a float value. And for this value, I want to change this to say 50,000. So just a really big value. And then I'm going to do a break vector. And now we have that X, Y, and Z float variables. I'm going to plug in the X and the Y. And then for the Z here, I'm just going to set this to 50,000 in the Z, okay? So I'm going to copy the X and Y and then set the Z to 50,000. So that should kind of launch us in the air, okay? So I hit compile and save. Now we just need to call this hit by hit actor event in our hit actor event graph. So when
Okay, so I was doing some organizing
in our hit actor event graph. So when this capsule hits the player, we check and see if it's actually the player. If so, off of this third person character reference, we can call that hit by hit actor event, okay? So select that, and now we just need to give it a hit location. So for that, I'm going to get this arrow component. So this arrow is right in front of our hit actor. So I'm going to get our arrow on the graph, and then I want to get forward vector. So that will get basically the forward vector or the location of this arrow, and we can use that for our hit location of where we should launch or what direction we should launch our character. Okay, so compile, save that. Now we should be able to test this out. So let's go ahead and hit play and run up to our little hit actor. So now you can
Hold up, I got an error.
Character. Okay. Location. The location of this arrow, and
What? Blueprint bad. Blueprint bad.
we can use that for our hit location of where we should launch, or what direction we should launch our character. Okay. So compile, save that. Now we should be able to test.
That worked. So what happened to mine? So let's Control Z. Okay, that's there. So let me get the arrow. That. Control. Why is it not working? It doesn't make sense to me, is it? This arrow. Okay. Drag this down. Take it. There. UP. Oh, this is fucked up. I go back to viewport, blueprint bad. What exactly did I do different? What exactly do I have? Static mesh, capsule, arrow, rotating movement, there's self. Okay, all of this is good. Well, it must be something that I messed up in a third person category. Let's take a quick gander. The following hit by hit actor. Down. He did 50,000. I did that. Vector by Z. Simulate target. Meshed.
Okay. So I'm going to copy the X and Y and then set the Z to 50,000. So that should kind of launch us in the air. Okay. So I hit compile and save. Now we just need to call this hit by hit actor event in our hit actor event graph. So when this capsule
I see.
hits the player, we check and see if it's actually the player. If so, off of this third person character reference, we can call that hit by hit actor event. Okay. So select that.
I put it in
Now
the.
we just need
Okay,
to
so I see what happened.
give it a
I
hit
accidentally.
and I want basically can character.
Made a new
input.
parameter.
Okay. So compile, save that. Now we should be able to test this out. So let's go ahead and hit play and run up to our little hit actor. So now you can see our hit actor or our character gets launched all the way up in the sky.
Oh my god. That's kind of funny.
And you can see that we're getting all these warning messages or errors. We're getting this collision enabled warning message. So basically we need to go back into our character collision and change a little setting so that it can stop giving us that little warning message. Okay. So if we go back into our third person character, in the viewport, we're actually going to select our character mesh here. And I'm going to change our collision settings. So if you scroll all the way down, we should have collision presets. And instead of character mesh, I'm going to hit the drop down and set this to ragdoll all the way down here. Okay. So that will make our...
1 second, mate. You're moving a little fast again. Presets. I'm going to presets. Animation rig collision deep. Okay, collision deformer.
Our character ragdoll when we simulate physics. So now if we hit play,
1 second, what did he click on?
Ragdoll all the way down here. Okay, so that will make our character ragdoll when we simulate physics. So now if we hit play, we can go ahead and run up to this, and when it hits us, you can see it still launches us pretty far, but we don't get any more errors or warnings when we exit out of the play mode. Okay, so you can see we have our basic launch logic. So it launches pretty far. But one thing you might notice is it still continues to hit us, even though our character's body is all the way over there. And then I can even move our character around. So you can see I'm walking around, but our character's mesh is all the way over there. So you can see there's a couple of different problems that we need to fix. So let's go ahead and fix some of those issues. So first things first, when we get hit by this hit actor, I want to stop the character from moving, okay? Because if I get hit by this, like so, I can still move my character around and run around, okay? So go back to your third person character, head over to the event graph. So right after this add impulse, we're going to stop our character from being able to move. So I'm going to get our character movement. So this is our character movement component. If I drag off here and get it on the graph, I can disable our character from moving. So I want to drag off here and search for disable movement. So we have this disable movement node, and then we can hook this up like so. Okay, so that should stop us from moving. Now, if I go ahead and play test this, I can run over here, and now you can see that it stopped from moving, but you can still see that the hit actor is still hitting our character over and over, and our character's body is still flying up in the air every time we get hit. So we only want it to hit our character once. We don't want it to continuously hit our character until we respawn our character. So back in our third person graph, a way that we can set up the logic so that it only gets called once is if we go over to this hit by hit actor, we can move this over and we can actually do a branch. So do a branch, and then we can also add in a Boolean. Okay, so unhook this. Let's go ahead and add a new variable, and this will be called is knocked out ? And we want to change this from a float to a Boolean. So compile and save that, and now we can take this is knocked out and get it on the graph and hook that.
Okay. is knocked out Boolean. Has it dragged up? Gonna do get.
That up for our branch. So if we are knocked out, meaning if we were hit by the hit actor, we don't want to do anything because we're already knocked out. Now, if we aren't knocked out, we want to set our is knocked out variable, our Boolean. We want to set it to true. So hook that up for the false. So if we aren't knocked out, we want to go ahead and set that to true because now we are. And now we should only be able to get hit once by our hit actor. So if I hit compile and save and run up to our hit actor, stand right here.
Yeah, okay. So it stops it.
You can see that it only hits our character once, and our character's body is just still right there. Okay. So now we want to add the reset or respawn event so that our character will be able to move back around. So back in our third person character, we're going to, at the end of here, add a little delay. So I'm going to do a delay node. I'm going to set this to 5 seconds, okay? So after about 5 seconds of our character not being able to move, we're going to go ahead and reset our character. That way we can continue to run around. So after this completed, I'm going to drag this node all the way over here and drop it down here, and I'm going to search for set simulate physics. So I want to do set simulate physics mesh for our character mesh, and that will add that same node that we have up here. Now you can see that this little wire is stretched all
Hold on, which one did he choose?
physics. So I want to do set simulate physics mesh. For our character mesh, and that will add that same node that we have up here. Now you can see that this little wire is stretched all the way across here, and what we can do is we can even add a reroute node. So if you double click this, it will add a reroute node that we can select and move around, and it sort of gives us the option to organize the way that our wires are laid out. Okay, so it kind of gives us a clean way that we can organize the wires. Okay, so this allows us to continue the logic flow all the way up from here, and it continues to flow all the way down to here. You could additionally also add things like a custom event. That way you could add a custom event down here that you would call over here. Either way would work, okay? So essentially what we're doing here is we have to undo all the stuff we did here. So we're unsimulating physics. And then what we're going to have to do is we have to attach our character's mesh back to the capsule. Because when we get hit by the hit actor, our character's mesh goes flying away from our collision capsule. And so we'll have to reattach it. So to do that, we're going to get our mesh, our character mesh, and we're going to do the attach component to component. So the component that we want to attach this mesh to is to our capsule component. So get our capsule component on the graph, hook that up for the parent, and we just want to do snap to target, and then for the scale rule we can do keep relative. Okay. Then we want to set the relative location, because if you look in the viewport, if you select this mesh, it has this location set up, this negative 89, and then for the rotation it's rotated 260 degrees on the Z. So we have to set the location and rotation so it's perfectly matched and lined up like this. Otherwise, if we were to reset this, you can see the position is all messed up. So we have to set the location and rotation. So in the event graph, we want to get our character mesh. So let's get the character mesh on a graph. And we want to do a set relative location. this up like so. For the new location, this will be -89. So the same location that we have set over here. Then we want to set the rotation so we can copy.
So I don't know why he. I don't know why he. So I have right here set relative location and rotation. So instead of him fucking around with like two separate ones, I literally have both.
Paste our mesh and do a set relative rotation. And then for the rotation, let's select our mesh here, and we have 260 degrees. So I'm going to do 260 for the Z. Okay. Then we have to reset our character movement because right now our character movement is set to disabled. So we want to re-enable our character movement. So we want to get our character movement component and do a set movement mode. Character movement set movement mode, and we want to set this back to walking. Okay, so that will go ahead and re-enable our input and basically undo what we did up here. Okay, now the last thing that we want to do is we're using this knocked out boolean. We want to set this back to false because basically are we knocked out, we set it to true. Then once we launch ourselves, wait 5 seconds, reset the character, we want to set that back to false, that way we can get hit again. So I'm going to get our knocked out boolean and set it on the graph and just set it back to false. Okay, so now we should be able to test this out. So if I hit compile and save and hit play and we run.
Let's see if I fucked up, man. Oh. Okay. Let's see if that's how his functions too.
Here. So it hits me. You see that my character is all the way over there, and after 5 seconds it should reset our character. You can see that our character is attached back to our capsule. We can run around, our movement is back to being enabled. Now one thing I want to change is the camera is getting hit by this hit actor. So you can see that the camera moves in like that. So I'm going to go ahead and fix that real quick. So if you go to your hit actor blueprint, go to the viewport, we can actually select this static mesh or the hit actor itself, and we can change the collision settings. So if you go into the collision here, under the collision presets, we can set this from block all dynamic to custom. And then you're going to see it, we have more collision options for different types of things. So in our case, we want to go over here to the camera collision and set this to ignore. So that will ensure that it does not hit our camera. So compile and save that.
Custom. Okay.
Hit play. And now if we run up to our hit actor, you can see it doesn't mess around with our camera. Okay. So now after 5 seconds, I spawn back in, and you can see it hits our character. Now let's actually add a couple more of these different hit actors.
So I think so the camera doesn't actually get interfered by this thing now. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. So I can now pick items up, put it on me. I can go kick a soccer ball. I can damage my health. I can heal myself. I can open a door and close the door. And set ragdoll. Fascinating, huh? Cool.
In our scene, let's say we want to go ahead and delete this, and we can do Alt drag. So if you hold down Alt and drag, that will duplicate this. Let's go ahead and duplicate a couple of these and just make like a little obstacle course here. Now when I hit play, you're gonna notice they all rotate pretty much the same way and the same speed. Okay, so how could I set different rotation rates? So if we go into our hit actor, basically our rotating movement is from this rotating movement component, and we're using this rotation rate. So what I want to do is I want to set a variable that we can change in our blueprint that will change this rotation rate. So in our event graph, what we can do is we can add a new variable, and this will be our rotation rate. And we're going to change this from a Boolean to a rotator. And we're going to set this to instance editable and expose on spawn. Okay, so compile and save that. Now we're going to in the event graph, we'll right click and call our event begin play. Okay, so when play is called on this actor, we're going to get our rotation rate, and then we're going to set the rotation rate of our rotating movement component. So we're going to get our rotating movement component and do a set rotation rate. So now we just plug in our rotation rate variable into the set rotation rate. So compile, save. Now if we head over to our third person map, if we select one of these hit actors, in the details panel, you're going to see we have this rotation rate variable that we just exposed as a variable that we can modify in our level. So let's actually give this a default value. So if we go back to our hit actor, let's select this rotation rate here, and let's give this a default value of 180. So that is the default rotation. Now if we go back into our third person map, you can see that the default value updates for that. So if I select any of these hit actors, you can see that we have that variable and the default value set to 180. But now we can actually customize this. So I can set this to negative 180, so it should rotate the opposite direction. Then I could do 150, that should rotate a little bit slower. On this one I could do 190, and then on this one I could do 140. Okay, so if I hit play, you can see that we have all of these different things rotating at different speeds, and we can basically create a different variety of spinning movement. Okay, just by exposing those variables for us to modify. So really that is the power of Blueprint, the ability to take variables and expose them so that you can modify them inside of your level. And this is super useful for not only things like game design, but also for creating things like blueprint tools. Now, one other thing that you may notice is if you actually equip your hat, if you run up to one of these hit actors, you're going to notice that our character starts glitching out. You can see they're all flying around the map. So that actually has to do with the collision with the hat and the character.
Oh.
So to fix that bug real quick, you want to head over to your third person character. Over in the viewport, we have this hat mesh. So third person character, hat, and our character. So to fix that bug real quick, you want to head over to your third person character. over in the viewport, we have this hat mesh. So in the details, under the collision settings, we're just going to set this to no collision, okay? So set the hat mesh to no collision, compile, save, and then if we hit play, we can pick up the hat, and when our character gets hit, we're no longer glitching around, okay? So that is the Blueprint for Beginners course. We went over what are blueprints, the blueprint editor basics, all of the different variable types, how we can do things like get variables and set variables, how we can create blueprint classes or blueprint actors, and we've created all these different types of blueprints. Now I will be making a follow-up tutorial to this video called Blueprint for Intermediate Users. So we have Blueprint for Beginners, Blueprint for Intermediate Users, and then I'm going to make a third and final video called Blueprint for Advanced Users. So if you want to stay up to date and be notified when those videos are released, make sure you hit the subscribe with the bell icon. Also drop a comment down below on
So my goal, like I said, my goal today, before I end the day, is to make it where I can pick up an item. So I walk up to one of my NPCs, I press F. He gives me a task to pick up an item. I go and pick up the item, and the task is complete, right? I'm trying to think if I genuinely learned anything. It helped me with that. But I don't know if I have anything. Because it's like a quest tracker, right? So Unreal Engine, how to make a quest tracker.
What's up guys, welcome to new Unreal Engine 5 tutorial, and today I'm gonna make a very simple and easy mission objective system. Okay, so you pass into a certain zone, will be a trigger, and then you have a UI that will say current mission or objective, and you basically will just update and you know where to go. It's gonna be a very easy tutorial to follow, so let's get started. Also, first of all, I want to thank because we have reached 2K subscribers, so thanks to everyone that has been supporting me on all the tutorials that I've been making. I really appreciate you guys. Now yes, let's get into the tutorial. Alright, so first of all, let's make the actual trigger zones that will change our current mission, okay? So let's just go ahead and go to the content browser, and we're gonna go ahead and right click, and I'm gonna go into blueprint class because it's gonna be just an actor that will be just sitting in the world. So it's a actor, and then basically I'm just gonna call this BP mission object. Actually gonna just mission trigger, okay? Because it's just what it is. It's a trigger for the mission. So let's go ahead and open it up, and what we're gonna have here is very simple. So first of all, we need a certain type of collider so we can know when the character has gone through. So let's search for collision, and add a simple box collision, and that would just be allowing the area. Okay, it's gonna be our trigger. You can call it however you want, and there we go. That's pretty much it. Now what we will do is go into the triggers advanced section, and we're gonna have one in the on component begin overlap, which is when an object will just go through. And it's very important that it will be set up automatically, but it is set to overlap all dynamic, because if it's set to, for example, no collision, it will not do anything, or if it's set to block all, the player will not be able to go through. So this will, be allow the player to go through, but still with events. So what we're going to do is make sure that the other actor is the player. So to do this, what we're going to do is just cast to third person character or whatever character you're using for the blueprint, or first person or whatever. And what they will do is that if the cast is true, it will be a player. So that's a quick way of doing it. Now what we're going to have is a new variable on this trigger, which is going to be the new mission to set. So when we pass through here, it will just update this function. So we will change the variable type to be a string. We can type everything that we want, and what we're going to do is expose it. So this will mean we click the icon here that we can change it from the in-game scene, which will be just easier for us to change. So you will see in a second. So now what we have to do is change the character's mission, a current mission, to the new one. So let's go back into third person character, and what we're going to do is go to the events graph, but we're going to create a new function. So you just click on here, and this will be update mission. So basically this will just update the current mission that we have. So for this we have to create a new variable which will be the current mission. So just press this here, current mission, and then we'll change the type into a string again. Okay, so now what we're going to do is you drag this current mission, and we're gonna set it, and we're gonna set it with the new input that the new mission for the trigger will give.
You've been at it
Okay?
for 5 hours.
So when we call it, we'll just pass and
Check it
we'll
out.
have on.
Check it out. Check out what I've done. So I'm watching this video specifically because my goal today is to just make it where I walk up to one of the contacts. Here, I'll tell you. My goal today, what I do in a 5 hour... well, let me show you. I followed a 2.5 tutorial. It was like a 3-hour tutorial, but I followed along with him. I made this. He basically went over some of the basics, but when I launch it, my computer sucks dick, by the way, so it actually struggles on this. But when I launch it, give it a minute. There we go. I did a few things. If you look on the bottom left, I have a little health bar. I have a little health bar now. So if I walk in this, it deals damage every 1 second. It does like 10 points of damage. I step out of the zone, it stops, go in here, I heal. Now this, I don't think is really useful for the type of game I want to make, but it was like a generalized stuff, right? So something I do think is useful is like the door. I walk up into the static mesh area, I press E to interact with it, and it opens. So I think I can use that one. I can pick up items and put it on my character, and it destroys the item on the floor. And then I can also kick it in the soccer ball, does a little animation, and it spawns back. These particles are destructive to my computer, though. And then the final thing was, and then the final, oh yeah, that's true. The health thing, yeah, that's true. And how to mess with the UI system too. I can make a UI thing now. And the other thing was like setting up this static mesh thing and then making it where I can ragdoll. I don't think there's a real purpose for me to do this either. But how to kind of mess with it, how to select the collisions on like what it hits and doesn't hit, so the camera doesn't get affected by it. The character does. You hated UI in Unreal Engine, really? You know, the way the guy kind of walked through it wasn't terrible, but then again, I was just kind of following kind of everything he was doing. But so if I go to blueprint, hit actor, blueprint soccer, damage box, hat pickup, blue door. What did I make? No, it had to have been in blueprint. Damage box. Health bar. So yeah. Canvas, progress bar. How to kind of lock it into place with this thing. So I mean, I've been, like I said, I mean, these 5 hours I've been learning a lot. But of course, I've been just following instructions, right? I don't know how much of it I'll actually remember as soon as I need to call upon it, you know? But I've been learning. And he's got an intermediate and an advanced YouTube video. And I just finished the beginner's one. So what I'm doing with this one, because my goal today that I want to do, that I want to accomplish, is I'm going to open my my map maker one. So I'll save. No, just don't save. Don't save. I don't know what I was fucking with. So what I want to do is I want to be able to, repetition and consistency will make you remember. Also experimenting, changing things you made in tutorials is, well, I mean, yeah, that's what I was working on, kind of. Kind of. But what I want to do today, and you know, I think I learned quite a few things. I learned how to like set up a static mesh. I learned, so I don't necessarily, so I'm watching this guy to see how to be able to make a quest, right, or a mission, right? Because I learned how to basically be able to interact with things, how to get close and do that kind of stuff, but I didn't necessarily learn how to be tasked out with, you know, to do something. So but the goal today, literally, all I want to do today is to walk up to one of my little NPC actors, hit F, because that's the interact key. Okay, that's my interact key. E and Q is going to be like lean, but F, and then be given a quest. And then this week, my goal is to, instead of just walking up to him, I instead pledge to him. I press Q, and then when the contact sees that I like press K to ready up, he'll pull a mission from a mission pool and then give me the mission. Because one of the things I want to do, I think would be kind of interesting to add in this game is if I added a mission editor, which I think would be interesting. If I made it so that, I hate that it keeps every time I boot this. Let me save. Let me just get rid of it so it stops trying to do the streaming thing, which I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to learn how to figure out the stream partitioning, because like I said, my computer sucks. So this thing needs to be extremely extremely optimized. So no lighting. We're not doing any shadows. Fuck shadows. I was fucking with shadows, as you can see. But all I want to do today is just go up to this guy, press F, and then have him tell me to pick up this item, and then that's it. Right? Mission complete. Mission accomplished. So I'm watching right now a video on how to like get a quest, I guess, right? Or I want to see how he has it set up first, and then if I like the way he sets it up, I'll follow through and set up, because it's only 11 minutes. This one's super short instead of the 3-hour video I just watched. And then tomorrow I'm going to watch the guy's like intermediate, and then just see how much I can soak up. I'm a sponge. But that's kind of it. That's all I want to do today. I just want to be able to
on here.
Walk up to the contact
so
and be given
and
a
go
quest.
back into our mission trigger and drag from the third-person character.
But I'm also kind of taking a break. I'm eating.
Accessing the blueprint, and then
the CS50 homework. Yeah, check it out. So I messed with it a little, but basically all it wanted me to do was to make a game from that Scratch thing that has to use more than one sprite that isn't the cat. So I made a little soccer game. I hope it saved it. It didn't save it. Okay. Well, that sucks. Damn. I spent like an hour and a half on that. It was a soccer game. I made it where the sprite Fuck, bro, I didn't save it. Okay, well, whatever. I did it. The only thing I had difficulty with, and I don't think I ever actually figured out, that I didn't figure out, was how to, because I literally made it so that it spawned back in the middle, right? I set up 2 wands on the 2 ends. I had a sprite and a bat, and then the AI sprite would like just every 1 second like walk towards the tennis ball, and then the tennis ball bounced off of both of us, in the direction of the target like wand. So I had like wand 1 and wand 2. And it was interesting. I got it to kind of work. I just couldn't get it where the points were tracked, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I lost all that work. So we're working on this now. But like I said, my goal today, I just want to walk up to the contact, press F, and be given a quest, and just go pick up the item, and then like have it the quest completed for doing it. So
update mission.
I'm not really
There you
paying
go.
that close
And we have
attention. I'm kind of
our
eating.
mission to place here, and then we can just drag in our mission, new mission to
Right.
set variable, and it will set it basically.
Because I want to see how
And I
his
think that
final
we can do
product
just
looks.
test real quick, even though we're gonna make an UI in a second. And just go here and just print string with the text. So we'll just print and screen the new objective, even though, like I said, we're gonna make a UI for it. So now let's go ahead and place it on the scene. So for example, we can just go over next to, well, actually up here in this circle, and just I'm gonna drag it and place it over here. There we go. And then what we're going to do is just rescale it to make it bigger. So literally just start scaling it. There we go, like this.
So he's
and
making a
just to
specific
cover the
blueprint.
area that you want the player to be with a new mission when
For that
it
specific mission.
reaches it. So when you have kind of the size that you want, you have here that we have the exposed variable. This is very important. When we did with the eye, it is so that it basically appears here. So now we can change it. And for example, this will be, for example, kill all enemies. For example. So now if we press play and we reach the trigger point and we jump, you can see up there in the left corner, well, I'm gonna go again, you can see that it says kill all enemies. It's really cool. The mission is actually updating. Now there's a problem, and it's basically that it's, you know, we can basically go ahead and do it all the times that we want, and we pretty much only want to do it 1 time. So let's just go into our mission trigger, and it's so easy as just well, after checking that's the player, before we update the mission, I'm gonna do a do once, and literally it will just do it once because we are not gonna reset it, so it will just do it once for this specific trigger in the scene. Okay, so now let's go ahead and, you know, set up the UI pretty much. So now we can delete the string because we can know that it's working, and let's just go ahead and create a new widget. So right click, use interface, widget blueprint, and create a normal user widget. Let's go WP underscore mission, something like that. And now let's go ahead and open it. Alright, so now when it's open, what we're going to do is just add a canvas. Just go into the palette here, canvas panel, just add it over here, and there we go. So now we can place things on the canvas. So what we're going to do is just place a normal text, and let's just do it, for example, up here. And let's just place over here and change the this is gonna be like the title, so it's gonna be mission, well, current mission, or whatever you want to call it. Also objective, or whatever you want. In my case, you can say current mission, and just place over here. And then what we're going to do is just place the anchors in the corners. This is just because it's the change. We changed the resolution on the screen size. It will align perfectly on the screen. And now what we want to do is add a scale box. There we go. Just drag it over here and just place it around here with the size that you want a block of text to be appear. Of course, I just have kill enemies, but you have a more detailed explanation of the mission, it will fill up more space. So kind of just place it, and then remember to put the anchors over here. So now you can see that we have some details over here that we can change. First of all, the stretch direction, I'm just gonna say that's gonna be down only, so when the text reaches the end, it will not go also up, but only down basically. So now we can just drag the text to be inside our block. You can see that it aligned. Now it's a child over here, And now what I have to do is just align it just into the left and the top. We can also change a bit the size of the font, and there we go. We can see that we have basically everything over here, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so now we have set up our thing. So just click on the text. Gonna just change it into be current mission text. So so this is important because we're gonna be using this reference of the variable, sorry, and then just click is variable, so it will appear as variable. Okay, so now we can compile and save. Now let's go back in a third person character blueprint, and let's go back into the events graph and just type in the begin play. So when we start the game, we'll basically create a widget. Create widget. There we go. Now we have to select the class of the widget, which is WP mission. The owning player is going to be the get player controller. It's going to be us basically, and the return value we are basically going to do a thing and is save it as a variable. So just right click, promote to variable, and it's going to be the mission widget because we will need it in a second. And then just drag in this and then say add to viewport, so add into the screen. Alright, so now I will basically add into screen. As you can see, we press play. You see in the left we have the UI, current mission here. But of course it will not update. If I go here and I just jump, it will not do anything because we haven't done anything. So just go over here, and what we have to do is go into our update mission function, and just after we set the new string to be, what we have to do is just get the mission widget variable that we did, and then just drag it and say get text, and then we can see that we have the variable that we created, get current mission text. So now that we have a reference to that text variable, we can just say set text. So now we can set the text of that one, and it will be in our case the current mission. So we can just drag it over here, get it, and then just plug it in here. It will convert it into text. But there we go. So now if we press play, you can see that we have just mission here. Of course you can disable if we don't have anything, but just go over here, jump, and then you can see that it replaces with kill all enemies. So really cool. What we can do also is real quick is just play a sound, for example. So play sound, and 2D is okay, and then we can just select a different sound. For example, this one is okay. And then what we can do also is to show you, I can just duplicate this mission trigger, put one over here in this side too, and change it to be jump and die for example. So now we'll press play. You can see if I go here, the sound plays, it updates killable enemies, and then I go back here, and then you can see jump and die, and it plays the sound. And of course if I go back, because with the do once, it doesn't play again. So you guys, that was the tutorial. If you found it helpful and you enjoyed watching, I would really appreciate it if you like the video and subscribe.
Well, not necessarily what I was looking for. First off, he just made like an area you walked into, and even then, he didn't really set it up so that you completed the objective. That's part of what I want to do, that's true. I think I can use some of it, but it wasn't necessarily what I wanted. So let me see what his code was. How he set it up. So I saw the
This is what it is. It's a trigger for the mission.
So how do I sorry, so what I want to do is I want to set up a specific trigger, kind of how I did with the hat, where I walked up and I interacted to get the hat. I want to walk up and interact to get the mission.
So let's go ahead.
So I'm assuming,
and what we're gonna have here is very simple.
Let me
So
rewatch
first
this
of
for
all,
a
we need
second.
a certain
I want to see how he starts it.
so we can know when the character has gone through. So let's search for collision, and it's add a simple box collision.
Yes.
And that would just be allowing the area.
So the idea is I'd walk up to this guy. So I'd walk up to this guy, I press F, and then he tells me to go pick up that item. I pick up the item disappears. And it says like mission complete. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna rewatch it. But instead of having it be like a random thing, I'm gonna use it off of the character static mesh because I want the character to basically detect me. So let me see if I can remember how I had all of this stuff set up. So which mannequins? So it's just in the meshes. So let me give him a blueprint. Hold on. I need to be able to see this a little better. So I'm in meshes, mannequin UE4 characters. UE4. So we're here. I wonder if I just copy pasted these guys and picked them up and threw them there. I don't think I actually had a specific use for them in particular, and I don't know if this is specifically this one, because it just says meshes, mannequin UE4. I think this is my character. Hold up. So we got mannequin UE4. Are you the same thing? Mannequin UE4. It is the same thing. Okay, so they are just duplicates of each other. Okay. Well, let me delete one. I don't want this guy. I want this one. Let me see if I can remember how to do this from the literal 5 hours of me working. So if we go back to content, what do I have for layouts? I got third person level prototyping characters. So we got characters. Mannequin UE4 mannequins. Mannequin UE4. This is the only mannequin UE4 I think I have. Right? I think so. We're going to rename him. Rename to John. Oh! What? Oh shit, it made a duplicate of him. So let's delete you. Materials, the mesh. Mannequin. This is John. Johnny boy. Johnny boy. Okay, I actually forgot everything. I don't remember. No. Okay, so we can still let me do some look like I had the other guy. Okay, so I know I need to make a blueprint. I need to make a blueprint connected to this guy. So let's make a blueprint. Now specifically, I like it to be in John's section. Blueprint class, actor, BP underscore John. So everything that I want John to do. This is going to be everything I want John to be able to do. All I want, okay, is a static mesh. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. This is where I get his character. What's his rig? This mesh? SK mannequin? Can I do the physics asset? Okay, never mind. Clear. We're not doing this. We're not doing a static mesh, I think. Please. Add. Bruh. I literally went 5 hours. But we can get a box collision. Which is I think what we'll do. Let me compile it, save it, and then we'll take the box collision. Round John. So I can see, and we'll adjust based off how big John is. Okay. So when I walk up to John, he'll have a box collision, which I can then let me look at the hat. Let me pull up my other project. Let me see how I did. Let me see how I pulled the hat up. How I did the hat real quick. So I can figure out specifically where I did where I was able to do specifically interact. This is probably going to kill my laptop. Oh my lord. Okay. Huge. It's so crazy. Okay, well, I mean, it's running it's not running great. I'm starting a slideshow. But what I want to look at, I want to look at the hat pickup. I want to open up the blueprint for this. I want to see specifically how. So press E. E casts the third person to detect the third person. Got it! So we open this. Move you over here because this is my project. Did all this shit. Okay, so to have it detect me. Oh. Okay. 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 Box. Down all the way to the bottom. On component begin overlap. What I want to happen, first off, to detect has to be third person character to detect a character. And when it detects a character, I want it to have a pop-up that says Mark. Takes to load. Well, once again, I think it's important to note my laptop is not it's probably literally like begging to be put down at this point. So what I want it to do, so obviously this one is specifically, it just says press E, cast a BP so that I can then equip the hat. I want it to pop up with like press F or press F for mission. I don't specifically want, okay, so first off, I don't know if I need this. We can just click that out for now. First, enable input. One person character. This will enable the input. And we need to end the overlap. Okay. So this basically would allow me to interact. But what I need, so the actual function itself is going to be up here. Now, I want it to have an icon that pops up that says to press F, and then I want the actual button. So this is literally just fucking E key, F key, F. To actually push the button, which would then do the function I want it to do. So this would enable me to do the actual mission. And then it says like destroy actor, okay, but this is to pick up a hat. I need to make it so that it enables a mission. So that's the thing I need to learn. I think that's something that I can learn from this person's thing.
Yeah, okay, that's gonna be our.
Well, actually, I don't even know because his thing just gives a print stream of like you know, do this, kill enemies, or jump and die or something. I don't think it actually triggers a mission. It just triggers a print stream. So that's not entirely what I'm looking for. Ryan Laley, I remember this guy. This was the dude that made me burn out almost immediately because his stuff was like so like in depth. I was losing like following him. I was literally like not understanding what I was doing when I was doing it. And then he's like, "Oh, this is actually really, really basic." And then like 20 minutes in, I was like, this doesn't feel basic. This doesn't feel basic at all. When learning UE5? I mean, yeah, he was the one that I was actually watching. He's the one that helped me make because I watched like, so it wasn't the quest system. What I ended up watching was, okay, because he's got all sorts of fucking playlists. This dude has some crazy good tutorials. But it was, which one did I watch? So this is the one that I was following. How to make like an equipment system. Item inspection, ability system series. Don't care for that one. Making your first game. Saving and loading. Shooter AI would be really good to follow, maybe. Oh wait, no, maybe it was the equipment system. It was one of these. It was one of these like inventory systems I was following. And like I said, I was just like, as I was watching them, I'm like, I don't. It was like, okay, I'm tracking. I'm not tracking anymore. How did this happen? I am too stupid. Me big dumb. But the only thing I want now is I want to make. I don't care about the JRPG. I think it was this I was following actually. But I mean, he has a quest system, but I don't necessarily want. I mean, his stuff's really good. I will say, like, out of all the tutorials I've watched, I think this guy had like really good stuff. But I just want.
Hello and welcome
Quest data.
to a brand new series where we are remaking our quest series that we made
Quest
years
giver.
ago. And we're making something a little bit better. A little bit more
I just
robust,
need.
able to save
I
it,
just needed to
test
tell me
it,
to pick up an
level,
item.
a lot of cool little features that we weren't having possible on the first time we did this series. So in this first episode, we're going to go through the setup of creating the various quest structures and the data table and explain how this is roughly going to work. So let's get started.
Fuck.
So we're going to start things
I'm about
off
to
with
watch
our
this
quest
stuff.
system by creating the basic quest actor. This quest actor will be spawned in by quest givers and your save system when they want to assign a quest to the player. The point of this quest actor is to keep track of the objectives being tracked and assessed against, and also to measure when a quest should be completed. This is why it's best to have it as a separate actor or separate asset entirely. That way you can work on this asset separate from the rest of the game. So let's go ahead and create this new actor up.
Fuck. No. Well, here we go. We're diving back into following this guy's stuff, I guess, because what he says is like identical to what I'm looking for. So can I honestly really complain that he's literally going to give me a step-by-step direction on what I'm specifically looking for? Just kind of sucks that it's absurdly fucking. God damn it! I don't need sleep. I don't need fucking sleep. Fuck it. I don't need sleep. I think I set up a basic enough, but he's probably gonna give me something so much better than what I was even trying to do.
Draw, and we're going to create a new folder for our quest system.
Oh, he's already moving. Oh, fuck. Okay. He's on the content page? Okay, that's fine. We're following. Okay, and he's just gonna make it quests, right?
And we're going to create
Quest system. I'm gonna call mine mission system. Because that's what mine is. I'm gonna have missions. But one thing to note is I want to make it so that there is like customizable. Okay, I don't know why I duplicated that. I need to delete this one. It's probably not going to delete. Okay. So, mission system. I want to make it where people can make missions. Why is he mute?
as a base. I'm going to open
I could probably move so fast.
and we'll do as a base.
Okay. Actor BP underscore mission base.
I'm going to open this thing up. So my aim today is just to design up our quest base and set up the basic details of where quests information is going to exist. So the first thing we need to know is some variables. So the first variable we're going to have in here is be the quest ID. Now the quest ID will refer to a row name in a data table, which is where the quest data will reside. So let's go over to our type and change it to be a name type, as that's going to refer to a data table row name. We then want to know the quest details. Now the quest details are going to come from the data table. So let's go ahead and design the quest details. I'm going to minimize this and go back to my content drawer. I'm going to create a new struct. So go to blueprints and structure. And we call this one F quest details. And open this up.
Oh, one more. Go back, go back.
And structure.
Okay.
And we call this one F quest details.
Fuck.
And open this up. Structure. A new struct. So go to blueprints and structure. And we call this one F quest details.
Okay, why not F? I don't know why F. Why exactly F? Maybe he'll explain it. Rename F mission details.
And open this up. In our quest, we're going to have in here the quest name. This will be a text value. We're going to have the log description. So this is the description that's going to be in long form, appearing on the actual text inside of our quest log.
He's moving so fast. How do I add another one? How do I add another one? Oh my god, he's adding so many.
Quest name. This will be a text value.
Add variable. Got it. Oh. Thought you could pull a quick on me, huh?
Description. So this is the description that's going to be in long form, appearing on the actual text inside of our quest log.
Okay.
Alongside that, we're going to also have a tracker description. So this will be the short form description that will appear just inside of our tracking on the main HUD during the gameplay. So we call this tracking description. And we're going to add another variable as a boolean.
1 second. I did quest name instead of mission name. I need to keep things consistent. Mission name, log description, tracking description. He's added another variable. There's a dog outside my window.
Whether or not this is a main quest or a side quest. What I'm going to do is main quest. Now you may want to do multiple
Ah, man. Okay, so I don't have. I guess I can do that. I guess I could do like a tutorial thing maybe. That could be the main quest, kind of.
types of quests, and in that case an enum might be better suited for you. But either way, it's up to you if you want to do main quest and side quest, or you want to do main quest and then multiple different categories of side quests. How you organize it is totally up to you what you want to do here.
Fuck, I did quest. I'm mission. Main mission. It doesn't even make sense to have it like that, but we'll do that. It'll probably be tutorial. I'll probably rename it to tutorial or something.
And the next thing is the actual stages of our quest. So stages refer to different elements inside of our individual quest. So we're going to go and create the stage details up here and create new structure. And call it an F stage.
He's doing another blueprint structure. Another blueprint structure.
Details.
F stage details.
And we're going to open the stage up. Now the stage here will also have a name. So let's go in here, stage name. And this will be a text.
Oh, stages of the mission. Okay, I get it.
Description.
Pushing all these to text. Add description.
And we'll do objectives, but we'll come back to that in a moment. The XP reward. So XP reward needs to be an integer.
Well, it wouldn't be XP. It'd be like, what was it? What would it be? Respect. Oh God, the respect reward. I could do because it's like earning respect for the contact. So instead of XP, it's gonna be respect. Instead of XP, it's gonna be respect. But it's gonna be the same concept because.
Yeah.
That one's gonna be an integer. We got whole numbers in here, boyo. Whole numbers.
Item rewards.
Well, I'm not giving no fucking items. Oh, actually, maybe item rewards. I can use that for leveling.
Now we're not going to do a full inventory system in our setup here, but what your inventory will be, items will require probably, it could be the name as a map with integer as the option here.
Oh, huh? Okay, so the item with the number of items, with the number
you
of
have
that item.
How what item name and how many of the item you're going to have. as a
Oh,
reward.
got it.
And also going to have currency rewards too.
That's probably going to be useless. I don't think I'm going to use that. Currency is what I'm going to use. I don't think I need an item reward. At least not specifically in that state. Currency, yes, we can do currency.
And that would be just an integer on its own. Okay, so what we're doing here is setting up the ability for our stages here to be a quest to have multiple stages, and each stage can reward the player with different quest rewards as they progress through the main story. So we hit save on this, and we can close this down. And
What did he
now
close?
go-
What did he close? You move
quests
so
have
fast.
multiple stages.
You move so
What we're doing here is
fast.
setting up the ability for our
Stage?
stages here
Stages
to be
details?
a quest to have multiple stages, and each stage can reward the player with different quest rewards as they progress through the main story. So we hit save on this, and we can close this down, and we can now go in creating the objectives. So objectives will be yet another detail struct. So let's create another blueprint structure. F
God damn.
Objective
Another structure.
details.
F
And open this up.
objective.
And inside here, we're going to have the objective name. Yeah, text value.
The problem is, it feels like I'm making
Description.
a completely different game than what I'm actually interested in
The
making.
type of objective, which we'll come back to in a moment as well. We'll come back to that.
But I think a lot of this I can actually
objective
use also.
ID. And the objective ID is going to be a string.
God, he's like
So
a
the
whole
way this
whole
is going
step
to
ahead
work
of me.
is as you complete various tasks inside the game, they're going to report back an ID number. And the ID number is going to refer back to our quest here and to determine whether or not the objective was just met. So objective ID is what we're using for this. We want to know quantity.
Too
And this is
advanced?
because
Hey!
you may have like kill 5 rabbits, pick up
Hell
10
no.
pelts,
Easy.
kill 1 guard, whatever it may be.
Easy.
That quantity is going to be used to know how many of those things you need to
String.
do.
Integer.
Boolean for is optional.
He's adding a boolean.
That'd be a boolean.
So one of the things I'm having issues with right now is he's
And
setting
we're
up
also
some
gonna
very
have bonus
specific
XP as well.
IDs.
If you
One
want
of the things
rewards,
is
the
I
player
want
some extra
to
XP
kind of recreate what APB
completing
does, where
certain
you can
objectives,
go to
which we
specific
can do here as well.
where like break into
Save.
break
Now we've got
into
objective details.
something
We go
and have it
back
be
to
like a
our
window
quest
or a door.
details. Stage details.
So let
sorry.
me see what he's
So we have
specifically.
objectives. The objectives in the stage here will be
So fast. He's so fast. Okay.
so now we've got objective details. If we go back to our quest details, stage details, sorry, you see we had objectives. The objectives in the stage here will be that f objective details, but this will be an array.
This be an array, so let me
So
switch
from
this
here,
over
choose
to array.
array. Now we've got stages done. We're going to go back to our quest details, and over here we can set up the stages that we want as well.
Oh shit, hold up. Did I end up copying quest without... No. Stage name, description, objective, respect, item, currency, objective description, type, objective, ID, quantity is optional, bonus XP, main mission, mission name, long description. Okay. No, okay, we're tracking.
So we're going to go into here, stages.
Where's he in? Quest details? Mission details? Okay, he added an extra one.
Okay, so stages here. I'm going to do F stages, and you'll see stage details, and that'll be an array as well. Save. Again, error again here. So let's just make a change here.
Mission name, log
What's going on
description,
here?
tracking description. Is main quest, stages,
Stage.
stage.
There you go. Don't know what that's about. If you do get a weird error like that, just try messing about with the names of them. It gets a bit funny sometimes. But there we go. We've got our 3 different structures working together. So quest contains stages, stages contain objectives, and objectives have detail here. Now we do have type here.
Oh, hold up. Let me make sure that's right.
Contain
No,
objectives,
okay,
and
we're good,
objectives
we're good.
have detail here. Now we do
Yeah,
have
we're good.
type here. This should be an enum. So we're going to go into create an enum for this. So we go to blueprints, enumeration, do e objective type. Open this up, and we're going to add in here a
E objective type. Why does he do that specifically? He always puts like a random like letter before he does E objective type. Open it up.
open this up, and we're going to add in here
It's the
a
variable?
location.
E for enum. Oh,
It's a location.
God, I'm so dumb.
Based objective, so i.e. reach a certain go to a certain point.
You might be
go
right.
to-
I think I'm a little. I think I'm a little too. He might be a couple hundred steps ahead of me here. How does he have display name already? What did I miss?
here. Open this up, and we're going to add in here a
God damn it! Literally
location.
one button and it fucks my entire
it's a
thing up.
location-based objective. So, i.e., reach a certain go to a certain point, go to the house, go to the castle, whatever it is. Next one would be a kill objective. So kill 10 of these, 5 of these.
Okay, so I'm not
these,
gonna be
whatever it
using
be.
like 90% of these. I'll probably end up deleting
Interact.
some of this. But just so I can follow the
Go
tutorial.
talk to someone. Go pick up this. Go pull that lever.
It's too much for now. It's not actually teaching you
And
anything. It's a guide for
collect.
stuff to do something, not actually making you learn game dev.
So
Really?
loot 5 bear
Uh-oh.
pelts. So on and so forth. Okay. So you've got these 4 different types.
That's
of
not good.
objectives, And you'll find that 99%
Listen, I'm
of
already
all
like-
objectives you do in the
I've already
game
made
are gonna
this.
be one of these 4. Okay. Hit save, and we can close that. So now I can go back to my objective details, go to objective type, and I can do E objective type. Save. Okay, so there's all my details set up there. We now need to hook this up to a data table. So let's go over
So fast.
detail setup.
He's so fast.
Save. Okay, so there's all my details set up there. We now need to hook this up to a data table. So let's go over to a data table.
Okay, you might be right. He's okay. I mean, you're obviously right, but like, I just want to walk up to a contact and press F and have it give me a mission. This guy has made me make 80 different fucking things. I mean, it's setting me up to be able to like make things, but I don't want it to be like this anyways. So we're gonna abandon this one. I'll come back to him. Like I said, like I was following him, and I'm just like this, you know, like it burnt me out. And I think I'm kind of close to what I needed to do with BP John. I got all this. It's a text him. I walk up. I press a button. I just need it to give me a task. I need it to access something that tells me to do something. Quests. So all I need is a quest tracker. How to make quests step by step. How long is this? 9 minutes?
Hello and thank you for purchasing my Unreal Engine 5 quest system. In today's video we're going to make a quest step by step from scratch,
individually
but before
first,
we continue
or...
make sure you watch the quick start guide video. That's going to teach you how to set everything up and get it connected, and we're going to continue from there.
Quest accepted, a short story about Timmy.
And here we are back in our third person map, and I went ahead and I emptied the DT quest data table, and we're going to start off doing by making a new map. I'm going to just make a basic one. And if you hit play and press the L key, you should be able to see your quest log. And if you didn't, make sure you watch that previous video. That'll walk you through.
He's already set it up. Fuck. Man. Okay, about dialogue. How to create a mission objective system. 11 minutes long. How to make a quest step by step.
Through setting everything up. Now I'm just going to go ahead and lay out some static meshes and some NPCs for our quest. For this quest, we're going to collect some items, interact with an NPC, and travel to an NPC. So go ahead and save your map. I'm just going to call mine new map. And then our date table, go ahead and add a new row. For the row name, go ahead and enter quest_1. And then for the level name, go ahead and enter our level. New map. Now we need a start at tag and a complete at tag. We can go ahead and enter quest_1-start and quest_1-turn-in. You can name these whatever you want, but it's good to name them something you'll easily recognize in the future if you come back and just look at the NPC. For rewards, I'm just going to go ahead and give them a bunch of experience. Since we don't have an item system in this, we might as well just keep it simple. Go ahead and add some text for your quest. The short description is only shown on the quest log, but the long description will be shown in the quest window as well as the quest log. You also get state messages. These are little special messages that appear in the window based on the current state of the quest. So you want to select the state you want the message to appear for first, and then enter your message. Now go ahead and select your first actor where you want the quest to start at, and search for tags and add an actor tag that's a reference to your quest start at actor, which is quest_1-start. And now where we want to turn the quest in at, we add the other tag for the complete at actor tag, which we set to quest_1-turn-in. So now if we press play, we should be able to see our quest. There it is. And we should be able to accept it, but we don't have any objectives yet, so we won't be able to actually complete it. But we can verify that all of our information is in it.
Okay. Well. Damn. I don't know enough. Okay. So, I think I'm going to completely abandon that goal of just giving myself a quest. I think that might be too difficult. Let me just follow. Let me go back to Poly. Was it Polymatter? Fuck, I don't know. The problem is, a lot of these ones that are saying like, oh, you know, how to do it step by step, they've already probably got like a fucking 30-minute long video of them already having Smart Poly. This guy. So I watched the
Have you ever
beginners one. That was the one that I made that. Let me see what his intermediate one is. So I watched this whole thing. That's what kind of taught me how to do all the other stuff. Let's see what the intermediate thing is.
Hello guys, and welcome to the
God, it's
Blueprint
another
for
2 minutes.
Intermediate Users tutorial. This is the second video in my Blueprint for Beginners series, where I teach you how to use blueprints, the visual scripting system inside of Unreal Engine 5, and in this video I will be explaining some intermediate blueprint topics, such as what are enumerations, structures, and arrays. These are data-driven variables that are essential to using Blueprint inside of Unreal Engine. I will also cover over some of the other things that I skipped over in the previous video.
Oh my god, he's got an
Things-
inventory system. Oh my god, he picked up an item and actually fucking equipped it. Okay, never mind. I should have just stuck with this guy's stuff. I don't know
like
what I was
are
doing
blueprint
leaving.
functions, what they are used
He's actually
for,
going to walk me through
and how
everything.
to create your own blueprint functions. Finally, we will be using all of the things that we learned in the first half of this video to create a simple inventory system that features different items that our character can pick up, and each individual item that we create has its own unique stats and variables, and also the ability to use the item with its own custom logic. So we will create things like a simple health potion.
Yeah, the
that
first one was
player
really
can
good. The
pick
first
up
one was
and
really good.
consume, and it will restore some health to their health bar. We will create this little hatchet item that the player can pick up and equip, and then we will finally create this little book item that will display some text on the player's screen. Now this video will cover all of these intermediate topics, and if you reach to the end of this video and you end up
Let's see
enjoying
if
this
any of the
free
changes I
tutorial,
made.
you can check out some of my premium courses on smartpoly.teachable.com. If you are interested in making games inside of Unreal Engine, luckily for you, I have a complete multiplayer survival game course where we create a complete multiplayer survival game from scratch. I will be adding more courses in the future, so chances are if you're watching this video in the future, you can check out my website smartpoly.teachable.com to check and see if there's any new courses. Now this is the second video in my Blueprint Beginner series, so if you haven't watched the first video, Blueprint for Beginners, I highly recommend that you go and watch that video first, as it will explain the bare basics of blueprints. And in the future, I will be uploading a follow-up video to this one titled Blueprint for Advanced Users, which will be the third and final video in this series, and it will dive into more advanced topics in blueprints, things like blueprint interfaces, and so much more. So if you want to stay updated for when that video is released, now is a good time to hit that subscribe button and the
Okay.
notification bell icon. It's completely free, and I'm trying to hit over 100,000 subscribers before the end of 2023. Now without any further ado, let's get right into the video. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create the project. So for this video, we're going to be selecting the third-person character template, and we're also going to be leaving this as blueprint selected. Now I'm not going to include starter content in this video, so I'm going to leave that unchecked. And for our project name, we can go ahead and just rename this to Intermediate Blueprint, okay? And then click Create. So that will go ahead and launch Unreal Engine 5.3. So now that we are here in the editor, let's go ahead and open up our third-person blueprint. So in our previous video, we were messing around inside of the third-person blueprint. So to navigate to there, we just want to go to our...
Okay, give me a minute. my laptop's a little slow. Okay. I am in. Set this up over here. Let's see.
our content, third person, blueprints, and open up our third person character blueprint class. I'm going to go ahead and dock this window up here at the top. Now I kind of want to talk about some of the other variables that we didn't discuss in the previous video, things like enumerations and structures, as well as arrays. So the first thing that we're going to cover are enumerations. So enumerators are essentially user-defined values. So if I create a new variable in here, I can name this to my test enum. And in the Boolean type, we can search for enum. And you can see there are a ton of different enumerators under the enum variable type. So these are all built into the engine. These are different type of enumerators. Now let's actually make our own custom enumerator, because you can actually create your own custom type. So in our content, let's make a new folder. Right click, create a new folder. We'll name this to _main. So that will just send the folder to the very top left. That will just keep everything organized. And in there, we're going to right click, create a new folder, and name this to enums. So in this folder, we're going to open that up and right click, and to create a blueprint enumeration, instead of going over here under the basic asset, we're going to go down to the advanced asset. So under the advanced asset, we have a category for blueprint. And you can see we have the same blueprint class that we have up here, but we also have a couple of different things that we can add. We have things like a blueprint function library, a blueprint interface, macro library, and then down here we have this enumeration. So we're going to actually select this enumeration. And now I'm going to name this to e_test enum. So now I can double click and open this up. And what this will show us is the enumerator window. So I can add a enumerator by clicking this plus icon right up here. And it adds this display name and the description. Really, you just want to focus on the name. So in our case, we can name this to is_walking ? Then we could add another enumerator, and we can rename this to is_flying ? Add another enumerator. This will be our is_swimming ? And add one last enumerator, and this can be is_sitting ? So save that. Now if we close out of this enumerator, we can go back into our third person character, select the my test enum that we created, change the variable type from Boolean to e_test enum. So if we type in e_test enum, we can search for that e_test enum that we created. I'm going to go ahead and select that. And then we have to compile the blueprint to see the default value. So let's go ahead and hit compile and save. And now we can see we have that default value, my test enum. So we gave it those different options, those 4 different options. And now you can see if we click on it, it gives us sort of this drop down menu. So really all that enum is a set of different options that you can define, okay? User defined options. So I can select is flying, is swimming, is walking, or is sitting. And basically I can define my own type of settings. So this is super useful because rather than having a bunch of Booleans to store whether or not you're walking, flying, or swimming, you can have an enum that will store, say, the state of the character or other different variables that you might have, and you can just switch between all of them by using an enumerator rather than multiple different variables. Now to actually get this on the graph, let's go ahead and mess around with that. So we're going to add a F key. So we're going to do a F key, and then we're going to get our test enum on our graph. So we can drag this and get this on our graph. And then with this, you can actually drag off here and do a switch on, and you're going to see we have the switch on e_test enum. So if we select that, you're going to notice that it gives us this execution pin. So I'll hook this up for the pressed. So basically, depending on whichever enum that we have selected, the following execution pin will be executed. So for example, I currently have our test enum set to is swimming. So this is swimming execution pin is going to be fired off. So if I were to take this and
we like
this
enums.
walking, this is walking execution pin will be fired off. So again, this is super useful because rather than having a bunch of Boolean variables to keep track of all of these other different states, you can just have an enum that will switch depending on the enum that we have set, and you can have different logic hooked up to that enum. So for example, we could do a print string. So we do a print string for our is walking, and we can rename this to character is walking. Then we could just copy and paste this by doing Control-C, Control-V. And for our is flying, we can name this to character is flying. Copy and paste this again.
Oh my god, he's so fast.
Swimming. Rename this to character is swimming. And lastly, copy and paste this one last
V.
time.
V.
That up for the is sitting and rename this to
I'm on swimming.
character is sitting.
Swimming.
So compile and save this.
No, stop.
So now if we
V.
select our test enum, you can see it's set to is walking. So now let's go ahead and actually hit play. So hit play here and press F. You can see our character is walking. Let's go ahead and select this enum, change this to
Character
is
setting.
swimming.
Stop it. Stop. Stop. You're too fast. You're too fast. Goodness me. I have to organize this. I have to make sure everything looks okay. Okay. I didn't even connect the F key. Okay. I think we're good.
Press F key.
Let's go back for a second.
So now let's go ahead and actually hit play. So hit play here and press F. You can see our character is walking. Let's go ahead and select this enum, change this to is swimming. Compile save. So if it's
Okay,
set to
fuck.
is swimming, it should print off
No, hold on.
to is swim. Press F. You can see our character is walking. Let's go ahead and select this enum, change this to is swimming.
Okay, I see. So if I were to hit play, I press F, character's walking. Okay, alright. I got it.
Compile save. So if it's set to is swimming, it should print off character is swimming. So press F. You can see character.
If I go to my test enum, I switch to is swimming. File and save. And then launch it. It should say character is swimming. Okay. Alright, I got it.
And we can set this to is sitting. Compile that, hit play, press F. You can see character is sitting. Okay. So basically, depending on whatever you set the enum value to,
Okay.
it will switch and execute the following execution pin that you have hooked up. You can also set enumerators. So for example, I could take my test enum and set it. So if I set it on the graph, I can set it like so.
So
by hitting
walking,
this
flying,
drop
swimming,
down,
sitting.
setting it to is swimming. So just like you're setting any other variable, you can just set the setting here on the graph. So those are enumerators explained. Now in the other video, we didn't really cover how to actually add a comment to our Blueprint code. So comments are like these little nodes that you can see here, these little gray nodes. So really quickly, to add a comment for our enumeration here, we can just drag over this. So if you select over all these nodes, if you press C on your keyboard, so if you press the C key, that will add a comment. So you can rename this comment to enums or enumerators. And then if you move this comment around, you can see that the code
Oh,
inside
it keeps
of
everything in place.
be contained, and you can move this anywhere that you want on the graph.
Okay.
Also, you can rename your comment text.
Make sure to
if you
comment
want
my
to,
stuff a
either
lot and
by
well.
double-clicking
Okay.
Here, or selecting it here. You can also change the color of the comment. So if you want to change it,
Or you
to
can
a
color
different
code everything if you wanted to.
Then also, if you want to show the name of your comment and have it so that you can see it when you zoom out, you can hit this show bubble when zoomed. So we've covered enumerations. Now we're going to cover the other different variable types, such as structures. So structures are another important data-driven variable type.
You can add
inside of
comment
Unreal
paragraphs
Engine.
to
And
it
if you're
to
doing
explain what
anything
is happening.
advanced, such
Oh,
as
okay.
creating a game or some sort of interactive experience where you need data to be stored, you will likely be using structures at some point. So let's go ahead and create our first structure. So if we go to our third-person map here, go back to our main folder. We're going to right-click, create a new folder, and call this structures. So
New
double-click and
folder.
open that up. We're going to right-click and create a new structure. So under the advanced asset here, under the blueprint, at the very bottom we have this structure. Okay, so let's go ahead and select that, and then we're going to name this to s_test structure. So double click, open that up. Similar to the enumerator that we saw here, instead of adding enumerators, we can actually add variables. So basically, a structure is a group of variables. So what this means is I can add any type of variable inside of here. I can set this to any type of variable and give it a name. So for our test structure, I'm going to change this first variable to a text. And I'm going to rename this to player name. Then this next one will be a Boolean. We can rename the name here to is dead ? Add another variable. This can be a float. and rename this to player health. Add another variable, changes from a float to an integer. This can be our player level. And then add one last variable, and this could be our enumerator that we created. So if I change this to our e_test enum, we can set this to our test enum. So I can rename this to character state. So save that. This is our structure. Basically, we can add any sort of variable that we want, and it will be grouped in the structure. So if I close out of that and go back to our third person character, we can now add that structure as a variable. So for example, if I go to the variables tab and click the plus icon, I can rename this to character structure and change this from our enum to our s_test test structure. Okay, so you can see it's color coded in this blue, dark blue color. So if I compile and save that, in the default value, you can see we have this character structure. So if I hit this drop down, you can see
Oh,
that
you
we
can
have
modify
all
the
those
health and
different
level.
variables that we
Oh, that's
defined
cool.
in the structure when we created it. So we can change things in here. So this player name is a text, so I could say smart poly. So is dead is a boolean,
Crimson.
so I can hit the checkbox for true or false.
Not dead.
Player health, I could set this to like 100 HP. Player level, I could set this to something like level 25.
Hey,
And
level
then our
99,
character
baby.
state, we could set this to is flying, is swimming, is
Is
sitting,
walking.
to whatever we want it to. So basically that is a structure. The fact that you can
File
create
save.
a structure that has or stores multiple different variables can be very useful for things like storing player data or really any type of data inside of Unreal Engine. So for structures, to actually get it on the graph, let's go ahead and cover that. So if I take my character structure, I can drag this on the graph and get it. And you can see we have this blue node here. So I'm gonna actually take our F key. So if I click Alt to unhook that and drag our F key down here, let's go ahead and cover how to actually get or obtain those variables from our structure. So if you drag off your structure, if you drop it on the graph, down here you're gonna notice break S test structure. So to get any of the variables, we have to break the structure. So if you select that, what you'll notice is it creates sort of this node that you hit the drop down. It will show all the different variables that are stored inside of the structure. So we have things like the player name, the is dead boolean, the player health float, the player level integer, and then that test enum that we created. So now we can go ahead and actually print out some of the data from this. So for example, we could even do like a branch off of our is dead. So I could do a check, do a branch off of our is dead. So if our player is dead, we could do a print string, print off player is dead. Now if our player is not dead, we could do a print string, and we could print out some basic information about our character, like our name. So we could take our name and convert that to a string and print that out. We could print out stuff like our health. So I could copy the print string again and print off our player's health. And we could even print off things like
Oh my god, okay, slow down. Oh, slow down, brother. Moving a little quick here. Kinda kicking my ass. Get my big butt kicked right now. Okay, so move this down, move this here. I gotta organize it for a second. So it's got it going up to the branch. Okay, I did that. True goes up to the print string that says player is dead. Down to false, there's a print string that's tracking the player name. Okay. And then this moves into another print string that's going to display the health. Move this up to here to kind of keep things organized. Player health just straight over this way. Okay. Okay, so I press F, goes into the branch. If true, dead. If not dead, it tells me what my HP and my health is.
Print that off. Add another print string, plug in our level.
Brother,
And
Brother, really?
you can even print off the character state. So if I copy another print string, if I actually take this enum and drag it onto a string, it will add this enum to string node, which will convert the enumeration into a string that we can actually print off. So now if I hit the F key on our keyboard,
Okay. 1 second. Moving very fast. Oh, it switched over to enum. Oh, this is what he was talking about a second ago. Hold up.
into a string that we can actually print off. So now if I hit the F key on our keyboard, it will print off our character structure, which if it's not set to dead, it will go ahead and print off all the information like our character name, the health, the level, and the state. So compile, save, let's hit play. If I press F, you can see it is sitting. Level 25, 100 HP, and our name is Smart Polly.
Let's try mine. It's sitting 99, 100 crimson. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Got it.
So I could set this to is dead to true. Then it should only print the player is dead. So I hit play, player is dead. Okay. So basically,
Huh? So he clicked on the characters. Is dead. It's true. Save.
is dead. So I hit play.
And so it should only. Player is dead. Okay. All right.
Player is dead. Okay. So basically that is how you can retrieve data from a structure. You have to break the test structure and that will retrieve all the info from the structure. Now another useful thing is, say I only wanted to get the name, the is dead, and the health variable. I can actually hide these other pins. So if you select this node in the details, we can do hide unconnected pins. That will go ahead and hide those other two pins, okay? You'd also hit this little drop down default category and we can enable or disable whichever pins that we want to use for our break structure. So just a nice little neat bit of information to know. Now that is how we can retrieve info from a structure. How do we actually set a structure variable? So let's add a comment for this. This is press C on your keyboard, that will add a comment. This will be called break structure equals retrieve info from variable. So how do
I forgot how to make it already.
So let's add a comment for this. This is press C on your keyboard, that will add a comment. This will be called break structure equals.
Fuck, I don't remember. Oh, it's C. I know that didn't do shit. Okay, I see. I got it. Okay, I got it. Making me feel like big dumb. Hate this guy.
Keyboard, that will add a comment. This will be called break structure equals retrieve info from variable. So how do we actually go ahead and set a structure? So to set a structure, you can get your character structure.
Slow down for a second. Retrieve info from variable. Retrieve. Okay, so we got the enums. That break structure.
Actually go ahead and set a structure. So to set a structure, you can get your character structure, drag it on the graph and do a set character structure. But instead of breaking a structure, if you drag off of this character structure, you can do a make structure. So we have the make and we have the break. So the break is to retrieve value. The make is to set the values.
Okay.
So just like this other node over here, we can select it and hit this drop down. And you can see we can set all the variables inside of the structure. So for example, I could set our player name to Joe. I could set his player health to 20, player level to 1. And I could set his state to swimming.
Damn,
So if
Joe
we actually
fucking
take
sucks,
this
bro.
and move this up here. So if I move our comment over, I could unconnect our F key by clicking the Alt to break that. Then hook up our set before our break. So now if I set the variable to this new info, so we're going to change the default value to Joe, player health 20, player level 1. If I make that structure, then break it, we should see the new info when I press F. So hit compile and save.
1 second, man. Let me set things up. Kind of organizing things. Okay. Okay. And then he connects that into the branch. So we move this into the branch. Okay.
Okay, so we're getting a enum to string has invalid value. Okay, so because I unhooked this enum to string, it's giving us this error. Actually, let's hook this back up. So character state, hook that up, player level, hook that up, hit compile and save, and now that error went away. So now let's go ahead and play test this out by hitting play. Press F. You can see our name is Joe. Our health is 20.
Did I do it right? 120 Joe. Is swimming 120 Joe. Why does it look backwards? Oh no, that's exactly what it's doing
And
too.
we're
Okay.
set to is swimming. So that is really how you can set a structure or set the values inside of a structure by doing the make structure. Now there is one other way to set variables inside of a structure. It is a little bit more advanced, but basically what we can do is get our character structure, and there's this node called set members. So you can do the set members and
It's at the
test
top. Oh,
structure.
okay, I see.
And
Oh, fuck.
this node
Oh
looks
fuck, he's
very-
doing things.
There's a node called set members.
Set.
So you can do the set members and test structure. And this node looks very similar to these other nodes over here, but instead of making or breaking it, you're setting the values inside of here. So under the default category, if you have this selected, you can set pins that you want to set, and that will go ahead and give you the struct out, which we then want to go ahead and do a set. So set character structure, plug that struct out into that variable.
I need to back up and see what he actually activated. Name and is dead. So name and is dead. He then proceeds.
Give you the struct out, which we then want to go ahead and do a set. So set character structure, plug that struct out into that variable. So this is sort of like the make, but instead of making or changing all the different variables inside of here, we can select which variables that we want to actually modify. So for example, if I only wanted to modify the player name, I could change this to Joe. And then I could disconnect this, delete that, and plug this up here.
Oh damn, bro!
to our
What?
F key. So we're getting our character structure. We're setting the member or the variable.
Crapola. Okay, so he deleted the set and make set structure. Correct. So let me delete that and kind of get this goofy setup up here now. Oop. I have a lot of limited space.
Player name to Joe.
So he set the F key, so we're gonna move the F key up there. 2. Delete. Do not. Why is it like that? I have a random wild card. How to get rid of. Okay, well, whatever. That's just gonna sit there forever. So this goes there.
We're setting that, and now we're going to break that and print it out. So now let's go ahead and hit play. Press
Oh,
F.
that goes into the branch. This goes into the branch.
You can see it's printing off player is dead. So we need to go back to our character structure and uncheck that. So uncheck the isDead variable there. So go back and hit play. So you can see our name is now set to Joe.
File. So it's going through my set. Okay. I did everything right. Doesn't look like I fucked up anything. Okay. I think we're good.
Joe. So go back and hit play. So you can see our name is now set to Joe. Our HP is 100. Our level is 25. All those other variables are still saved. Whereas the only variable that we set was Joe. So
let me look again. Let me look and make sure I did that right then. Does it say Joe? It does. Okay, so Joe got an upgrade. Fucking dude fucking hacked into my account and took my account. Fuck Joe. Order is reversed from like a chat box. Okay.
Set members allows you to modify variables inside of a structure, the only variables that you want to modify. So this is very different than the make structure. Now those are the basics to structures and enumerations. Now the last thing that we're going to cover are arrays. So if you go over to the variables, we're going to create a new variable and name this to array of player names. So we're going to change this from a structure down to a string. Hit compile and save. And then if you hover over this variable type, you can see this little icon over here to the right of it. If you hit this drop down, we have a single type, which is currently what we have it to. You can see it's one string. We can hit this drop down and change it to an array. So now we have to hit compile. And now what you're going to see is we have this default value array of player names, and we have zero array element. We also have this plus icon and this trash or delete icon. So basically what an array is sort of like a collection of variables. So in our case is a collection of strings. So I can click this plus icon and you can see it adds one string or one array element. So in our case we could rename this to John. We could add another array element. You can see it adds index 0, index 1. I could rename this to Joe. And basically we can use this array of player names to store a list of names. Okay, so you can think of this sort of as like a list. I can name this John, Joe, Bob.
I thought I was going to say
Variables
Biden.
could be
I don't know
Smart,
why.
Ollie. Add another variable, and this could be Ben. So compile, save that. We have sort of this array or this list of player names. So one thing to note about arrays is that they start at the number 0. So basically it starts index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
And I'm assuming you can. That's how you reference these specific indexes is by the 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
So you see there are 5 array elements.
0, 1, 2, 3,
but this is index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, and index 4. Okay, so you want to always note that arrays start at index 0. So now to actually get this array on our graph, if we drag this onto our graph, we can get array of player names. And you can see we have this square array icon, similar to what we see over here on our variable type. Now to actually get our player names, let's say we want to add some basic logic to print off all of the player names to our screen. So the way that we could do that
I'm
is
about to bring in the
off
Who
our
feature. Let's
array,
go.
we can do a for each loop.
Who's all in the district? Let's find
So
out.
under this utilities array, we have these different nodes that we can use. And we have this for each loop node. Okay, so if I select that, what this is going to give us is this for each loop. So what the for each loop does is for each of the array elements, we can plug in some logic to the loop body and it will output each individual array element. For this execution, let's actually hook up a key. So I'm going to type in the E key. So the E key on our keyboard. So let's select that keyboard event. Hook that up for our pressed. And then for this loop body,
Oh, okay. Slow down. Slow down.
we can add a print string. So this loop body will get fired off every single time for each array element. So for this array element, we can plug this into the string, And that will go ahead and print off for each
All of the
of
names,
the
right?
player names. It will print off every single name. It will print off John, Joe, Bob, Smart Polly, and Ben. We also have this array index, which will print off the index at where that name is. So for example, for John, that will
0.
be index 0. For Joe, that will
1.
be index 1. Okay? And so on. And then once it's complete, it will execute this completed node. So I could drag off here and do a print string. And we can name this to those are all the names in our array.
All the names in the
So we'll just know
district.
that there's a loop completed for printing all the names, and then we print
Hold on, I'm trolling. We'll say in the array. In the array. I'm following the tutorial.
off basically that we've completed printing off all the names. So now let's go ahead and test this out. So if we press E on the keyboard, it should start printing off.
Okay, well, let me see if I did it. Kind of fun.
All of the names that we have in our array. So if I hit play, press E, you can see that it printed off all of the names. So we have John, Joe, Bob, Smart Polly, Ben, and you can see those are all the names in our array. So basically what this is doing is it's looping for each of the names and is calling our print string for each of those, continues to loop until the array is complete, and then it will call the completed string. So that is how you could print off or loop through all of the variables inside of an array. You could also get individual array elements. So for example, if I were to get my array here on the graph, if you drag off here, you can do a get.
Oh,
And you can see
spacing
we
out.
have
Hold on.
array.
I'm spacing out. 1 second. Let me get that. So he did get, right? Get. Drag.
Get a copy and get a reference. So I'm going to go ahead and do get a copy.
Okay.
And now what you're going to see is we have this get node where basically we can specify an index and that will return an output. So let's go ahead and take our E key and unhook that by pressing Alt and then hook this up to a print string and then hook that up for our pressed. So when we press the E key, that will get from our player name array at index 0. Okay, so currently this is set to index 0. So what that should print is the name John. So if I hit compile and hit play, I press E, you can see it prints off John because John is the
Okay, well, let me see if I follow the directions correctly. I should get John also. Yes. Good. Okay.
name at index 0. So if I set this to index 1, I can hit compile and save and press play. If I press E, you can see that prints off Joe because Joe is the name at index 1. So I could change this to index 3. You can see index 0, 1, 2, 3. Number 3 here is set to Smart Polly. So if we get at index 3, it should print off Smart Polly. So I hit compile, hit play,
AdSense Crimson, got
press
it.
E, you can see it prints off Smart Polly. So that is how you would get a specific index in the array by using the get node. Now moving on, you could even modify this logic to get a random name. So for example, if I wanted to get a random name in this array, one way that we could do that is we can modify what we have set up here by doing a random.
Spacing things out. Okay.
Integer in range. So if we drag off this, we could do a random integer in range, and then we could specify a range to select a random integer. So for example, our array starts at index 0 and goes all the way up to 4. So we could leave this as a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 4.
Okay.
Or we could also get the length of this array. So there's also another node if you drag off this array called length. So if you get the array, you can get the length of that array. And that will return the length of this array, which in our case should be 5 array elements. Now, if you were to plug this into this random integer, that will allow it to pick an index outside of the array values. So for example, this will print off 5. So if I hook this up into our in string, if I compile and save and press play, press E, you can see that the length of our array is 5. But if we want to
Oh. You just did some fucking, like, random out of the blue nonsense. Let me make sure this is what I saw he did. 5. Okay. I'm tracking. He just fucking went fucking bonkers. Okay.
to get a random integer from our array, we want to have a range from 0 to 4.
Mm-hmm.
So one way that we could do that is we could do a subtract. So operator subtract. And just subtract our length by 1. And then hook that up for our maximum value. So now it should be a range from 0 to 4. And what this will do is it will get a random name in our array and print it off to our screen. So I press play and press E. You can see Smart Polly, Joe, Bob.
Okay. I did it right. Let's see if I did it right. Crimson, Ben, Joe, Crimson, John, Bob. Okay, I got everybody. Okay.
Bob again, Joe again, John. So you can see it just randomly picks a name and prints it off to the screen. So that is how you could do sort of a random integer within the range of an array. Now we've gone over how to get array elements. Let's actually go over how to set array elements. So there are a couple of different ways that you can add array elements or set them. So down here below this, let's actually add a comment for this. This can be, just for each loop, print off each player name. And then this is our print a random name from our array. So for setting array elements,
Each loop of each player name. Print a random name from our array. Okay.
elements, if we go down here, we can actually get our array of player names, and we have a node called the add node. So if we drag up there and do a add, we have this array add. Now what the add node does is exactly what it sounds like. It will add another array element. So for example, I could name this to test, and then I could hook up a key to print this off. So if I add the F key, so I believe we're using the F key all the way up here. I'm going to unhook that and drag this down here. So when I press the F key, we'll go ahead and add that to our array. And then we could also do a get. So I could get my array of player names and do a get array get a copy, and we can get it at that index because you see it returns this index of where it's being added in that array. So if we get at that index from our array, we can get that exact value that we added. So then we can do a print string and hook that up like so. So if I compile and save, if I press the F key, that will go ahead and add test to our array, and then we can go ahead and print that
I mean, it works. Okay.
string from that array index. So I press F, you can see it printed off test because it added that array element to our array. We're getting it at that array element and printing it off. So really those are the basics of arrays. Hopefully I didn't confuse you too much, but you can essentially get from arrays the values. You can also add more values to arrays. Later on in the video, I'm going to cover over how to actually set specific indexes in the arrays. But basically, arrays are very useful for storing data because you can store a group of variables. You can even change this to array of booleans, array of integers, array of floats, really any other type of variable. You can even change this to an array of structures. So for example, I could add another variable, and this will be our player array. And I could change this from a string variable to that s_test structure that we had. And you can see we now have an array of those structures. So hit compile, save, we have this player array. So if I hit add array element, you can see that it added this index 0. And we can expand this, and now we have this player array where I can add player name, Joe, and set whether or not is dead is true or false.
Okay, hold on. Moving a little quick. Structure down here to play default value, player array, default player array. I have 0. How does he have? Let me go back for a second and see if I might have missed
Array
something.
structures. So hit compile,
Uh-huh.
save, we have this player array. So if I hit add array
Add
element,
element.
you'll see that it
Oh,
added
it
this
comes with
index
the
0.
file. Okay, I see.
We can expand this, and now we have this player array where I can add player name
Name is dead, player health
Joe.
level, player character. Got
and
it.
set whether or not is dead is true or false. We can set the player health, the player level, the character state, and we have this index 1. We can also change this to smart poly, change the is
Add.
dead, player health, the level, the
Person.
character state. We can even add more.
Okay. Dead. Player level 200. Hey, baby, yeah, I fucked up.
Array elements. Now, if
He's
you wanted to
adding
actually
more.
delete array elements, we could select this, hit this little down arrow and click delete,
Okay.
and that will delete array elements. Okay, if you were hit to this delete, that will remove all array elements. That will just delete everything out of the array. So arrays are super useful for storing data because you can store things like player info, stats, or really any variable type. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next part of this video where I want to talk about functions. So in our previous video, the Blueprint for Beginners, I didn't really talk about functions and what they are. So I'm going to go ahead and take a moment to cover over what are functions and how to use them. So first of all, a function, if you look in your Blueprint tab down here, we have this functions section. So just like variables, we can add new functions by clicking this plus icon. And first of all, let's go ahead and actually talk about what are functions. So if you actually look really closely here on the graph, a function is sort of like this node right here. So this is a function because you can see that it has this F logo right there, with that little F icon. This is a print string function. There are more other different types of functions. So for example, this random integer in range, this is also a function because you can see that little F logo. So print string and random integer in range, these are all functions. So even the character input up here are functions. So for example, we have this jump. This is also a function. So functions are sort of like these different nodes that can contain logic inside of them. So for example, we can actually create our very first function. So under the functions, I can click this plus icon. And what that will do is it'll create a new function. So I'm going to leave that as new function. So if you click on the graph, that will go ahead and finalize the name there. So you can see it says new function. We are in this function graph. So I scroll in and out, it's the same as the normal event graph. I can change tabs between the event graph and our new function. So the function sort of gives us its own blueprint graph that we can put our own blueprint nodes and logic inside of. And now we have that function over here on the left. So for example, for our new function in here, it gives us this execution pin. So we could drag off here and do a print string, and we can print off some info to our screen. So we can print off a little text saying, this is my first function. So if we hit compile and save, we can go back to our event graph, and then off of our F key, what we can do is delete all that and call this function. So I drag off this, I can call it on the graph. I could also call our function by right-clicking and searching for new function. And you can see call function and new function. So this is our new function. So if I plug this into our isPressed, so I press the F key, it will call this new function. If you double click it, it will open it up. So you can either navigate by double clicking the function over here.
So 1 second. What happens if I were to double click one of these ones? What about, say, jump? Oh, it doesn't open it up. Fuck. Okay.
I will pull it up. You can change to the tab over here, or you can double click the node and that will open up the function. So basically when we call this function, it should print off, this is my first function. So when I press the F key, it will call that function.
Oh, they'll be
and print,
documented?
this is my first function.
Okay.
So if we hit compile and hit play, press F, you can see this is my first function.
I did it right. This is my first function. Okay. Okay. Good.
So
Good,
really
good,
a function allows you to store blueprint logic inside of it. And this can actually be very useful for if you are going to be reusing a node multiple times. So for example, if I have a bunch of logic that I'm going to be reusing multiple different times, I can put that logic inside of a function, and then I can just copy and use the function wherever I need on the graph, rather than copying, say, a group of nodes over and over. And this will help a
Good
lot
job.
with
Thanks, mate.
organization and also with optimization, because rather than having a bunch of nodes on your graph, you can just have a function that calls all those nodes. That way you don't have to have all those nodes copy and pasted in multiple different locations. So functions also have different types of settings, and they can also input values and output values. So for example, if I were to double click and open our function, I can select this purple new function node, and in the details here we have some settings. So what we want to focus on first is the inputs and outputs. So first let's go ahead and add an input. So I click this plus icon on the input. That will allow us to add an input variable. So we can pass information from outside of the function to the inside. So for example, I could change this to a string. We could name this to player name, compile and save, and then we can hook this string up to our print string. And now if we go to the event graph, you can see that we now have this input player name, where we can either type in here Smart Poly or the name of your player, or we can even hook it up to a string variable. Okay, so we can add inputs to the function, which then passes that variable inside of here, which we can then use to do whatever we need to do inside of the function. So if I pass the player name Smart Poly into this function, we'll go ahead and take that name and print it to the screen. So if I hit play and press F, you can see that.
Okay, just to make sure I didn't black out for a minute there and just fuck up. Okay, we're good. Be Gucci.
That it prints Smart Poly. So that is how you would add things like inputs. You could add many different types of inputs, but you can also add outputs. So for example, I could delete this input, and once you delete inputs like this, you can see that gives us this error.
Yeah.
So if you press Alt and click on that, it will remove that pin, and you can see it's no longer giving us that error. So I can hit compile and save. So I can add more different types of inputs. So I could come in here, select that, and add another input. I could change this to a float and rename this to damage. And I could also add another variable and rename this to health. And then we could add a output value by adding an output. And what you're going to see is it adds this output variable, but also this return node with that output variable. So I can rename this variable to out health or health after our damage. And I could take this return value and plug this into our execution pin flow. So basically, we're going to get our health and do a subtract that by the amount of damage, and then we can plug this into our out health. We can even delete this print string and plug it in like that. So basically, this function is taking a health variable, subtracting that by the amount.
He deleted the print string? When the fuck did that happen? When I was fooling
Plug
around?
this into our out health. We can even delete this print string.
Okay.
And plug it in like that. So basically, this function is taking a health variable, subtracting that by the amount of damage that we take, and then returning the out health as a output. So we head to the event graph, you can see that we now have those inputs and outputs. So for example, I could give our health a value of 100 HP. I give our damage, say, 30 damage. And then for our out health, we could do a print string and hook up our out health to the string. And that should print out our health minus the damage and print it out, okay? So if I hit compile and save and hit play, if I press F on my keyboard, you can see that our health is
70. Okay, let me see. Let me see. So, okay, we're good.
70 because our health is 100 minus 30, which equals 70. So it's running through that function. We have things like inputs, and we also have things like outputs. So really those are the basics of functions. The fact that you can store blueprint logic inside of functions and call them on the graph will be very useful, especially for reusing bits of logic that you might want to reuse in a couple of different places on your graph. Okay, so now we're going to actually pivot the tutorial so that we can go ahead and actually work on our inventory system. So basically we're going to create 3 different items that we can actually pick up. And we're going to have a simple inventory hotbar on our screen. And we're going to use all of the things that we just learned, things like enumerations, structures, arrays, as well as functions to program the entire thing together. So let's go ahead and start working on that. So if you head back over to your content drawer, I'm actually going to dock this in layout and then go to our main folder. And the first thing that we're going to need to create is a enumeration for our item types. So open up your enums folder and we're going to right click and create a new blueprint enumeration. So this will be called e_item type. So our item type enum.
Oh, he does the same thing that one
Open
dude was doing.
And dock this up here at the top. So for the enumerator, we're going to add 3 different enumerators in here. And the first one will be called consumable. And the second one will be equipable. And the last one will be called readable. So basically these are the 3 different item types. And depending on the item type that we set, it will do different logic, okay? So consumables that will consume like a potion that will restore health. Equipables that will equip like an item, like a hatchet to our hand. And then a readable will just show some text on our screen that the player can read. So we're just using that enum so we can switch on those different item types, okay? So let's go back to our content browser and back to our main folder.
Okay.
Now we need to create a structure that will hold all of the item info. So in our structures, we're going to right click, create a new blueprint. Under the blueprint section, we're going to go down to structure, select that. This will be called s_item structure. So just double click, open that up. And we're going to add a couple of different variables in here. The first one being that enumeration that we just created. So this first one, let's change this to that e_item type. So we have e_item type. And we're going to rename this to item type. Okay. So save that, create a new variable. This will be set to a static mesh. So we want to search for static mesh. And then if you hover over static mesh, you're going to have these different options. What we want is a object reference, okay?
Okay.
So if you select static mesh, you want it to be object reference or this blue color right here. So this, if we rename the name on here, this will be called just mesh, the mesh of the item. add a new variable. We're going to change this one to a integer, and then rename this to damage. Okay, so this will be how much damage this item can do. And then we're going to add another variable. This one will be a text, and we can rename this to item name. Okay, so this will be the name of the item. Add another variable. We're going to change this from a text to a texture 2D. So if you look down here, we have texture 2D. And again, we want to set this to an object reference. So select object reference. So rename that one to item icon. So that will be like the user interface icon.
Oh,
of this
it's the
item.
image.
And then add
Okay,
another
okay,
variable.
okay.
And this will be a text. And we'll rename this to item text. Okay. So if we have any, details or description, or even if this is an item readable type, like a note, we could put that inside of this item text variable. Okay, so that is our item structure. We will be adding one last variable inside of here, but we'll come back to that later. So this is now complete. So if we close out of that, we now have the basic data types for our inventory system. So we created that enumeration, the item types, and then we created our structure, the item structure. So now what we need to do is we need to create the actual blueprints for our blueprint items. So I'm going to right click in our main folder, create a new folder, and we're going to name this blueprints. And double click them and open that up. And we're going to add a blueprint class inside of here. So we just want to right click and add a new create basic asset blueprint class. And it's going to have
See, he actually goes over what the data structures are rather than just telling you what to do. Yeah, I was telling you that one dude literally like, I didn't know. It's like, oh, I'm like I said, I was like, okay, I'm tracking, understand this, understand. I'm gone. I don't get it anymore.
have us select a parent class. And so in our case, we're going to pick the actor class. So select that and rename this to BP underscore item master. So it is our master item. Now double click and open this up and dock this up
Yeah, the Ryan Landley stuff is good if you know what things are already and just need some steps for something.
here at the
Okay.
top. And inside of this blueprint, we're going to add that item structure that we created. So in the variables, we want to click on the plus icon and just rename this to item info. Then we want to change it from a Boolean to our s underscore item structure.
S.
So compile and save. And now if you have that item info selected in the details, if we expand the default value, we have all of those variables that we can change. So we can change things like the
Okay.
item type, if it's a consumable, equipable, or readable. We can set stuff like the static mesh or the item mesh. We can set the damage of the item name, the item icon, and then also the item text. Now we're
Okay.
actually not going to be setting this variable inside of the master class. We're going to be setting it in the children class. And we're going to go over that here in a second. But the other thing that we want to add inside of here is we want to add a collision sphere so that we can overlap with it and actually pick up the item. And then we're going to add a static mesh component so that we can actually see the mesh that we want to pick up. So in our components tab, the first thing that we want to add is our sphere collision. So I have collision, sphere collision. And then also you want to select the default scene route, and then on top of that add our static mesh, okay? So they should be side by side like this, okay? Then I'm going to take this sphere collision and scale this up. So I believe I scale this up to about 6.5. And then for the static mesh, we can just set this to a simple mesh. So select the static. So I believe I scale this up to about 6.4.
Okay, 6.5 in all the scales. Got it. I don't like I don't like to drag and drop. I really struggle with the drag and drop for some reason. So we're just gonna type them in. I'll follow this tutorial. I'll just put the numbers in.
5. And then for the static mesh, we can just set this to a simple mesh. So select the static mesh component, and in the static mesh, in the details panel, we can set this to a cube. Or actually
Okay.
set this to this cube 1. Okay,
Cube
so
1.
this little mesh. Then we can actually take this and scale this down. So I'm going to scale that down to 0.75.
0.75. All of it 0.75? Yes. Sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Okay.
So compile and save that, and now we can actually drag this item master blueprint into our level. So we can drag that in there. So this will be our simple item pickup that we can overlap with the sphere, and we can actually pick it up. Now we don't want to set any of the variables inside of the master class. Like I said, we want to make a child class where we can actually set all of the info inside of. So to create the children blueprint or the children classes, basically we don't want to duplicate this BP item master, because let's say we wanted to add multiple different types of items. If we actually go ahead and duplicate this blueprint, that means that we have to set up the interaction logic per each individual item. And let's say we have, hundreds of items, maybe even thousands of items in our game. It's just not going to scale well with performance because of having all that logic duplicated, rather than having a single class that has the logic and then all of the other classes sort of use that single logic, okay? So this is where having a master class and a child class comes in handy. So first, to create the actual child class, if you right click over the blueprint, so our blueprint item master, at the very top, we have blueprint class
Child.
actions, and we can create this child blueprint class. So if I click on that, now it's going to add this BP item master underscore child. And I can go ahead and actually rename this to BP underscore item book. And then we can go ahead and double click and open this up. So what you're going to notice inside of here is it pretty much looks the exact same as our item master. So you can see it has
Well, I mean, yeah,
the
basically just
cube,
duplicated
and
it, but
here
it should
has
call
a
the same
sphere.
logic, right?
But inside of our BP item book, the main thing that you need to note is that it inherits the same variables and the same components as in our item master. So what that means is in our item book, you can see we have the cube and the sphere. We also have our item variable. So you're not going to see it under the variables tab, the item info. But if you head over to the class defaults, under the details, if you click class defaults, we have this default tab, and you can see we have that item info. So if you expand that, you can now see we have that item info structure variable that we had inside of our item master. So whenever you create variables inside of the master blueprint, in the child blueprint, the variables will show underneath the class defaults. They won't show anywhere inside of here. Also, another thing with the children class is you're going to notice the parent. So up in the top right, you can see parent class is our BP item master,
Okay.
which is master class. Now, the reason why we want to use a master and a child class is because I can change all of the values of this item book class. So I could change the mesh, select this static mesh, and change it to, say, this cone. So compile, save that, and then if I browse,
I thought he was just going to give an example. I didn't think he was actually going to just go, okay, time to start doing this. Fuck. Okay, hold
I
up.
could change the mesh.
So he clicks on static
select
mesh.
this
He changes it from cube 1 to just random cone. Let me find what kind of cone did he pick?
static mesh and change it to,
Oh, it literally just says cone.
say, this cone.
Okay, it's just up top. I don't have no cone. Okay. Found it. I typed it.
So compile, save that, and then if I browse and drag this into our level, you can see we have this different mesh. Now, if I were to change any of the settings inside of our item master, so for example, if I were to add the pickup logic and all that stuff inside of here, it's going to update for our other children classes like our item book and our other types of items. So it's going to make it a lot easier. It's going to save us time having to program the interaction. And also, it's the preferred method for designing complex blueprint systems inside of Unreal Engine. Now, this children And master class is also called inheritance. And again, what that means is any of the changes inside of the master class will be inherited by the children classes. So if I were to reset this cone back to the cube in the item book, if I go into our item master, I could select the cube, and in here, if I change it to a different mesh, let's say this editor sphere, if I compile and save that and I go back into our item book or in the children class, you can see that it's inherited that change from our master. So basically the children class inherits any changes or any updates and really all of its properties from the parent class or the item master. Okay, so I'm going to set that back. Now this is also very true in Unreal Engine itself, the way that the engine is designed. So what I mean by that is if you go into your content folder and right click inside of here, and under the create basic asset, if we select blueprint class, you're going to notice this says pick parent class. So in Unreal Engine, they already have a type of parent and child class set up with their blueprint system. So in Unreal Engine, the first thing that you have is called an object. So an object is basically something that can exist in Unreal Engine. Then from the object, you have an actor. So an actor is an object that can be placed or spawned in the world. Then from the actor, you have sort of this pawn. So the pawn sort of inherits the actor's ability to be placed or spawned in the world. But what the pawn class has is additional logic that can receive input from a controller. So it can be possessed and receive input. Now the character is also a type of pawn, so it inherits the pawn's ability to be possessed and move around, but it also has some additional logic for its ability to walk around. So you can sort of see the type of inheritance in the parent and children classes inside of Unreal Engine just from this blueprint creation screen. Now that is basically Inheritance 101. Let me know if you need any clarification in the comments down below. But now let's go ahead and actually set up all of our children blueprints or our item types, things like our item book. So for that, we're going to need to import the assets. So I want to head over to the description of this video and download the project files for this video. And in the main folder, we're going to right click and create a new folder called
Man. Okay. 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 This one project files zip file. I think it looks like it's already available. Hatchet book, hatchet, yeah, book, hatchet, potion. Okay, I don't have to zip this one. I don't have to unzip it. Okay, so that was actually super easy, super easy. I thought it was gonna kind of suck because the other one kind of sucked, but this one was so bad.
resources. And so
Okay, so open main. Make a new one in main. We're gonna call it resources. And then I'm assuming he just drags and drops.
The project files, you just want to right click the zip file and click extract all. And then once you've extracted the files, we have this project files folder. We have some 3D models, and we also have some icons. So first things first, we created that content main resources folder. So let's right click, create a new folder in here, call this item icons. Then double click, open that up. And in our project files, we have icons. So open that up and select all of the item icons and drag and drop them.
Okay. I didn't have to unzip it. I don't know what happened with that. Okay.
Into our item icons folder. Okay, so it's imported that. So that's all good to go. So head back out of the resources file. Then in here, we're going to right click and create a new folder and call this item meshes. In there, we're going to right click and create a new folder. This will be our item book. And then we're going to create another folder. This will be our item hatchet. And then one last folder for our item potion. So first open up our item book, then go to our project files, 3D
Item what?
models,
Potion?
book,
Potion?
and
Stop! It's fucking... Fuck, he's so fast! He's so fast! Okay.
go to our project files, 3D models, book,
Project files, 3 models, book. I'm going to take all these, drag and drop into item book. Port. Okay. Go back out. Up. Hatchet. Drag and drop all of these. Hatchet. Port. Then the potion. Okay. Got everything I need.
and select all this and drag and drop it into our item book folder. It's going to ask us to import the FBX. We're just going to click import all. I'm going to leave all the settings as is. So click import all. It's going to say no smoothing group was found. That's okay. We can just click this X and that's fine. Then let's go back to our item meshes. Let's go to the next item, our item hatchet. Let's go to our 3D models, hatchet, select all the files in here and drag and drop it in our item hatchet folder. Again, it will pop up with the FBX import options. We'll just click import all, and that should be all good. Then lastly, let's go back to our item meshes and open up our item potion. Then go to our 3D models, potion, select the FBX and the texture, drag and drop it in the folder, click import all. It's going to say no smoothing group. Also, texture name clash, that's okay. We can just close out of that. So now we can go ahead and set up all the materials. So first, let's go ahead and set up our item potion. So we have this potion material, so if we double click, open that up. We just need to drag in the texture.
Oh
So
my
we go back
god.
in our third person map.
This
we
looks
have
way
this
different than mine.
texture.
This looks way different than mine. This is what he has on his, right? This is what he has on his. This is what I have on mine. I got way more going on. What? Oh, I opened it finished? Are you sure? Well,
Just
we'll
need
see.
to drag in the texture. So we go back in our third person map. We have this texture. We can just drag and drop this into our material on the graph. Hook up.
Fuck, I literally wasn't paying attention. I looked away. Okay, so what did he do? What did he do? What did he do? So he opened this up.
Drag in the texture. So we go back in our third person
Go back in the third person map.
map. We have this texture.
Texture.
We can just drag and drop this into our material on the graph. Hook up the RGB to the base color. And then we can delete this param. So save.
Okay, hold up. I don't think I did that right. So up here, hover over potion material. It opens up, then I drop. Okay. Extra sample comes over here.
that. Close.
And he makes it the base color.
Out of,
Mine is way
and
different.
then we can delete this param. So save that.
Oh!
Close.
Okay,
out
so
of
we're
there.
replacing it. Okay. We can get rid of all of it. Well, let's keep the roughness. We'll keep the metallic. We'll keep all that. I'm just going to get rid of base color. And then we'll put the RGB in base color.
Then we should have our potion item. Then let's go back to our item meshes. Let's go to item. We
I just
should
need to
have
make
our
sure I did that
param.
right.
So save that, close out of there. Then we should have our potion item. Then let's go back.
No, that's not right. All of this needs to go, I think. I think I think what's happened here is he's using this as a different project too. But not just for my project. All this is, I think all this we can delete. All that goes. All I want is this purple. Okay.
To our item meshes. Let's go to item hatchet. We have this material for our hatchet, so
There's
double click,
item
open that up,
hatchet.
and
Mhm.
then let's select our texture files. So all three of these, shift select those.
Shift select. Shift. Okay.
Drag that into our material, onto the graph, and we can delete this parameter. And we should have these three different textures. So the first one, we have this sort of wooden color. So we're going to take the RGB, plug that into the base color. Then this next one
RGB
will
in the
be our
base color.
metallic. So take the RGB and plug this into the metallic. And then this last one will be for our normal map. So take the RGB and plug this into the normal map. So then we can go ahead and hit save and close out of that. And that should be good for our hatchet. Then lastly, go to our item meshes, item book.
Stop. The save is taking a minute. Okay, it's done saving. Okay.
Book, and double click and open up the material. And let's shift select all the textures here.
So we're opening up the
We
book,
have all
right?
four of these,
Open the
drag and
material.
drop them
He's got
into our material
4.
graph. Let's delete the parameter here.
I gotta delete these other ones that are completely unrelated to what I'm doing now. Delete all that. We just have a standard rig. He somehow got 4. How did he get? So click. How did he get? How did he do 4?
Let's drag and drop them. And open up the material.
Oh, it's control, isn't it?
And let's shift select all the textures here. So we have all 4 of these, drag and drop them into our material graph.
Yeah.
Let's delete
Okay.
the parameter here. So this red texture is our base color. So take the RGB, plug that into the base color.
Base.
And this next one is the metallic. So take this one and plug this one into the metallic. Okay, and then we have the normal map. So take the blue texture and plug the RGB into the normal. And this last one, we're going to
Texture
take the
sample.
RGB and plug this into the ambient occlusion. So save that and close out of there. And now all of our items should be set up. So do a file, save all.
1 second. 1 second, mate. It takes me like 2 minutes for it to fucking like save that update. Okay.
Now we have our item book, our item hatchet, and our item potion.
Yes.
So now let's go ahead and set up the actual item blueprints. So if we go back to our main blueprints, we can open up our BP item book. So let's select the static mesh, and in the details we can change this to
1 second. 1 second. Go back for a second, please.
hatchet and our item potion.
Yes.
So now let's go ahead and set up the actual item blueprints. So if we go back to our main blueprints, we can open up our BP item book.
Item book.
So let's select the static mesh, and in the details we can change this to our book. So we have our book static mesh, and I'm actually going to scale this down so it's a little bit too big. So I'm going to select the mesh and set this to 0.3 by 0.3. Compile and save. And if we look at our level, that should be good scale. And then also we want to set up the item info. So if we head over to the class defaults.
Oh, it worked. I got the book. Okay. I got the book. It's in here. Didn't fuck up. Okay.
The default over here, if we expand this, we have that item info variable, or the structure. And here we can actually set the variables relating to our BP item book. So the first thing is our item type enumeration. So we can hit this drop down and we can choose what type of item that this is. In our case, this is a readable.
Okay.
So it's a readable because it can be picked up and the player can read it and it'll have some sort of note or some sort of text. Then we want to set the mesh. So this will be our book, our static mesh book, because that is the static mesh. The damage, this won't have any damage, so we'll just leave that as 0. The item name, we're going to rename this to old book. Then we have item icon, so I'm going to click this drop down and change this to our T_book. So you should have a texture book. So this is the item icons
The
that we
icon.
imported
Oh, I see.
from the project files. So that will be the item icon for our book. Then lastly, we have some text. So for this will actually be sort of like the text or note that when the player picks up this book, they can read it and see what's written inside of it. So in here, I'm going to write testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is some text inside of this book. So just some simple text. So compile and save, and now we set our variables or item info inside of our item book. So now let's go back to our content browser, and we want to create 2 more child classes of our item master. So we can right click this and create another child blueprint class, and this one will be called BP_item health potion. So double click, open that up. And in here, we're going to select this static mesh and change this from the cube to our potion. So we should have this static mesh potion. So select that. We'll have that little tiny potion right there. I'm going to select the mesh and actually scale this up to 1 by 1 by 1, like that. And then let's go ahead and in the class defaults, under the item info, let's go ahead and actually set up the item info inside of here.
This one
So
is a
this is actually
consumable.
going to be consumable type. So when the player
This will be
consumes this health
potion.
potion, it will restore some health. For the mesh, we want to set
Damage
this
will
to
be
our
nothing.
SM_potion, or our
Item
potion
name is
static
probably health
mesh.
potion.
For the damage, instead of this actually doing damage,
Item icon.
we're going to use this variable to restore health, okay? So if this is a potion or a health potion, instead of applying damage, we're going to restore health. So for the damage, I can use a variable of, say, 30. So we can
Okay.
set that to 30, and that will be how much health it will restore. So the variables inside of here are very flexible because you can use them any way that you want. In my case, I'm using the damage variable to restore health rather than item damage. Then we have item name, so I'm going to rename this to health potion.
Got that filled out.
We have item icon, so hit the drop
Yeah, I
down.
got that
and
icon
search
already
for our
too.
Texture
Oh, we're done. Oh, we done.
T_potion. So this is our potion item icon. Then lastly, we have some item text, and we're actually not going to be using that. So
Yeah, we're
that should be
skipping
all
that.
set. And then let's go back over here and let's create one last child class. So right click the item master and again create a child blueprint class. And then this last item will be called BP_item hatchet. Okay. So double click, open that up. And in here, we're going to set the static mesh. So first select the static mesh and change this to our hatchet. So we should have this hatchet static mesh. So it's very small, so we'll need to scale this up. So select the static mesh and set the scale. We can actually hit this little lock icon. And if we just set the scale on one of the axes, it will apply to all of them. So I'm going to set this to 3.5. And that should scale that all the way up. Okay, so that should be good. Compile, save that. Also in the class defaults, we need to go to the item info and change the settings in here. So in our case, we want to change
This
this
is
from item
equipable.
type consumable to an equipable because we can equip this hatchet to our hand. Then for the mesh, we want to search for that hatchet mesh. So we have the hatchet static mesh. The damage, we could set this to something like 120. So we could do 120 damage. We have the item name, we can just name this to hatchet. We have the item icon, we can search for that T_hatchet. We have that item icon, and an item text, we'll just leave that blank. So compile, save, and now we should have all 3 of our items set up. So if we head back to our content browser, we have the item book, item hatchet, and the item health potion. So I'm actually going to delete this item master that's in our level, and then we can drag all 3 of these items out here. Okay, so we have our hatchet, we have our potion, and we have our book. Okay, so right now if I were to hit play and run up to these items, they don't really do anything. So we need to go ahead and set up the interaction logic so that when I run up to this item and I press E.
Okay, let me see if I did it. Let me see if I did it right. Let me see if I play. Okay, yes. Yes, yes. They are in the game. Very nice. Very nice.
E, we're gonna go ahead and actually pick it up. So to do that, we want to go into our BP item master. So if we go into our master item, we're going to add the interaction logic inside of this blueprint class. That way it will apply for all of the children classes, okay? That way we don't have to individually set it up for each individual child class. Okay, if we just set it up in the master, it will inherit all of that logic. So in the event graph, we can actually delete these event begin plays. We don't need any of those. We're going to select the sphere. So this is the sphere collision. And in the event graph, if we scroll down in the details, we're going to add a event begin overlap. So click the plus icon there. So we have on component begin overlap for a sphere. We're going to select the sphere again and scroll down, and we should have on component end overlap. So make sure you have the on begin overlap and the on end overlap for our sphere. So we're going to do a check and see if the actor that is overlapping with this is our character. So again, this is our cast to third person character. And if it is our character, then we can go ahead and enable input. If it is not our character, then we can go ahead and disable input. So we're going to right click and get player controller and do a enable input, and actually want to take the target and plug this in for the player controller. And then we want to go ahead and do the same thing down here, except we want to disable the input. So when they leave the sphere, we want to disable input. So off the other actor, we want to cast to third person character. Then off our player controller, we want to do a disable input. I believe we actually want to hook this up to player controller. So hook that up like so. So when we overlap, we enable input. When we leave the sphere, we disable input. Then we just need to add a key that we can press so that when we press it, it will pick up the item. So up here at the top, we're going to right click and add a E key. So scroll down, we should have our E keyboard event. So when we press it, we want to, off of our other actor, cast.
Man, so I was so close to being able to set up a mission then, because all this stuff is like right there. Like this is all the stuff I learned in the first one how to do. I was literally like, I literally created this. I'm just missing that piece to the puzzle. I'm just missing the piece to the puzzle.
To third person character. And then we actually want to add a pickup event inside of our character so that we can call that event and actually pick up the item. So that will sort of work as adding it or adding the item to our inventory so that our character can, pick it up and equip it or consume the item, whichever logic that we set up. So we want to go to our third person character. And in here, we're actually using the E key already. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete this, delete that E.
Let me find out where I left the E key. Here, delete.
E key.
Okay.
And down here on our third person character in our event graph, I'm going to right click and add a new event. So add custom event. And I'm going to rename this event to pick up item event. Then we can go ahead and add an input. So this is going to have one input. So in the details, add a new input, change this from a Boolean to the s_item structure. Okay, so we're going to change it from a Boolean to our S item structure variable type. Then for the name, I'm going to rename this from new parameter to item info. So compile, save that. That should be good for now. So now we can call this pickup event. So if we head back over to our item master, because we're casting to our character, we can, off of this blue pin, we can call that event. So if we drop that, we can call that pickup item event. So select that. And then for our item info, all we have to do is plug in our item info variable so that we can pass that variable to our pickup event, and that will go ahead and pass that info into our player character blueprint. So in our item master, let's drag into the graph our item info, get that in the graph, then we can plug that into the item info, okay? Then the last thing that we want to do is we want to destroy this actor or delete this item from the level because our character is picking it up. So right after this, we're going to do a destroy actor. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and delete this from the level. So now if I go ahead and test this out, so if I hit compile and save, hit play, I should.
Hold on, before he does it, let me test mine. Let me see if it works. Let me see if I fucked up. Well, that sucks. Great job. Oh, goodness. We're only halfway through this video. Oh my. Oh my Atlanta. What does it do? The item inventory array, most replayed, adding item selection, adding item function, equip item function, read item function. Okay. Skip restore. No. Oh god, maybe I should have restored it. I've got the item book and the item hatchet. I don't have the potion. Fuck. Well, fortunately, I remember most of what we worked on, so I can set that up. I think he set these to 1, right? We'll set that to 1. BP item info down to the default item info. This is a consumable. We got potion mesh. Damage was 30. Health potion. Item was T underscore potion. Item text was nothing. We're going to compile and save. That was it. That was, I think, everything. Make that product on my list. Okay. For some reason, all I have is the book. So we'll get the hatchet out there and the potion out there. Now what's crazy was I could have sworn I saved all of this, right? I could have sworn I was saving this whole time. Every single time we compiled and saved. Compile and save, compile and save. So I'm terrified if the event graph that we just worked on. Oh, it's right there. Okay, so okay, never mind. No, we're good. We're Gucci. Okay, we're caught up. We're basically caught up. All I need to see is if I hit compile, save, play, pressing E should pick up, pick up, pick up. Okay. We did it. Yes! Yes! This is gonna help me make that quest when I get to that point. This is gonna help me make that quest when I get to that point.
Should be able to run up to the items and press E. So when I overlap, I press E and pick it up. And you can see that it deletes it from the game.
Mhm.
And right now it's not actually doing anything. It's just deleting the actor. It's not actually adding it to our player's inventory. So we need to actually create the player inventory array that will store all of the items.
Mhm.
So if we head over to our BP third person character, we're going to create a new variable.
1 second, mate. I gotta open up BP third person character. Fortunate. How do I find BP third person? Oh, third person blueprints. BP third person. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay.
Variable inside of our variables tab. So you want to click the plus icon and rename
Okay.
this to inventory array. And we want to change this from a boolean to our s_item structure. So the item structure, it's the same variable that we have for this input here. And instead of having it as a single variable, we want to change this, hit the
As an
drop down
array.
and change this from single to an array.
Yes.
So
Okay.
we have
Good.
an array of
I'm learning.
structures. So if we hit compile and save, we can now add our item info to our player's inventory array. So we're going to get our inventory array on the graph, and then we're going to drag and drop this on the graph and do a add. So we have under the utilities array, we have add. So if we select that, we can now hook up the execution, and then for our item info, we just plug that into the blue pin right there. And now it's going to add that item that we pick up to our inventory array. Okay. Now, if we were to actually test this out and hit
It wouldn't do
play,
anything, right? We still wouldn't
we're not
know.
going to see anything happening visually. It's technically added to the array, but we don't really see anything happening. Now, to actually see something happen, what we can do to visualize this is if we want to actually see those items being added to this array, we can right click this inventory array. And if you right click it right on the pin, we can do watch this value. And what that will do is it will allow us to see the actual values being added to the array. So we want to hit this play icon up here. And then now that we're simulating this, under this no debug object selected, if you hit the drop down, you can see that we have this BP third person character spawn in. So we want to select that. So now you can see that we are watching the array of S structures, inventory array, of this BP third person character that spawn in. So if I move this side by side here, if I run up to the book and press E, you can see that we actually added an item to our array. So if I hover over this inventory array, you can see that we have this inventory array number equals 1. So we have one item in our array. So if you hit this little drop down, you can see the actual item variable
Readable.
inside of that array.
Okay.
So we have index 0. So if I expand this, you can see that we added that book that we picked up. So it's
Interesting.
readable. We have the mesh, that book, static mesh.
Okay,
The
1 second. Let me play. Of course, it's already separated. I can see. You guys won't be able to see. But I run over. I pick it up. I fucked up. I fucked up somehow. Okay, so I hit play. I switch to BP third person spawned. Now it's got that icon that says it's watching the array. I run over, hit E. I see the icon shifting. How do I like not? Fuck. Okay, well, whatever. I know what I'm doing. I'm following.
The
I'm
name,
following.
old book, the icon, and all the text. So it's adding that item to our array. So we go back in here, and if I pick up the potion now, you can see that it also fired off there. So if I hover over this, you can see our array is now equal to 2. So we have 2 items in our array.
Mhm.
So if I expand this, you can see I have...
How do you get your mouse back when you start to... So I click on it. How do I get my mouse back? How do I get my... Because if I hit escape, the game ends. How does he get his mouse back? Oh, I can do that.
item or index.
Be third person. We go over. Bam. Hit little squiggly. Click on this. Item array. Down. I see it! Okay. You picked up the potion next, right? Okay, so I'm able to follow along. I am
0, which is that book. Then I have index 1, which is that consumable or the potion. So if I expand that, you can see this is the static mesh potion, the damage, the item name, health potion, the icon, all that stuff. So lastly, I could run up to the hatchet, pick that up, and then again, we can hover over our inventory array. It says number equals 3. So we know that we have 3 entries in this array. So if I expand that, we should have index 0, 1, and 2. So this last one is that hatchet item. So we have the hatchet static mesh. We have the name of the item, the hatchet, and then the item icon. So basically, if you watch the value and if you set your debug object selected, you can essentially see the values of the array at runtime. And this is super useful for not only seeing the contents of arrays, but for also debugging your blueprint. Okay. Now, if I press escape out of here, we can
it resets.
right click this and do stop watching this value. And then of course we can set this back to no debug object selected. But basically we know that the item is being picked up and it's being added to our inventory array. So now that we know that this is working and functional, we want to go ahead and add a user interface or a widget to represent our player's hotbar so that when we pick up an item,
Okay,
it will
so
show
we're gonna make
on
a
the
UI.
player's screen.
We're making
So
UI.
let's go to our content drawer. I'm going to dock this back in our layout. And I'm going to go back to the main folder and right click, create a new folder. And this will be called widget. So double click and open that up. And in here, I'm going to right click and create a new user interface of the type widget blueprint. And we're going to select user widget. So I'm
Oh,
just going to name this to
back for a second. I got
This will
down
be
the user
called
interface,
widget.
and then it was
so double click and open
widget
that up.
blueprint.
And in here, I'm going to right click and create a new user interface of the type widget blueprint.
Widget blueprint.
And we're going to select user widget. So I'm just
Okay.
going to name this to w_main widget or main HUD and double click and open that up. So inside of here, this is basically the widget editor. Again, I'm not going to go too in depth about widgets in this video. I will be making a separate beginner tutorial covering over widgets more in depth. But we're going to keep this very simple. So first things first, we want to add a canvas panel. So we want to search up in this palette for canvas panel. So I want to take that and drag this onto our main widget. And that will basically give us a canvas to start working on. So we want to add a simple hotbar down here at the bottom that will consist of some item icons or some images that we can set as item icons when we pick up items. Okay. So sort of like any sort of hotbar that you see in an RPG game. So we're going to go ahead and first add a horizontal box. So we have panel, horizontal box. We drag that here on the canvas. We can take this and scale this up. I'm going to sort of center this in the middle like that. And then in there, I'm going to add a border. So search for border. We have this border. I drag that into the horizontal box. I'm going to select the border. And in the details, I'll
Slow down, mate. Slow down. Not everybody. The genius
set
like
that to
you.
fill. And for the padding here,
Yo. Okay.
I'm going to set this value to 5, okay?
Padding
Then
5.
for the border, I'm going to change the actual color of this. So you want to change under the appearance, the brush color. You don't want to change the color and content and opacity. You want to change this brush color, because this will actually affect the contents inside of this border rather than the actual color of the border. So for the brush color, we want to change this to a black color, and then under the value, under the advanced here, so for our alpha, I'm going to change the value to 0.5. Now we'll add sort of this transparent value. So hit OK, compile and save. And then onto that border, I want to add an image. So search for image. We have image and drag and drop it onto the border. Then select that image, and I'm going to give this a padding. So over in the details, I'm going to select the padding here and change this to 10. And then for the color and opacity, I'm going to change this to sort of this grayish tint. So compile and save that. And then I'm just going to copy this border. So select the border, copy, and paste it 2 more times. So you should have a total of 3 of these. So select our horizontal box. Let's actually scale this up a little bit.
Stop. Make sure I got it right. Okay, it looks right. Okay, it looks right.
So something like this. This will be our simple hotbar of 3 items. And then I'm going to select the horizontal box right here. And for our anchors, if we go over to our anchors, we want to anchor this at the bottom center. Okay, so select the bottom center anchor. So it should anchor it down here at the bottom. Okay, so now we can compile and save this. And now we just need to add this to our player screen. So in our third person character, I'm going to right click and add custom event on our graph. And I'm just going to call this to create our main HUD. And then off of this execution, we can do a create widget. So select that, and for our widget or for the class, we want to search for our w_main widget. And for our owning player, we can drag off here and do a get player controller. So get player controller. Then we just want to add this to our viewport. So off the return value, we can do a add to viewport.
God,
viewport.
he's so fucking.
And then lastly, we want to save this main widget reference. So off this return value, we can promote that to a variable. And let's go ahead and rename this variable to widget reference. Okay, so we'll save a little reference to
Okay, I don't know what that set is. What do you type for the
our
set?
variable widget reference. So off this return value, we can promote that to a variable.
Promote the variable. Got it.
And let's go ahead and rename this variable to widget reference. Okay, so we'll save a little reference to our main widget. So compile and save. Now we just need to call this create our main HUD event off of our event begin play. So if you scroll all the way over here to the top under our add input mapping,
So I don't even have that.
this up.
I don't have this. I don't have event
Off of
begin
our
play.
event begin play, we're going to do a sequence. So we're going to do a sequence. And that will give us some extra execution nodes. So for
I guess what I can do is I can take the red icon it has, hoping event begin play isn't even a thing on mine.
then 0, we're going to just do our add input mapping. Then for our then 1, we're going to drag off here and call our create our main HUD event. So off our event begin play, we'll add the input mapping, and then we'll create our main HUD all the way down here, which will create our main widget and add it to our viewport. So compile and save that, and if we hit play, we can now see.
So I don't know if this is actually going to work, but I can see it showed up on his. So, but the thing is, I don't have. Mine literally isn't that. I 5.5 changed it to something different, so I don't know if mine's gonna come out like that. Okay, no, it's there. Okay, it worked. It worked. Stressing over nothing. Stressing over nothing. I still have my main, but that's fine. Okay. I was really kind of stressing over that. I'm like, oh man, I don't know if it's gonna play the way. Okay.
See our little hotbar down at the bottom of our screen. So now what we want to do is when we actually pick up an item, we want to show the item icon on our hotbar. So whenever we pick up items, we want to show it being added to our item hotbar. So the way that we're going to go about doing that is, first things first, we need to go to our main widget, and we need to, in our graph, add an event for changing the image to set it to our item icon. So first things first, we're actually going to rename these images. So I'm going to select this first image right here, and in the details we can rename this to image 0, and then this next one right here, select that, and this will be image 1, and then this last one over here will be image 2. So I'm just naming this to image 0, 1, and 2 because it will be the same index as our array. So for example, the array starts at index 0, so this will be the first item, or index 0, then the second item, or index 1, then the third item, or index 2. So now let's head over to our graph, and this will take us to our event graph inside of our widget. We have some of these events already in here, but I'm going to select and delete those. We don't need any of those. So I hit compile and save, and we want to add an event to set those images or to update those item icons. So I want to right click and add a custom event, add custom event, and this will be called update image. So we need to add some inputs inside of here so that we can know which image we want to set. So select that custom event, and in the details we should have inputs. So we can add a input. The first one will be a integer, and we'll rename this to item index. So we want to know which item index inside of our array are we updating for our widget. So for our item index, we want to do a switch on integer. And what the switch on integer does is we can add these pins. So we can add 3 pins total, and it will add a value. So we have value 0, 1, or 2. So it's sort of like a switch on enumeration, but in this case it's switching on the different integer values. So we also want to add another variable or input for our update image event. So select that and add another variable. This will be of the type texture 2D. So we have texture 2D. We want to select the object reference. And then we want to rename this to item icon. So we want to pass through the item icon so that we can set the image icon. So now we just icon so that we can item, select the object reference. And then we want to rename this to item icon. So we want to pass through the item icon so that we can set the image icon. So now we just want to get these variables or these images. So these images are the images on our hotbar. So I want to get image 0 and get that on the graph. And then off of there we can do a set brush from texture. So we have set brush from texture. So if we hook this up for switch on int 0, this will set image 0. And for the texture, we just plug in the item icon for the new texture. So basically we're setting the image to that new item icon at the index. So we just want to do this for all the other images. So we want to get image 1 and also do a set brush from texture. And then we're going to plug that for index 1. And for the texture, we can plug in the item icon. Then we can also get image 2, get that on the graph, and do a set brush from texture. hook that up for index 2, and for the texture, hook up the item icon. So compile and save, and now we should be able to call this update image when we add an item to our inventory.
My God.
So if we head back over to our third person character, we want to go to our pickup event. So this is where we pick up the item. So now to actually call that update image event, what we want to do is we want to get our widget reference. So we saved a reference to our main widget. So we can drag off here and get it. I'm actually going to select this and move this down. But for our widget reference, we can call that update image. So update image event. So we have the item index, and then we also need to get the item icon. So the way that we can get that is off of our inventory array, we can do a get. So we have array get, so we can get a copy of that array. And the index that we want to use is wherever we add this new item at. So it returns the index of the newly added item. So we can take that and plug that into our get. And then off of the get, that returns the S item structure. So if you drag off of here, we can do a break S item structure. And then if we expand this, we now have the item icon. So for our update image, we want to hook up the execution. For the item index, we can hook up the item index like so. And then for the item icon, off of this break S structure, we can plug in the item icon to the item icon like so. So now what it's doing is it's adding the item to our inventory array. Then at that index, we're getting that. We're getting the item icon from it. And we're updating the image at that index. So now if we hit compile and save, let's go back to our third person map and hit play. If we run up to this book, if we press E, you can see that.
I am not gonna get this. There's no way. He was like sprinting through this whole thing. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Didn't work. Fuck. Blueprint runtime error accessed. None. Trying to read property widget. Update widget graph. Okay, so I must have misclicked somewhere. Let me check. The main widget. So I think it's somewhere in my main widget. I think so. Let me go back and see what he. Let me look at his layout.
Icon like off of the structure to our get index of the newly added item. So we can take that and plug that into our get. And then we now for the icon adding the item.
Okay, so he's got all of this stuff.
The item icon.
Let me look at this. Let me follow and track and see if I'm. Widget reference is there. It's the right one. Connected to target. Item index is connected to that one. Item icon is the only one connected up to item icon, with add being the main drive. So it's got to be in the main widget. So let me go back a little bit further.
Icon from it.
And take a quick gander what he did. So this is what we set up to be able to change the image. And image 0, image 1, image 2. It's all lined up in the way that he has it lined up.
Now we should be able to call this update image when we add an item to our inventory. So if we head back over to our third person character, we want to go to our pickup event. So this is where we pick up the item. So now to actually call that update image event,
Yeah.
what we want to do is we want to get our widget reference.
Uh-huh.
So we save
right
the
here.
reference to our main widget. So we can drag off here and get it. I'm actually going to select this and move this down.
I'm probably not setting the widget
For our
reference.
widget reference, we can call
have
that update image. So update image event.
Widget reference, update
So we have the
image
item
on
index,
target.
and then we also need to get the
index.
item icon. So the way that we can get that is off of our inventory array. We can do a get.
Which goes
So
down
we
here
have
to
array
get.
So we can get a copy of that array. And the index that we want to use is wherever we add this new item at. So it returns the index of the newly added item. So we can take that and plug that into our
Goes
get.
down to get. Okay, so
and
that's
then
right.
off of the get, that returns the S item
Break
structure.
S item
so
structure.
if we drag off of here, we can do a break S item structure. And then if we expand this, we now have the item icon.
Icon,
So for our
goes up
update
to
image, we
item.
want to hook up the execution. For the item index, we can hook up the item index like so. And then for the item icon, off of this break S structure, we can plug in the item icon to the item icon like so. So now what it's doing is it's adding the item to our inventory array. Then at that index, we're getting that. We're getting the item icon from it. And we're updating the image at that index. So now if we hit compile and save, let's go back to our third person map and hit play. If we run up to this book, if we press E, you can see that we picked up the book, it's added to our array, and you can see on our hotbar we set that image at index 0 to that book icon.
Fuck. So what I might be missing, let me check. I go to mine. We're gonna do some troubleshooting. So it might be the items themselves. The items themselves might be the ones that are messed up. It might be the items. Because remember, it crashed, and then I had to reset the other items. So let me see if I go to item meshes. Item hatchet, item potion. So we go to the item book. I know this isn't it. I forgot how to do that. There's the icons. Where? Item structure. That's not what I'm looking for either. I forgot where to find my items. Ah, crap. My assumption was that it was in resources, but I don't think it's in resources anymore. It must be in blueprints. Okay, yeah, they're right here. So if I open item potion, BP item potion. Why is it like that? If I were to open the blueprint, why is it not? Okay, so we're here. Static mesh, set up to the appropriate scene. You go up here, then go up into item info. The potion is there. Damage 30. So the product is here. Or the potion. So did I fuck up my array? What did I fuck up? How What did I fuck up? Oh, here, let me try it. If I remember right, I can turn on a debug thing. So let me start it up. I'm going to do it off screen. You're not going to be able to see. But we're looking at this function here. So if I go and I push this button, it went all the way over to update image. So in theory, all of this worked. In theory, all of this worked. This is in slot 0. Everything's there. So that went. Still has it read there. So it must have been my main widget. So let me move in the game and pick up another one. Oh my god, well, you know, maybe if I selected the debug, huh? That might help a little. Let's pick up the third item. Okay. So this isn't even functioning. So I fucked up here. I fucked up. So let me see what it's telling me. Access none trying to read property of widget. Widget reference. So the widget reference is fucking up. Update image. Event graph. Execute graph. So if I click on these, it'll tell me which ones these are. So update image is fucked up. Event graph is fucked up. Execute. BP third person character blueprints. I don't have it connected? What's your references right here? Connected to target. What's not connected? What's not connected? And the other one? Not the potion, the main widget. When you are setting the widget reference, that node is not set node. When you are setting the widget reference, that node is not set node. I might be I might be a little too stupid right now. It was at the bottom of one? This one. No, because these are all there. You said you don't remember which one? Are you talking about this? Uh... Oh my god. I hate I hate this. This already sucks. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Well, thank God you're here. Okay, I'd have been here all night. I don't think I ever would have seen that. Oh yeah, see now it's running. So let me move it on the main screen. Let me see what happens if I go and pick this up. It works. Oh, okay. Well, at least we know I didn't like At least it wasn't some horrific fuck up. It was just it was a little oversight on my part. Okay. Okay. Oh my god.
So I go up to this potion.
I'm telling you,
press
I
E.
don't think I would have seen
You
that.
can
I'm
see
telling
at-
you, I don't
at
think I would have
index
seen
1,
that.
We set the item icon to that potion image. Then lastly, we can go up to our hatchet, press E, and you can see we have our hatchet item on our hotbar. So we set up a simple hotbar, and we can actually pick up the items, and it will show it on our hotbar. Now what I want to set up is a simple selection system. So basically, when I scroll my mouse wheel up or down, I want to highlight the item that I have selected on my hotbar. So first things first, let's actually head over to our main widget. And the same sort of thing that we did with this update image, we want to do it for our borders right here. So we have these borders, and basically I want to change the color of this border to be yellow if we have that item selected. So the first thing that we need to do is set these borders as variables. So if you select the border, you want to check is a variable in here, and that will actually allow us to use it here on the graph. So now you can see we have border 72. So we head back over to the designer. I'm going to rename this. So this will be border 0. Then select this second border. We're going to rename this, change that to a variable, and rename this to border 1. And then select this last one right here, change that to a variable. This will be border 2. So compile, save that, head over to the graph, and in here, right below our update image, we can right click, add custom event, and rename this to select item. And we want to add a new input, and this will just be a integer, and we'll rename this to selected index. So sort of the same thing up here, or the item index that we have selected. And again, we want to do a switch on integer, so we want to do a switch on int. And we want to add those 3 pins, so 0, 1, and 2. And in our case, we want to set the borders to sort of yellow tint. So if we get border 0, we can get that on the graph. We're going to drag up here and do a set brush color. So we have set brush color. Hook that up for 0. And we can change this color to sort of this yellow tint like that. Click OK. And then we can copy this set brush color and paste it 2 more times. Hook this up like so. And for these other brush colors, we want to get border 1. Hook that up for the target, and then we want to get border 2 and hook that up like so. Okay. So depending on the item we have selected, we'll set the brush color of the border to this yellow tint, and that will sort of give it like this highlighted effect. Okay. So now we need to add the logic to select an item.
Let me look at his code and let me look at mine. Let me make sure that I'm not fucked up. I'm just doing some organization. I'm not fucked up. I'm good. Okay.
To this yellow tint, and that will sort of give it like this highlighted effect. Okay. So now we need to add the logic to select an item. So for that, we'll head to our third person character, and we want to add a scroll wheel event. So if I scroll up, it will cycle through the items. If I scroll down, it will cycle backwards. Okay. So in our third person character, we want to add the scroll up and the scroll down for our
Hold
mouse.
up. We're gonna comment. I want to do a comment real quick. For all of this, C, I'm gonna do item pickup and show. Okay, item pickup and show. Okay.
Mouse. So you want to right click and search for mouse wheel up. So we have mouse events, mouse wheel up, and then we also have mouse wheel down. So mouse events, mouse wheel down. Then we want to add a couple
Well,
of
let's see,
variables
yeah.
to keep track of our selected index on our hotbar. So we want to, under the variables, add a new variable and name this to selected index. And
Hold
change
up, I did debug mouse wheel. Okay.
changes from an array to a single.
So he added a variable?
On our hotbar. So we want to, under the variables, add a new variable and name this to selected index. And changes from an array to a single, and changes from the structure to a integer. Okay, so compile and save that. And then we also want to add another variable and call this max inventory slots. Okay, for however many inventory slots that we have on our hotbar. So compile and save that. Now for this max inventory slots, we want to set a default value. So select that. The default value will be 2. Because again, this is a array. So it starts at index 0. So we have 0, 1, and 2. So compile and save. So for our mouse wheel up event, we're going to do a check. The check that we want to do is we want to get our selected index, get that on the graph, and also get our max inventory slots. So I want to check and see if our selected index is equal. So we have operator equal to our max inventory slots. So off of here we can do a branch, and then we can hook that up for our pressed for our mouse wheel up. Okay, if it is equal to our max inventory slots, that means we can't scroll any further up. If it is not, then we can go ahead and increment our selected index. So you want to get the selected index, and off of there we can do a increment.
I gotta go back
If
for
it
a
is not
second. I gotta go
equal
back
to
for
our-
a
And then we
second.
can hook that up for our pressed for our mouse wheel up. Okay, if it is equal to our max inventory slots, that means we can't scroll any further up. If it is not, then we can go ahead and increment our selected index. So you want to get the selected index, and off of there we can do a increment. So we have increment integer, and that will add 1 to our selected index variable. So plug it up for the false. And then to visualize this, we could do a print string. So do a print string. And we'll just hook up this value to our string, okay, just to see what it looks like. Then for our mouse wheel down, we want to check and see if our selected index is equal. And for this, we just want to check and see if it's equal to 0, because then we can't scroll any further down. So we do a branch. So if it is equal to 0, we don't want to do anything because we can't scroll any further down. But if it is not equal to 0, then we can go ahead and scroll down. So we want to get our selected index and do a de-increment. So de-increment integer, select that, hook that up for false. And then we want de-increment.
Space. I see. I see. I did the same thing he did. DE. I didn't do. There we go. It's showing up. Okay.
So de-increment integer, select that, hook that up for false, and then we want to print that to our screen. So do a print string and hook up the value to our print string, okay? So compile and save that. So now if I scroll up, we should see the value of our selected index, and we should see it go all the way up to 2, and then all the way back down to 0. So if I hit play, I can scroll up. You can see it goes all the way to 2, and if I
He sprinted through that, by the way. That was like. Let me see
all
how
the
it's
way
supposed to
down,
work
it
on
goes down to
his.
0. Selected index is 1, 0, and go from 0 to 1, then 2. Okay, so you can see I can scroll up or down.
Okay. Let me see if I did that right. Scroll wheel up, 1, 2. Scroll wheel down, 1, 0. Okay, I did it. Oh my goodness.
And it changes the value or the selected integer variable. So now we can take that and feed that into our widget to change the border and set that brush color to whatever index that we have selected. So in our third person character, we can just call that event that we created in our widget. So we want to get our widget reference on the graph. And we have that select item event. So plug that in like so. Then for the selected index, we can take this value and plug that in for the selected index. Again, we want to do the same thing down here. So take this, copy and paste it, hook that up. And for the selected index, again, off of this decrement, we can plug that in for our selected index. So compile and save. Now what we're going to see is plug that in for our selected index.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, let's see.
So compile and save. Now what we're going to see is when I scroll, you can see that it changes the color of the border, but it's not resetting the other ones back to the default color. Okay.
I did that. I scroll wheel. Oh yeah, I did it. Okay.
So
Yes.
now it's all selected. So we want to go ahead and fix that. So in our main widget, under our select item event, before we set the brush color to yellow, we want to reset all of the other borders back to the default color. So we're actually going to take all of this and move this over. So before we do anything, we want to set a brush color. So I'm going to copy and paste this over here. And for this brush color, we're going to set this to a default color of black, and then change the alpha to 0.5 and click OK. So that is the color that we have set as the default for our border here.
Okay.
So we want to
set brush color. How did he get that set up? Because I'm typing
That's
it,
the
but I'm not seeing it. Let me
paste
see
it
real
or-
quick.
we do anything, we want to set a brush color. So I'm going to copy
Okay, he literally just copy paste. Okay. Okay.
and paste this over here. And for this brush color, we're going to set this to a default color of black, and then change the alpha to 0.5 and click OK. So that is the color that we have set as the default for our border here. So we want to set or reset our borders before we set the brush color. So for this first one here, we want to set borders 1 and 2 to this black tint, and then set border 0 to the yellow. So copy borders 1 and 2, plug that in for the target. Let's plug in our execution. And then for this, we can set
Control C. C. Okay, he plugs both into target.
border 0 to yellow. Then for 1, we want to reset 0 and 2. So copy and paste those.
So hold on a second. I didn't see him do this, but he disconnected this to here. So what I'm assuming is that now it's going to be border 0 to... Okay, so we're going to do this for each one. Okay. Okay, I see. Let me set it up first. Let me see if I can do it right. Let me delete both of these. Useless. Control C, Control V. Set that up because this is going to be for border 1. I'm going to copy 0 and border 2. Control V. Okay, that. Okay, so now for border 2, it needs to be border 0 and border 0, 1, control up, copy, brush, colors because I didn't copy the one that I modified the color for. Just that. That. Okay.
We can unhook these and copy and paste our set brush color.
Let's see.
So we're resetting brushes 0 and 2 before we set border 1 to yellow.
Once again, he's sprinting through it, so I'm really
And
glad
then
I did this.
lastly, for border 2, we want to reset borders 0 and 1. Okay, so copy and paste that down here, and then copy and paste our set brush color. Hook that up for 2. Hook up border 0 and 1, so we're resetting that before we're setting the brush color of border 2 to yellow. So we're basically resetting the other borders to the default color before we're setting the selected border to the yellow tint. So compile and save. Let's go ahead and hit play. And now you can see I can scroll up or down.
It switches.
You can see which index we have.
Let's see if I did it right. It works. Okay.
Have selected. We have index 0 selected, 1 or 2, or we can scroll all the way back down to 0. So it sort of gives us this selected effect. Okay, so we have the ability to pick up items, and then we can also move our mouse wheel up and down and pretty much select which item that we want to use. Now what we want to add is we want to add the ability to actually use items. So if I select this potion, I want to be able to left click with my mouse button and use it. Also, I want to give the character the ability to swap items. So for example, if I were to run up to this book, I want to pick it up on my hotbar where I have it selected. And also I want to go ahead and swap items out. So for example, if I have my book item selected here, if I pick up the potion, I want to swap my book for the potion. So we're going to go ahead and implement that logic now. So let's go to our third person character blueprint.
How much time is left on this? Oh my god, we're still saying like almost an hour. Okay.
And in the event graph, over here up at our
I think I'm gonna take a break. I think I'm gonna sleep on this. I'm gonna sleep on this. And then tomorrow morning when I get up, and then tomorrow morning. Because holy cow, that was a lot. That was a ton of information we've been going through. I mean, holy cow. I made items. I made like a master and then child sets. I learned how to set up arrays. I learned how to set up arrays and enums. My goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna stop for tonight. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna go to sleep for a bit, and then I guess I'll get right back to it tomorrow. That's wild. That's wild stuff. I kind of wish he did it more bite size. I feel like he's going over a ton of information I'm probably going to forget. But fortunately, I have this project, so I can always go back to it and see how I did it. But, oh man. Oh man. And we're not even done. We're not even done. Oh, God. Because we haven't even started equipping the items on the character yet. Okay. I'll do that tomorrow though. I'm tired. We're done for now. Crazy stuff. Yeah, it's just that's a lot. Man, that's a lot. Okay. All right. Well, later, zombie. I don't know if you're still there, but later, later. I can never tell. I don't ever trust YouTube and its chat system. But before I leave, what do you think of this guy? What do you think of this guy's video? Oh God. I still think you just learn code. Oh, learn to code. Yeah. Well, I'm doing it on the side. Don't get me wrong. I didn't abandon it. I've been I've got my phone apps I've been working on. I've been working on it. I've been working on it. Just today was an Unreal Engine day, and tomorrow is going to be an Unreal Engine day. It looks like too. But I'll try to end it with the ES50 course. But that's it. I'm actually out of here. I'm tired. Might watch this. Oh my god, the Xbox.
Radical BMX kid at hotmail.com.
Oh my god, I still
Kid
use
with the one.
Hotmail. Okay, I'm done though.
Because
I'm
I'm the
out.
one.
What do you see plus plus in the Wii then? Oh, maybe. He's 18?
I don't
Doesn't
share
look
chain
18.
emails. I create them. This is my multimedia PC. Just Google it. Downloading a movie over LimeWire, 36 days to load.
Oh,
Whatever.
never mind. I see what's going on. Okay. Alright. I'm done.